think Johnson's been like sleeping on the rock the last couple of days. He was still referencing that organization, the one with the fake scholars, signing up for $30.
Crazy. Yeah. He's probably upset that he paid us $30 and they closed it down.
Okay, so I found it. And if there's someone that is like knows about massive preaching and explaining this thing, so it says about related, the messenger of Allah sent for me, so he set out until I reached such and such a place, and he, hold on, it's flipped. And he traced a line for me and told me, stay between the two edges of this. Do not go outside of it. If you go outside of it, it's over for you. Abdallah said, and so I stayed there. Then the messenger of Allah went off a stone's throw away, or a little further. Then he, the narrator, mentioned a group of male members who looked like Zoot people, as a hen said, Allah willing, with no clothes on, but I did not see their genitals, tall and scrawny. And they came and started to ride the messenger of Allah. And the Prophet Allah began to recite to them, and they started to move closer and lean around me and get in my way. And I became intensely terrified of them. So I sat down. And when the morning light broke, they began to go away. Then the messenger of Allah came back exhausted and in pain, or practically in pain from how they had ridden him. He said, indeed, I am exhausted. Then the messenger of Allah put his head in my lap, and the scrawny ones came with tall white garments on, but the messenger of Allah had fallen asleep, and I became more intensely terrified of them than I was the first time. What do we learn from this, children?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how do you interpret this?
Well, my mind is a bit specific, so
this is the reason why you study the issue, in case you have someone like a dirty man.
I was actually trying to see how they would explain, like, why was he exhausted and in pain after?
You want me to tell you how twisted they are and what they would say? Oh, I already know.
Okay.
That he transformed into a donkey and they rode him from one desert to another. That's what they would say.
They already wrote on the occupied territory. It was like they accused of being called out. You should see how Al Jazeera wrote it up already.
Bro, in Times of Israel says 5 injured. It's the craziest shit.
Well, in Israel, Times of Israel says about the attack today, they say 5 injured.
Yeah, it says right here, it says 6 people. No, the Times of Israel, news from Israel, the Middle East, hold on. So, okay, they just changed it. 6 killed, 6 seriously injured. Jerusalem has terrorism. Yeah, it's 7. As open fire on a bus. Okay. At the scene of Jerusalem terror attack, Netanyahu says Israel fighting mighty war against terror. Army boosting West Bank presence after shooting. IDF says it struck sites belonging to the elite Hezbollah unit in Lebanon, Becha Valley. 3 Houthi drones shot down in the south within an hour and a half.
Yeah, Al Jazeera. 6 people have been killed in a shooting at attack in occupied East Jerusalem. Israeli authorities said
It wasn't even East Jerusalem.
It's in the northwest Jerusalem. And also Macron said something about East Jerusalem, and it's just not true. And you know, this is like the news in Israel on a Monday morning that, like, 3 rockets, 3 drones coming in from Yemen, and terrorists just shooting at people, like 7 dead. And this is like mostly religious Modest. Modest. Thank you very much. Like, most of them do not serve the ideas, so it's not like they target it's just not there taking all the stories about, in each job, the entire world goes mad. Like, I don't think this is even mentioned. And then people see I see it in my own eyes, but they can't see what is going on in their own eyes. This is not normal, and we do not accept this.
Jeez, trying to talk about local.
Hello. Hi, Josh. Did you guys cash in your house tickets? Join the house, top of the screen. Click the house name, it'll say join the house. You got more interesting houses.
You're a big fat check on my cash.
Send it to me. I will take it.
Josh, what do you say about the shooting that took place in Jerusalem that killed 7 Israelis?
Terrible. I just don't know why anyone would do that. What's going on? Is something going on over there in that region?
Yeah, there's a lot of vaccination to hate, and there is encouragement of like those.
You know what? My mistake. I didn't introduce Josh properly. Hi, this is Josh. He goes by his PTR as Josh Sirota. Josh supports Hamas.
Jewish name. That's a Jewish name.
No, Sirota is not actually.
Yeah, I said it's about Hamas.
Sirota is actually an Italian name.
I think what we're trying to say, like in undertone, is basically that there is some kind of justification for this terror attack in his mind. So obviously he supports this resistance.
And they're not. He says they're also not terrorists. They've committed some acts of terror on October 7th, and they were wearing all uniforms, but they decided to take the uniforms off October 8th.
I don't have a problem. The problem with the Palestinians.
That's right. So,
ISIS so deep that they really hard for them.
So this is two culprits who all they did was a terrorist attack. They didn't target any military outposts. They didn't retrieve any hard drives. They didn't take any soldiers captives. So this could be generalized because it's only two people as a terrorist attack. No, I was not justifying.
Because if you understand, well, like for example, their weapons, you understand it's not weapons. They had infrastructure, they had network. The fact that it's two people and not one person actually even confirms even stronger that it's a network that is operating this. You don't know anything about this. You're just trying to legitimize it and say, oh, just two people. That is happening like all the time. We are like we stop basically every day we stop a terror attack. Every time it's on one person. No, there is a problem.
I'm sure there's a network behind it, but the weapons that they use are not very hard to make. They're made inside the West Bank border.
Yes, exactly. Not by them. It requires. They didn't make it at home. It requires this network of manufacturing those guns. Yes.
I wouldn't say.
Pablo, I think it's called.
Yeah, I think it was inspired by Czechoslovakian weapon or something like that. But yeah, the weapons that they use are not hard to make, and I'm not even legitimizing it. At first you said justify, now legitimize. We're getting closer. I'm saying.
No, you said justify because
I'm saying
anything happens that could. Why would they do this? There is like you were asking basically. Why would something like this happen? If there is a justification for something like this?
No, not just. That's the part where you're injecting.
Okay, so my answer is correct. That there's indoctrination. That is why it is happening.
I wouldn't say indoctrination. I would say a lot of it's anger. I would say a lot of it has to do with the fact that their people are getting blown into pieces and their babies are getting abandoned in incubators. I think this is a repercussion of that.
Really, you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always and Israel is not a repercussion. Israel is like always at fault, and the Palestinians are always repercussions. So they have to go and slaughter innocent Jews on the street because it makes a lot of difference. The fact is that this terror attack, like any other terror attack, just makes life shittier for the Palestinians, for you to then come and say that they're oppressed. They're oppressed for, not oppressed, they are being blocked for a reason. There is a checkpoints for a reason. There is a blockade for a reason. And you see the reason. You just don't see it as, you see it as a legitimate thing, so it's not a problem. For us, it is a problem. So you need to understand that we call the shots there, and not your opinion and not your narrative, but facts on the ground. And facts on the ground that it is a terrorist attack. And it's not acceptable, but it is acceptable in some societies. Even people like you in the West are justifying it, finding reason instead of calling it out. So we have to do it alone, despite the fact that the opinion is against it.
No, I'm saying it's a little bit of both of what you're saying. I'm saying that it's wrong, but it's also a repercussion of what's been going on. And then you say, well, we can go into circles back and forth about, well, this is why there's a blockade, and they did this because of blockade, but there's a blockade because it happened. And it goes all the way back, and this is how we start arguing about 48 or 18, like 19.
No, don't forget. Because the Palestinian identity and ideology started like in the mid-60s, like this creation of this political ideology of Palestinians. I mean, if there was no war in 67, where would be the Palestinians? You know what? Let me ask you this. If we had lost the war of 48, there would be Jordan, there would be Egypt, there would be no Palestinian, there would be no Palestine. And Palestinians were created in 1967 when they said, okay, this part is Jordan, this part is not. You're Palestinians, you're Jordanian, you're Egyptian, and that's it.
No,
This is how you created that.
Geographically, the landmass between the Jordan River and the sea has always been referred to as Palestine.
Actually, no. It was always referred to as Syria. And like during the Ottoman Empire, they didn't know what Palestine is. This was called Syria. And when the British mandate took the mandate, they brought the name back Palestine, and it was including Transjordan, not just the land that we're on, also Jordan. Look at the map of the British mandate of Palestine. You will see that its entire map is including Jordan. And before that, it was South Syria.
Do you know what trans means, Josh? Trans? The overlap between the territories is for them to decide what the Arabs wanted to do, but I will say that the nationalist idea and identity of Palestine and Arabs in Palestine existed before the British mandate. They also wanted
Arabs
to
in
say,
Palestine,
allow me to finish.
as a Palestinian, not as they were colonized during the British mandate.
They had their own flag. It's the same one they have now, but it had a cross and a crescent. They helped the British fight the
It's the
Ottomans.
Arab League's flag. It's not that flag. It's the same flag as Jordan. It's the flag in most of the Arab countries. Yeah, it's good. Look at the Jordanian flag.
This flag.
With a star.
Yeah, it's okay. You can't say the Kuwaiti flag is the same as the UAE flag just because they're similar and they use the same colors. The Palestinian flag.
Yeah, because his flag is exactly like the Jordanian flag.
And I understand it wasn't the official flag, and neither was the Zionist one with the gold star. I'm saying that they had a sense of identity, so much so that they helped the British fight the Ottomans.
Actually, they were insulted, if you would call the Palestinians, because they saw themselves as Arabs. And you will see by the last scenario. So exactly where they're coming from.
What are you gonna do about it? Kick me from the room like a little girl? Little baby boy. Oh, I don't care. Go ahead. I've been doing this 5 years. They ain't stopped me yet.
I'm a Palestinian. But you can see by the last name. The last names are exactly where they come from.
We've seen this debate before. So,
You're so stupid at infiltrating. Dumbass looks up my YouTube schmuck.
Jordans, as a consequence of the war between 47 and 49, when the Jews actually went to these so-called Palestinians and asked them, why did they want to be
They say y'all need to get paid.
wait,
why did they say we want our own state?
was this when Jordan occupied the West Bank?
Those are scam artists.
Oh, yeah. Their occupation was about to protect Palestinians.
Do you think it was an occupation? Because the Palestinians, they don't say it was an occupation. Say countries, John.
It was not allocated to them. It was allocated to the Arab.
I put the fries in after I cooked the chicken. The chicken was already cooked. I just like it extra crispy, so that's why I put it back in. And then I added some fries.
That goes from
Yeah, that's true. But if you think it's trash, then, maybe it's trash for you. But it was good. I appreciate it.
And I think in general occupies that land. They win it in a war. Okay, so they won that. It's not like they said, we want to be a part of Jordan. No, they won it in a war. So it becomes occupation.
Okay, so
That's the dimension.
It wasn't even
Related with the basic.
So the question was,
the dimension.
when they were literally asked by the Jordanians, what do you want us to do to you in this territory? Why didn't they say we want to stay while Palestinians?
I don't know. I think they decided for themselves what they wanted, and I think
They said we want to be equal citizens, we want to be Jordanians, we want equal representation in the Jordanian parliament, etc. So, how does this align with what you're saying? That there's always been a Palestinian identity and sense of, I don't know what you want to call it, nationality, ethnicity.
Well, they had just lost the war. I think these were people. I think you could probably do the same thing in Gaza now. If Egypt was like, "Hey, we'll take you in," and they're like, "Well, if it's this or another Deir Yassin massacre, we'll rather be under Egypt," because they didn't have the resources and the militia, the manpower to take what they wanted. So we just kind of
armies and militias against
That's not an answer to my question. Was that supposed to be an answer to my question?
I just don't think that they had the ability to get what they really wanted.
They were literally given a voice. They could say what they want.
But Samson, you have to remember that even before Jordan occupied, they were offered the ability to take the West Bank by the United Nations or the League of Nations into a state, and they rejected it. So they rejected it then, they rejected it afterwards.
And so the Palestinian people, click on that graph at the link attached above, and you will see that's quote. That's a search through all books published by Google. It indexes. It's an Ngram viewer, so it indexes every book that they have from 1800 to 2022. And it's a search for quote in quotes Palestinian people, meaning Palestinian and people have to be next to each other, not Palestinian people, but Palestinian people. And you'll see right after 1964 how that flies up. That's when that concept was invented by the Russians, 1964 with Yasser Arafat. It wasn't around before then. Take a look at that.
I'm not sure. This is just a graph. It doesn't have any context to it.
Context is every reference to quote Palestinian people in every book that's indexed by Google.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Just because I don't care if they, at this point, they're still not calling themselves Palestinian people. These people had an identity to this land. They're Arabs, even if they call themselves Arabs. These are the people that have lived there for centuries.
So the identity was Palestinian before.
They had a flag. The land was called Palestine. Before, a long time ago, it was called Syria, Palestine.
Josh, when you say they've lived there for centuries, the population boom looks like it was a fraction, both the Jews and the Arabs, in the 1900s from what it was in 1948. And it was a small population. There were small little villages and settlements, and there were Jewish communities as well as Arab communities that were the Fallah did. They worked the land for some landowner over in Turkey. Yeah, there were not a lot of different families and cultures and civilizations and temples and churches and roads and cops, and there was no infrastructure. It was nothing.
Before 1900. I have a book. It has a lot of pictures of agriculture, culture.
Someone with the book. What's the book called?
I have to see. It's like Palestine and something, but it's like leading up to it's like everything before 1948.
That's post 1900. I'm talking about the period before 1900.
No, well, before that, I mean, it was the Ottoman Empire for a long time. I think even a lot of
It was occupied during the Crusades. That's a few hundred years earlier.
Yeah. Oh, way before.
I'm saying you have to realize that like this region is just like populating the remains of the ancient Jewish state. It's like, should we use it? Should we not use it? Should we let the Jews in? Shouldn't we?
Which the Caliph did bring in a lot of Jews back in.
Yeah, and the Jews entered into the age of nationalism where they no longer asked permission to live in their homeland.
And also,
A lot of them converted to Islam and Christianity.
yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, forcibly. Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the PA.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, his family was from Safat in English, Safat. In January 1st, 1837, there was an earthquake. The local Arab population blamed the Jews and forced them to convert whatever you want. His family was part of that.
Are you talking about the looting of Safat?
What?
The looting of Safat?
No, that was something else entirely. This is an earthquake in 1837. I believe it was 1837.
Oh, okay. Well, why are you guys causing earthquakes?
Oh, now we cause the earthquakes.
I'm kidding. Look,
Don't make those jokes, man.
I'm calling you over here for a trip.
What I'm trying to say is not a question of like population swelling, which happened on both sides to tip the scales. I'm saying infrastructure development and really more like self-sufficiency, sovereignty, modern statehood. The Jews of Israel, together with foreign Jews that were not in Israel, decided that they were going to make their own Jewish decisions in their Jewish homeland. A perfectly reasonable choice most every nation state makes.
What does that mean, a Jewish homeland? Like, are we talking about which one? An ancient kingdom of Israel? Or
just like privately on begins. Ideally, you want the full messianic promise of the
And also, to the point, even when Jews were like living amongst other people in other lands, including the Ottoman Empire,
of course, you don't think that Arabs saw themselves different from the Turks?
They did. They still do.
Yeah, Arab versus Turks is different than
But
Arab.
it doesn't mean the Arabs saw each other as different from each other.
Well, I would say that's a good thing, but
That's why they all joined together in an Arab League. I'm just saying that there was no Palestinian state that was trying to be preserved by the Arab compatriots of the Palestinians. The Arabs wanted to join as an Arab alternative to the existence of the state of Israel.
Lines on the maps.
That's true. That's true. Here's my question. What do you think if like
You just decided to
Herzog was like, oh, let's go to Madagascar, let's not mess with the Arabs. What do you think?
That's what you
Yeah,
said.
like the
What the fuck is wrong with you? Steve, look, I just
Israel was not even close to Plan B. Like, the Holocaust happened. It forced everyone's hand.
No.
The Jews were staying put. And like, yeah, probably the trains and the boats and permitted immigration would have tipped the numbers if you let the Jews in.
We have fantastic
Zionists were already
Yes, and it was already an alternative plan for multiple alternative plans to deal with the dying Jews in Eastern Europe. Zionism was the plan that survived the destruction from the Holocaust.
I regret not working out my hairline before.
Zionism was the plan. Zionism was before Holocaust.
That's why I'm saying Zionism was the plan to deal with the Jews of Europe that survived the destruction of the Jews of Europe.
Yeah, from the pogroms prior.
Yes, from the earlier problems that the Jews of Europe were facing.
But it wasn't just that, Nick said. You have to remember also that there were several forms of Sephardic Zionism.
Yes.
Already the Yemenites that were moving in.
The religious community was consulted and they discussed. Like, Zionism is a movement and it comprised the entirety of the Jewish nation. Like, you can't just, like, place it as one thing. But I'm saying the starting impetus that drew the attention, that grew Zionism when Herzl wrote of it, it was because of the concern of the death of the Jews in Europe and like a tangible investment that the Jews could do to secure against it. And there were alternative proposals. There were Jewish communities in America. And there were alternative proposals like go to Uganda because it was democratic. They were exploring their options. But like, yeah, Jewish homeland in the ancestral old cities of Jewish places, aside from like the essential like constitutional claim of Judaism for certain like named cities such as Shechem, Hebron, Jerusalem, not named in the 5 books, Shechem, or what's it called, Tzfat, a later settled Jewish and continually occupied Jewish city. Right, meaning they were building a nation off of the history of the Jews to deal with the problem that the Jews found themselves stateless throughout all of Europe. And the problem of statelessness was not resolved quick enough for the Jewish state to be a solution.
Now, possibly big population prior to the 1990s was like 5%. And I know I'm aware that a lot of Jews didn't even want to go to be in the desert.
They didn't. Even after the Holocaust, the number swelled to like 600,000. It like they ran away to wherever they could survive, and a lot of it was America, and like some of them got to.
I think the problem with what you're saying is this was a plan for the Jews in diaspora, but you're not taking into account the people that have always been there, which, as I mentioned, a lot of them were just Jews that converted. So you get the Jews in diaspora get a stay at the expense of the indigenous people that were there.
When Jews that converted, we're talking about the Jewish regions, the regions that kept to the Jewish narrative and history and culture and nationhood, like Tzfat. Tzfat is like a classic case. Hebron, you had Jewish communities spread throughout. Like, you're right, it wasn't so easy to just like take them all. And like land swaps, moving the people would have been like the logical, obvious choice to make a contiguous Jewish community. But alternatively, you could just like live nicely together and have the Jews of Hebron not massacred. But when you do massacre the Jews of Hebron, the Jews that are coming to support the existing Jewish communities are going to start defending the Jews of Hebron, contrary to prior historical precedent. That's the problem of statehood. You can't kill us anymore.
Well, Hebron was a terrible, tragic massacre, just like there are, skirmishes happening on both sides.
Which one?
And I'm not saying it's a justification, but it's not like they just decided to do it out of pure anti-Semitism. They were just people that were concerned with the mass migration of Jewish people in Palestine. We're probably going to see something like that in the American cruise, or probably in some places in Europe.
What are we gonna see?
People starting to kill immigrants.
But you know that the Arabs that you talk about as like indigenous, you're missing the point that many of them, and there's like enough documentation that like if you show you if you want articles written back then about how they're like hundreds of thousands and come to the land in order to have better life, in order to work, because the Zionists were there, because the British were there. As I told you, you can see by their last name where they came. You present them as if they are like the indigenous people that did not immigrate there. They immigrated also there.
Well,
So why are they indigenous and we that is our ancestral homeland, we're not indigenous?
Between 1932 and 1947, at least 500,000 Arabs migrated to Palestine because of opportunities created by Jewish towns. This is a fact. This is documented. At least 500,000.
so
They came from Egypt, Syria, etc. You can tell by their names. They migrated there. They were Arabs. They didn't identify as Palestinians. This is a creation of the 60s.
So they were, I mean, yes, people immigrated there for job opportunities even before Zionism from the Ottoman Empire.
No,
But
Not just
yeah,
no.
of course.
So there were other migrants, but there was no major settlement. The Ottomans did not do any major settlement in their territory. Their main agenda, honestly, was they blocked Jews from buying land, but there's no major accomplishments that they did. They didn't build a university. So to say that they were always migrating there for job opportunities to be so blasé, I'm talking about 500,000 in a 15-year period. And that didn't happen under the Ottomans.
No, it's not necessarily under the Ottomans. It's just people that migrated there. And you're right, there were no universities, but there were, religious schools, and there was infrastructure. They had a rich agriculture farming.
Blowing off his main point. It really feels like you're missing it. His main point is that there was tremendous migration under Jewish rule, and that's what you were talking about today. Not with the Ottomans, not the religious schools.
For the years that you gave me, migration made up a small part of the population growth, like 10 to 20%. And I read about this. I don't know where you're getting 500,000 from. The population of Palestine itself in the year of like 1910 was like 650,000, I think.
I'm repeating.
Most of the
I didn't say anything about
1910
1910.
is post-Zionism.
From 1932 to 1937, 500,000 Arabs migrated there. I'll try and find the number. We don't have to go back to 1910. Okay? Focus on the exact years that I took.
No, I was just throwing out a year to give you what the population was.
Right, I know, but that's not relevant to this point.
I guess you're not connecting the dots here. I'm saying that the migration, even in the time frame that you were giving me, migration made up a small part. Like that's certainly not a majority
Recording
of
the
the population.
population from 1910 and making up 600,000, and I tells you that a number that's 90% of that, or 95% of that, migrated in a 15-year period, and you're saying, what? Then I'm not connecting it?
Hold on, I got you.
Hey, dudes.
Hello?
Yeah, so you can hear me, right?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you,
Hello?
Hello. Is there anybody?
hello?
Hello, it's me.
Is it you?
Hello. Right, ready?
I thought about you for a long, long time.
Let me look up this thing because I looked this up the other day actually in terms of immigration too. So
What are we trying to do? What exactly are you trying to do?
What's your thesis, Josh? What do you, like, where is this all going?
You know what? I'm not going to let Josh take this room into the angle he wants to go to. I want to talk about what's going on today.
No. Yeah, even he doesn't quite know yet.
The area I want to talk about this is also Harry's room. I want to talk about what's going on
It's
today.
a dark day.
You guys always want to go back for 85 years. Let's talk about today. Today's a very dark day. A terrorist attack happened in Jerusalem. Let's talk about that.
Sounds good.
It's got to be immediately denounced by all leaders. There can be no tolerance. This is the tragedy of October 7th, is that the head of the UN, instead of immediately denouncing it, said, oh, it didn't happen, it didn't start yesterday. There has to be a clear consensus. The terror, I mean, imagine if the Pope stood up and said that terror is wrong. I don't know, I'm a dreamer, but I feel that if everybody denounced it, these people would be ostracized. Instead, they're tolerated.
No, I think you're onto something. I think more and more people that realize and speak up about that this is wrong and what's going on, instead of shitbirds like fucking Josh that come here and say, well, I wonder why it happened. Being condescending, a little passive-aggressive bitch. Why did a terrorist attack happen today, Josh? Enlighten us.
It starts with the hate education in the UNRWA schools. The hate education is the assembly line for terror. And the whole world has looked away as UNRWA books teach kids in the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, in Gaza, that the Jews stole the land. This is in the UNRWA books. And until the world, this is why we have terror. And until they deal with this, and unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, the only way
So trans
I
humans
don't have to
change your identity as like a person.
I don't know what else the further solution is.
The two things are both part of the agenda.
It's not an agenda. It's not
This is not a big room with people that reject it. It's just a one-on-one, essentially.
It happened in northwest Jerusalem, and I think that by him calling it East Jerusalem, by the way, it happened in Jerusalem,
Doing
but
something.
I think that just mentioning East Jerusalem is kind of like, I don't know if it's just again, political.
Transhumanism, Michael, is
Yes, wrong.
the moving forward of human beings in a technological future into which we incorporate the technology, into which we
It actually would have happened in these two.
It's a techno-futurist.
Jerusalem, you know, maybe this guy just says,
Simple thesis here right now, right? You couldn't even, as a woman, you couldn't become a man until technology.
Even said it was a terrorist attack.
I don't know. I guess I'm just a little bit boring.
why could you like anything that is happening that will make them want to do something like this?
Yes,
Exactly.
aggressive
Don't gaslight, dude. This might work on you, but we can all see through you.
That's
This is why we
only justification.
My point. I don't think you know what the words
Why?
you just use them.
No, I'm just saying you can't be so
Technology. It's humans merging with technology.
self-aware.
It's like if you're not like trying to be fancy or pretend like self-aware anymore, that's what it means. But anyways, I need to match.
reaction to hearing of such a terrorist attack is trying to find not participate in mourning, not to share, not to say that it's wrong, not to get more details. No. First of all, it's blame the victims by finding some, and this is something that you have to explain to you. Obviously, you're like, something is wrong with your morals, and I do know that we do not share the same point of view. about values and morals. This is something that you should look at yourself, that this is the first thing that you have to come to. After this horrific attack that 6 people
Ari he's part of the World Economic Forum, and he's one of the main drivers behind
and
this.
you need to say like why?
Okay,
Of
I was
course,
curious.
protect the women and the children of Turkey, so don't just like go and start to grab the people with the machine, with the gun in the middle of the road.
Daniel, can I in order to be, I'm not like proposing or anything, just more functional statement. To be clear, those people were not young, as far as we're not young as in like 20 or 30, they were in age, but like that doesn't matter. The thing is for like Josh asking about like what was justified, what was not justified. Problem is that in
I never asked that.
okay.
I didn't just hear about this one.
Why you interrupt?
The healthcare in the UK is
No,
awesome.
Josh, I'm interrupting you all the time. This relation with this young man. Let this young man speak. I think you're
For us,
Josh.
Actually, someone hijacked the conversation that I was having with him.
Josh, go on.
I just want to say, I didn't hear about this when I first came into it. So when I first saw this on Twitter hours ago, because I was up all night, I thought it was terrible. And it was gruesome. I thought it was, my first thought was, this is going to be, there's going to be consequences to the Palestinian people for this. Obviously. And civilians, Palestinians are going to get hurt because of this. Settler violence is going to go up. Like, from my point of view, this is what I thought. Same thing I thought from
No, settler violence is not necessarily going to go up. It's
trifling all over the pocket.
It's not so much reactionary as much as it is pro-African. I don't think it's going to go up like that. What I think is going to go
of course, settler violence skyrocketed as their of course, it's
Okay, then I'm wrong. Okay, yeah. But the other thing is not a matter of necessarily settler violence. I think it's going to be something else. I think it's going to be more of military approach to Ramallah and to Samaria, and political approach to the PA.
Kill the man.
We need the repercussions to this.
Are you not sure? How is your process, sir? You know what's going on? Why are you women in my business? You know what's happening? A man has a gun trained on amateur. That's why this is everybody kills.
Why should this happen? Some sort of. How do you know that the families know that they're terrorists?
I tell you why. First of all, the families get compensated by the PA, okay, for the child being in jail. So in order to kind of block this financial aid, there is another financial loss, which is the house. Second one is to make those people understand that if they do something, their families would pay the price if they live there. If not, you need to move out.
Why wouldn't
And third, one second. And one, maybe this is a bit half off topic, but there was this Palestinian terrorist that came on 7th of October and he's called his parents. Remember this? Mom, Dad, I killed 10 Jews with my own hands. I have the blood on the hands. Mom, and both the parents are like so excited, like you can hear the mom in the bed, they're passing the phone, like, oh great, like my son, oh we're so proud, how beautiful, how beautiful. I killed 10 people with my own hand, 10 Jews, not people, 10 Jews. You need to understand that there is a problem here of indoctrination. You, living in the West, cannot project, and I get it, you project how society is in any place. And you think, okay, everybody is the same. No, it's not the same. It's not the same, and you need to, in order to change it, people like you should acknowledge it. Because otherwise you're not helping them, because this is not helping them kind of adding to the delusion. The fact is that they need help. They need to get rid of the leaders, be indoctrinated back to society. That everything that they're teaching them is wrong. And try to have a civilized society.
I think more importantly, it's scary as fuck that this guy lives in Western civilization with this ideology. This is scary. I hope you never have kids, Josh. And then I want you to read my PTR, and I'll read it out loud. And I think this goes to you. Is there something wrong with the war you ordered? Have you tried releasing the hostages and surrendering? Then that won't happen. You won't be able to say this is going to be horrible for them. This is crazy that you live in a Western country with this ideology. It's actually, you should be exposed. You should be reported.
Wait, hold on. Josh, can I ask? What is
that some kind of threat? I should be exposed and reported? What does that mean?
That's not a threat, no. It's a promise that I wish that's what happens to you.
Josh, just so I understand, what is your ideology? What is your position?
I'm pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-Palestinian resistance. I think that
you're pro-Palestinian.
No, you're pro-Hamas, you said.
Wait, hold on. You're pro-Palestinian.
As Israel's army forced the residents of Gaza City to evacuate, Palestinians bid farewell to their homes, hoping that they could one day
hold on. You believe Palestinians deserve peace?
yes.
They have drones.
No, you want to war for property. What about all the Palestinians that were there before?
Okay, what about the executives out of other countries? Do they deserve it as well?
That's a terrible thing to happen. There should be a war back. There should be oversight, like international oversight, peacekeepers for these types of things. Or, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
If you came here to kill me,
Go back to Iraq.
Listen.
Syria. Who will protect them? Why would we go back?
Listen, I'm not gonna play the devil's advocate. I'm just trying to understand Josh's position. I'm trying to have a discussion with
Josh's position is he supports terrorism.
Okay, hold on. Josh, you know how many Palestinians during left?
No, your doctors are not incentivized. Your doctors are not incentivized to move people through, so you could have meds that are vegan.
What's the metric that I'm refusing to use?
We already agreed to your
I'll be back. Realistically or ideologically?
What's the metric that I'm agreed to?
You can answer whichever way I'll probably you can answer that way.
Right, no, I agree to that metric. The way
It's important to note and to state that there is no other population in the world that has a refugee status that passes from generation to generation. Only the Palestinians. It is important, and it's very important to point out that there's no other status that has been given to any other population in the world where refugee status passes from generation to generation.
Legally speaking, like formally, Jews could be considered a
father told me,
permanent refugee where
you should always face what you're afraid of.
He's mad. Finally acting like a man.
Turn off work.
about the return of the 4 million refugees. Like pragmatically, how I do it, I don't really care.
So Palestinians can live side by side. It's not my realistic.
It's like a topic like
I think it would be fair to say
You should help me with my campaign because like we're actually moving forward and we're getting closer. And
I'm not having any part of this.
they were, sent off to be refugees. Then you probably shouldn't go back, but also you play my PTR because I don't see how this is diaspora.
Because the point, the thing with Aliyah is that first of all, Israel is in law declared a Jewish state, therefore it is kind of a thing. And second, there is such thing as return of refugees to an existing country, but not return of non-existent people. And I'll explain in a second to a non-existent country. What I'm trying to say is that under Roman occupation, there was a province in the area which was kind of autonomous, and Jews were kicked out of that area. And then only when the state of Israel was reestablished did Aliyah begin formally again. Palestinian Arabs, they were kicked out of not an Arab country, at least not de jure, and hence they will not be able to exactly return in that pragmatic sense of things. But in terms of the one-state solution, just out of curiosity, do you think Palestinian Arabs from Gaza, Judea, Samaria, and Israelis, especially those from right-wing and center, especially those who do not see one-state solution as a future, do you think those two will get along or not?
So realistically speaking, I think the best thing to do would probably be a complete solution pipeline. And if they can keep peace for like 2 decades and get a good grade and keeping peace, they can eventually, with the new generations that come, and as these extremists on both sides get the big guy off,
Yeah.
I think that a one-state solution would be possible. And just for the record, you mentioned the existence of a Jewish state. I don't believe in a Jewish state. I don't think that a state could exist.
What do you mean?
Jews, it should be a state.
Ethnic states like
Hold on. I want to hear what Josh got. Sorry, Daniel, I'm interrupting you. I'm so sorry. Josh, go on.
Yeah, I just don't like two things I want to say because in response to being on this one, reason I don't believe that there should be a Jewish state because that provides the idea of Jews. The Jews have superiority. Yeah.
No,
because it can't be a Jewish state. Why can't it just be a state with Jews there?
Because it has to be. Okay, do you know what de facto means? De facto means on the ground. De jure means in law or in the words. So in law, so de facto and de jure, Israel is a Jewish state because it has the majority population Jewish and because it is listed so in the law. Arab states are de facto. What?
I think that's
similar concerns with the existence of the Spanish state, the American state, the English state, the German state, the French state, and the Russian state, I take it?
Though, I mean, this is what I wanted to respond to Jamie. It's like, if you go back to Spain. Hold on. Were you calling me? Okay. Yeah, so if I wanted to go back to Spain, the Canary Islands, when my grandfather's father was
Right, like before it was incorporated as Spain, back when it was Andalusia, under the control of the Muslims.
No, I'm not an Arab. I'm a Cuban.
That's fine. I'm saying if we were to wind back the clock and undo the merger of Spain from the multiple kingdoms that pushed out the Muslim kingdom.
So, we don't even have to go back that far. But the thing is, I can show.
I'm asking because you said you didn't want there to be a Jewish state, and I'm asking why are you okay with the Spanish state?
Well, I think it's probably a better example, because the way that I see it is like this Jewish state thing. It's like if my wife was Tunisian, if Tunisia was like, we want to take back our Carthaginian empire, we're going to expand all the way down to Tripoli, and we're going to take Sicily.
There's a problem. No, let them make their claim. Go on.
Okay, I'm sorry, say go.
They're taking over Carthage. Go on.
Yeah, like old Carthage. I just don't think that would be okay. There's like a section.
Why not?
Because over 2,000 years, so many people have integrated into other culture, crossbreeding, all this stuff.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? So many other people? You mean there are no Carthaginians anymore?
Well, technically, no. It's just like there's no more Canaanites.
Right. Okay, I agree with you. Hey, listen, I agree with you. It would be crazy if Algeria or Tripoli tried to reform
But they still
Carthaginian empire. Slow down. Because, like you said, there are no Carthaginians. My question to you is, are you saying that there are no Jews?
It's not the same as it was before, because a lot of those Jews. And by the way, there is Amazigh culture where they the Tunisian.
Of course, there's Amazigh culture. I'm familiar with the cultures of the world. Why do you believe that the Jewish nation should not have a state, in contrast to the French kingdom and formation of French states, the German federation of German kingdoms and principalities, the English merger of multiple kingdoms and invasions from eras, or the American study of constitutional liberty? Why should any state exist?
You're bringing up countries that are not comparable to Israel.
No, because you said that this particular state shouldn't exist, and I'm curious why.
Well, the only thing that you have that ties you back to Israel, which was an ancient kingdom,
would be our constitution.
And I don't think, no, I think your religion.
Would that be under an unchanging, legally binding document? That sounds like a constitution from like a legal perspective.
The religion?
If it's in a document, it's a constitution.
I'm not familiar with it. Yeah.
It's when we, for example, like in World War II, when we're talking about the Holocaust, the Jews that were there, you think it was about religion or about, like, for example, I'm not a religious guy, okay, at all. I'm considered by all Jew haters as a Jew.
That's right. You'd be the first one they'd go to kill.
So, that's funny. So where are your grandparents from? I know you told me that your grandmother was actually in Palestine before it came to Israel, right?
What does it matter where his grandparents are from?
Yeah, but the thing
right, won't he be Jewish anyway? Isn't that like kind of the inherent problem?
I mean, if you say
the reason that Israel exists as this refuge for Jews is not about religion, it's because Jew hatred is not about religion, okay? It's about
you have a culture that's tied to your but if you want to break down, so if you're talking about ethnicity, that's your culture, right? But if we look at your genetics, you probably have a
Why do you want to look at his genetics though? Wait, hold on. Can I say something?
I suggest let's do this, okay? That all of the Palestinians and all the Jews will do genetic tests.
I agree.
And each one will go to where they originated from. How do you say about that? What do you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I say something quickly? First of all, for genetics, it's not like it's not going to be playing in your favor that much because most of the Jews, especially Haredim, they're going to be able to trace their origins back to Eretz Israel very easily because they don't marry out of the Yiddish, out of the religion. Secondly, most Palestinians, they're going to find out, unfortunate truth, that they will trace their origins. And origins, I mean like 200 years ago, something like that, back to Syria, Egypt, Saudi, Lebanon, Yarden, all of those places. To the other point,
I sent away for this when I was 12.
about.
The top and under the hits of 1968.
I'm at work.
You're all over blank. Am I supposed to know?
Where you are?
No, I'm just saying. I still have it. Why? Articulate. Now I can tell you what the top 100 hits of 1968 are.
Where'd you live?
Right, see? Now you're glad I saved it. Number one, Hey Jude. 2, Young Girl by Gary Puckett. Very inappropriate today. Absolutely. And just the fact that she's in his mind, and his love for her is way out of line. Not good. Number 3, People Gotta Be Free. The rest. I love the rest. That song also was a giant, right? You got around being in that way. I love it. It was my favorite band. I got 5 of the rest. This is rough. No drummer. No drumming on that song? No drummer. Let's try it in a rhythm on that. The guitar. The guitar was a percussive instrument. That was a Roy Howley engineer. I do all sorts of stuff is. Right? 5, Love is Blue, Paul Morehead. Didn't like it then, hasn't made. I love it that you're like a human jukebox. I could say any song, and you could just start playing it. I don't know why I want to. We just don't. No, but the fact that you can do that, you can so quickly translate from your ears to your fingers. No, it's amazing. MacArthur Park. He's a friend of mine. Isn't that a great song?
It's a great song. The lyrics, I find that a lot.
Oh,
Someone left the cake out and
well, I've been listening to it forever. You're right. And never really. Comics made jokes about that. You know, it's just a cake. Early freezes it. Just because the people who know the lyrics, somebody left the cake out in the rain. I don't think I can take it. It took so long to make it. I'll never have this recipe again. Or somebody left it on the rain. That's suspicious. Somebody fucked this relationship up. But somebody left the cake out in the rain. I'm not pointing any fingers. And I'll never have this recipe again. I'll never have. I assume that's what it is. But what's wrong with it is in the middle section, which is, it's almost like, I wouldn't even say it's a B section.
what I love about classical music is its purity.
Oh God, I can't
believe you know the song from Vienna.
You did. I've been waiting for Lebanon.
You know,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Levant, it's a very like it's more than just Israel. It's gonna be south of Syria. It's gonna be south of Lebanon. It's gonna be Jordan. It's gonna be Sinai.
Obviously, these people don't call themselves Palestinians for no reason. They have family that have lived there for.
No, they call themselves Palestinians because they try to fake it. I wanted to, Josh. The other point you were talking about Tunisians basically taking taking back something of other nations or something.
Yeah, Tripoli, Sicily.
Yeah. Do you know why that is not a good analogy?
Are you gonna say because the Carthaginians are extinct, but they technically are.
No. That's not what I'm gonna say. What I'm gonna say is that because essentially there was never an independent state, province, or anything like that in Palestine. Even under caliphate, there was no separate state or province. The maximum that was there was Arab Jerusalem, and later on it was the building of Ramallah. But that was about it. So when early Zionists came in, they did not take over an existing country. That was not the case, and there was nothing. They were just taking over a bunch of land from Ottoman Empire, and that's it.
Yeah, but they're okay. So when there's on the Caliphate,
how are you? First, I just want to answer your question. Lastly, what's my ideal state?
Kicked out like all the Byzantine leaders. They left the local farmers alone. So it's not like this land was completely cleansed and there was no one there, and it was just Arabs from the Arabian Peninsula.
Oh, like they got involved with police. I'm sure the property value skyrocketed.
Oh, it did. In the first caliphate, that's the first social welfare system. Because
it doesn't sound like the property values are doing well.
I don't know what this pertaining to, but I mean, it was a holy site for Muslims for a long time.
Well,
obviously they're not.
Yeah, holy sites don't need upkeep.
No, Jerusalem was never holy to Arabs.
Of course it was.
No, hold on. Jerusalem was never holy to Arabs in any sense of way. They actually tried to, originally, Muslims and Arabs, they tried to essentially make a split from Judaism and Christianity, and so they declared Mecca and then Mecca and Medina as the important sites, and then only later when they conquered Jerusalem and they realized the power that they could do essentially by adjoining to the Abrahamic, to Judaism, Christianity, not so much of that, but anyway,
there's ancient cemeteries there from some of the first leaders of the caliphate.
Islam has no connection to Jerusalem.
Hold on. I want to know, Josh, do you support the IRGC?
As an ideal government for Iran, or as far as their resistance?
Do you support the IRGC? Do you support the
strategically?
Did you say as far as their resistance? Whose resistance in Iran?
I strategically support the IRGC.
Why do you support the IRGC, Josh?
Just so you know, we're going off to a way different topic.
No, this is part of the topic. Why do you support the IRGC?
Because they're fighting Israel and they're bombing Israel's airports.
So he supports anything that has to do with the destruction of Israel. Look, if you noted, and this is why you should be supporting it.
That's
Airport bomb. I'm trying to understand what airport.
Military.
I don't know what you're saying. The American, it's not a military airport.
No, Iran. They give.
Josh, if I understand you correctly, you support.
Yeah, they arrested an American journalist because he reported on it. Yeah, they did.
Okay, show us the
You
proof.
support all military actions taken against the state of Israel, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, Josh, can I ask you this question? You talked about one-state solution, how Arabs and Jews would live together, or a two-state solution where Arabs and Jews would live together, and yet you condone Arabs, not even Persians, Arabs, Muslims attacking a Jewish state from like 2,000 miles or something. I don't know the distance if somebody. And yet you still think that two-state solution or even one-state solution is feasible. How exactly do you hold those?
We have to get
civilians, by the way. Having civilians.
Okay, hold on.
No,
Just go on.
IRGC targeted mostly.
Mostly. I can show you one picture of a friend's house that I was physically there with my feet on the ground. I can show you pictures. Second of all, the Weizmann Institution for Cancer is not a military place. It's where we bring innovation to the world in terms of cancer research.
Those rockets were all civilians, by the way.
Yeah, we know who died. We see the videos where.
Yeah, of course, accidents happen. They're shooting bullets.
Our whole block of apartment buildings is not military targets, by the way.
Can you answer the question that I had, please?
If you have CIA headquarters embedded.
CIA headquarters.
All right.
versus their
Yeah,
videos.
where did they just put Mossad on the top of the building and say this is where the Mossad building is?
No, but you pick them. You
So
can,
how
you
would
can
Iran?
say
How
these
would
same
Iran
things.
know where the
You can
Mossad?
say these same
How would
things.
Iran know where the Mossad
as if
buildings are at? But the
as if
people who live,
militants are just
but the
gathered
people
in
who live in
like
Israel don't even know where the Mossad buildings are.
well, the IRGC.
How?
By the way, there's a.
How would the IRGC know?
Hold on,
There's a very recent article.
How would the IRGC know?
Oh, I know. Hurry.
They have intelligence. How?
Hurry. No, I know how IRGC knows.
No, hold on, Dan. Hold on. It's okay. Take a breath. It's okay. Hold on. How would they know? How would they know? What intelligence do they have?
Surveillance. Not
Surveillance. What kind of surveillance do they have?
Drones. Hezbollah.
Drones. Do you think they're flying drones over Israeli airspace?
Well, Hezbollah was.
Hezbollah was?
Hezbollah posted videos.
That was in the north.
Yeah, but that's just so you.
That's not where the IRGC rockets were raiding.
Well, IRGC hit the Haifa gas port.
Okay, and that's a military installation.
Of course. Where do you think that?
Oh yeah, of course.
From? Yeah.
Actually, you guys are targeted for that.
Economy, and it did a lot of things.
It's good. Hurry.
Just so you know, the Israeli stock market yesterday crossed like all-time high.
Yeah, it's all fake.
And it's been going up for the last 2 years.
Hold on.
It's all manipulated. It's fake.
Hurry.
It's 2 years. You cannot fake it. It's actually trust of investment.
To be very clear. Oil refining. Sorry.
Just let me add something here as well. First of all, Daniel is 100% correct. The Israeli economy is not crashed or tanked at all. In fact, the opposite. The Israeli economy is actually on a rebound that hasn't been seen for years. The amount of business that Israel is doing, in fact, it's really funny because a lot of the business that Israel is doing actually just now are with countries that are saying they want to ban Israel and they want to, sanction Israel, but meantime they're buying arms from Israel at a rate that has never been seen in the country. Billions and billions of dollars worth of business has been done since the start of this war, incredibly. And according to this is factual as well, the stock exchanges that Daniel has just said is at an all-time high. The shekel has reached an all-time high against all major currencies. The day 2 of the war against Iran, day 2, missiles are being fired at Israel and the shekel is skyrocketing. Why? Because Israel is actually a good place to invest money. Nvidia has invested an absolute fortune in Israel. They're building a plant to build chips in Israel, creating, I don't know, thousands and thousands of jobs in the country. Other investments coming into the country as well. Israeli high-tech is firing in all cylinders as well. Recently, a company was sold for, I don't know how many billions. So to say that the economy has crashed and tanked is nonsense. And
I never said the economy. I said hitting the gas port.
That missile that landed that you talk about in Haifa on the gas facilities or whatever, it hit a small pipe. It caused them.
You cut out there.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Iran, the IRGC that you support is this. Israel hit IRGC military targets all around Iran, including nuclear facilities that were being developed to create a nuclear bomb that threatened Israel's existence. Iran fired blind missiles into civilian areas in Tel Aviv and other areas as well. So you support.
Hold on, Dan. Let me finish.
Josh, you support terror. You support the IRGC, which is a terror organization that threatens not only Israel, but threatens the Western world. And actually, one question that I've got for you, Josh, why your obsession with the state of Israel and Jews?
He's Cuban. He's not even Muslim. Even from the Middle East.
I am a Muslim.
No, you're not.
He's married to a Tunisian woman. He reverted to Islam a few years ago. And I tried to tell Josh a few nights ago that you're so out of your element. You don't know what you're talking about. He said he went to North Africa to study Arab culture. And I was like, dude, you're a stupid American. That's it. You don't know what you don't know.
Aleph.
Tunisia's not the Middle East, Josh, by the way.
I know, but they have their Arabic culture.
Yeah, because they came and conquered the land.
I wanted a little bit of both. I wanted a little bit of Arab culture. I wanted to go to ancient Carthage, and I wanted something on the
And
Mediterranean.
that's not Arab culture in Tunisia, by the way. That's North African.
They have a lot of Arab culture.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. It's not Arab at all.
What do they speak?
Would not tell it.
They speak a language that they got conquered by called Arabic, yeah.
Yeah, and what are they speaking?
It's not the original language in Tunisia.
What's on every street corner?
It's not the original language or the religion in
she's
Tunisia.
right. They're Arabites, moron.
Yeah,
All of North Africa is.
Josh,
it's not popular in
Josh, all of Israel is covered in Arabic writing as well, and half the country speaks Arabic. I mean, half the stage people on here speak Arabic. Are they all Arabs as well?
Just about 2 million of them. Yes, if you go to the West Bank and
Okay,
Gaza,
Josh, my grandparents spoke
you might get
Are
more
they
Arabic.
My grandparents spoke Arabic. Are they Arabs?
It's not contingent on what they speak. Of course, Jews and other
Well, that's what you just said. You said what language do they speak?
Yeah.
What language do they
Like you
speak?
went there.
Well, that was one of the examples. I went off to list like 500.
And then you just pointed out that that's not a good example. So why would you?
And to be fair to your point, I didn't until I traveled to Tunisia. I didn't realize how much of their old culture they had.
Yeah, because you're an
So
idiot.
I
That's
knew.
why.
No, because all I knew about that place is that it was on the Mediterranean. They make really good couscous, and it's ancient Carthage. But I before
Do
going
you know
there,
how
I
many
had no idea.
Tunisian Jews speak Arabic? Do you know how many of them speak Arabic? Does that make them Arab?
They still live on.
They're Arabized.
Oh, they're Arabized, okay. And Tunisia's not?
True, that all the Jews are on the island. True.
Josh, can I ask a question? I'm gonna ask you a very
There's Jewish culture in Tunisia as well. They have some of the old
As
cities.
a Middle Eastern Jew, I'm gonna let you know now. It's very offensive when you call Jews from Middle East Arabs, and I'm assuming it's probably the same for Armenians, for Amazigh people.
They're Arabized. I mean, Mizrahi Jews are Arabized.
Josh, let me ask you this, and it's gonna be very provocative. I want you to answer honestly, alright?
Alright, back to Danny.
You talked about two-state solution, providing guarantees for Israel or Israel and Palestine. Now, this is going to be a very provocative question, so I don't want anybody to answer it except Josh. When he answers it, I just want to have 1 second. What do you think caused October the 7th? In your opinion?
So, going by what Hamas has said themselves, I think one of the main catalysts will be the Abraham Accords.
Say again?
The Abraham Accords is one of the main things.
Abraham Accords. So when Israel started making peace with Arab countries, that forced Palestinians to basically attack it. So when there's
hold on, that's a really nice way of putting it. GCC countries signed a deal with Israel without including a Palestinian state in those negotiations. They turned their backs. They turned their backs on the people of Palestine. Yes.
Okay, two questions. Israel has no interest in a Palestinian state. I think, given the Bibi government, we can pretty much acknowledge that. I don't know how controversial it is, at least not for me. Why would Palestinians blame Israelis? Why would they blame? They can blame Arabs. They can attack Egypt, which is to the south of them. They can attack any other country, which, they can pretty much attack any other Arab country to express their anger at them for not including them in the accords. So why don't they do that instead? Why didn't they do that?
Why wouldn't they go for the head of the state? That's ridiculous. Also,
What do you mean?
they're already in like Israel Palestine, so it's why wouldn't they attack the people that have been occupying them and killing them?
The reason
to take out a few Egyptian politicians as well. Like,
they did. I think you remember Sadat. I think you do.
yeah, they've done this in Kuwait. They've done it in Jordan. Like, of course they get angry and lash out at other people who normalize relations with Israel. But they did October 7th because, like, for obvious reasons.
Is it obvious?
Wait, hold on. Just one
What
question.
is obvious? I just don't understand. It's so obvious you need to rape and kill people. What's obvious?
Who was raped?
Who was raped?
Yeah, can you give me a name?
You're raped violence too.
Can you give me a name?
Josh, okay, different
You
question.
can't go by name. Hold on. You can't go.
I need to damn shut for a
Any
second.
forensic evidence?
Yeah, Josh, actually, I'm going to get you to talk to a friend of mine. She's a psychologist. She's been working with the survivors of October 7th, and maybe she can relay some stories about what happened. If you're on here later tonight, I'm going to bring her on especially to come talk to you. She's been working on the ground since October 7th, in and out of Israel, working with survivors, both men, women, and children. Unfortunately, a lot of people have committed suicide as well since October 7th. You, since you're a rape denialist,
No, I'm not. I believe women. I just need a woman to believe.
I've plenty names for you, Tom.
She's a physician. She's a doctor. She's very technical. I'll give you her name, and I'm going to let her know that there's another young man who is denying the rape of people on October 7th. That's women, men, and children who were raped. And I'm going to ask her to come on here and spend, 20 minutes. You can look up her physician, her number. Look up the union, you can look her up, you can talk to her one-on-one, and she'll tell you the stories about the survivors and people who've been raped. She can tell you about the little girl whose bowels were eviscerated because she was raped so hard that her bowels actually came out of her vagina, and how they had to patch it back in. She was about 4 or 5 years old. This happened to a little girl. So next time you ask about what rape, I'm going to message her right now for you. Actually, hold up.
Shawnee Luke was one of them, actually, and through forensic they found out that her body was she was gang raped.
Yeah.
So that's one name, and I have plenty others if you want.
There was another. There was a 14.
There's no what? Wait, hold on. There's no what?
That never happened in China.
That did. Joshua was
There's autopsy evidence to show it. What are you fucking talking about?
14-year-old girl with 17
Fucking
semen samples on her body.
That was also a lie. That was also a lie. You guys are just bringing up rape atrocity stories that never happened.
You need it to be a lie.
I know exactly.
Josh.
Yes.
Just let me say something, please. You're digging yourself a huge hole here that you're not going to be able to get out of. You sound like a spokesperson for Hamas. You sound like the dirty, filthy terrorists that committed these crimes and actually filmed themselves with their own GoPro cameras filming those rapes and those disgusting.
There's no rape that was
Sam and I walked on it.
Hang on, Josh. I unfortunately had the unpleasant experience of watching a 47-minute movie that was compiled and put together by all the GoPro cameras that were used by these Hamas Nukhba terrorists that came over on October 7th. You are talking through a hole in your ass. You do not know what went on. You did not see it. And actually, you know what? You believe in the United Nations. They actually produced a report on this as well. There is very credible evidence. No, I'm sorry. Again. You are just digging yourself a hole here. You are denying that October 7th. You're probably denying that October 7th happened. You will probably say next that you will probably hang on, Dan. Don't interrupt me. You will probably also say as well that Israel used the Hannibal directive and killed their own people. There you go. This is the next thing. You sound retarded. Retarded. No, it's not confirmed by anyone.
Yeah, this 13 confirmed by Israel themselves. There's video of it shooting into a kibbutz. There's testimonies. Testimonies by your own people.
It's confirmed by your delusional belief of a terror organization that you think were justified in carrying out attacks on October 7th. I am not going to discuss anything further with you because you're a disgusting human being who is nothing but a terror.
Can you know that was the
women are the ugliest women in North Africa. Everybody
was my wife in the tent.
She's hairy. I can guarantee you she looks like a farmer. She's hairy.
My Instagram is in my bio.
Well, I think
Kelly, you know the report they released.
There's a reason why, Dan, shut up 1 second, please, brother. There's a reason why that Tunisian women are pitless, and your women don't even have pitless in
I missed you, man. Where have you been? You stupid fuck.
Don't tell me.
I love you.
You be like, like, you know.
Yeah, I know you. You're my friend. We're friends. We were.
No, we're not friends, though.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
And the reason, no, don't totally be a friend, like, give a master.
We have problems.
I hope they flatten the fuck out of, like, what you say your wife is from what, Tunisia? Tunis?
That's right.
It's another terrorist state. No wonder why. Like, you're such a highly successful lover.
The flotilla actually stopped in Tunisia yesterday. They picked up 20 more ships.
Is that
I
the
hope
AI
that arrested.
flotilla?
No, not the AI stop. No.
They forgot to crop up the AI stamp on half of the images, so we don't know what's going on.
Well, you should look in. You should do your due diligence and do some basic research. Just
some like autistic 20-year-old is doing for attention to up her career.
Greta Thunberg is leading all 55 ships. I didn't know that she was a mastermind.
I don't know.
I was under the impression it was grassroots.
On a summer vacation and cruise around on a yacht also.
Grassroots.
Things to do.
Josh, can we go back to October 7th? You were mentioning how you think they did it because they wanted to disrupt like the Abraham Accords and didn't want potentially other Arab countries to recognize Israel, right?
No, it's not about disrupting the Abraham Accords. Well, maybe in the long run, but I think
hold
this
on.
plan.
No, hold on. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. You just said that the point of October 7th attack on the Palestinian side was the disruption of Abraham Accords. You didn't even mention Saudi, which is the official lineage. Like, the official non-violent claim that is made is that Saudis were making peace with Israel, which then led Hamas to actually make the actual plot, execute the actual plot. There was nothing about the Abraham Accords. So, like, what do you think is the actual reason? Because I don't think you think it's the Abraham Accords. What is the actual reason?
You're like twisting what I said. You asked
Okay,
me
what did you say?
why. You asked me why do I think October 7th happened, right?
Yes.
And I said based on what Hamas leaders have said, one of the main reasons was because of the Abraham Accords, meaning that they.
Okay. No, allow me to ask what I'm asking. Josh, with that logic, okay, this is what you just stated. Are you aware of what actually happened, some years ago when the UAE recognized Israel and engaged in diplomatic talks and signed the accords? One prerequisite was that Israel shouldn't annex parts of the West Bank, right? So when you say that they should disrupt the Abraham Accords, you also indirectly fail to realize that the Abraham Accords are what's keeping the Palestinian dream alive, the Palestinian state. You can understand that
the West Bank in the condition that it is now is not sufficient for.
Josh, let me finish. The two-state solution died a long time ago. You had the Oslo Accords, but in 5 years they should have reached an agreement. They didn't reach it. They proposed to stay. They rejected it. It's quite obvious they don't want a two-state solution, right? So instead of Israel trying to give the Palestinians something, realizing they don't have a.
Have you read the Oslo Accords?
Can I finish? Yes, I actually have. Here's the thing: realizing they don't have a partner in peace, whatever they offered to the Palestinians, they were rejected. They shifted focus to the other Arab countries, saying if we focus on the region, focus on all the good things, all the neighboring countries, them recognizing us potentially, will make the Palestinians realize that their cause is not going to lead to anything. It will lead to more suffering, more misery. So when you say that Hamas attacked Israel October 7th, whatever happened, okay? But you're saying your theory is they want to disrupt the Abraham Accords. So I'm going to ask you, do you think that's going to help them in the long term or not?
I never said that they wanted to disrupt it, but they just did it out of
What, for fun?
All these GCC countries turn their backs on us. When it's up to ourselves
Josh, is your last name?
Well, you're working from the wrong. You're sitting there. My last name?
Is it Paulo?
No, it's Sirota. I put my full name and Instagram on that. And BB, so Sirota is the Jewish last name.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Look it up.
It's not.
Yes, it is. Look it up. Google it right now.
So
Everyone
you're
in
putting
the
your
Google.
full name and you're supporting terrorism and you live in America? Interesting.
That's
That's a
right.
federal offense, by the way.
That's right.
So you support terrorism and you live in America?
I support resistance.
That's terrorism.
You said you support
Terrorism is subjective.
No, you said
No, it's not subjective.
No, the U.S. sees Hamas as a terrorist organization.
I don't know, Josh. I would just be careful. FBI might be knocking on your door very
Well,
soon.
Yes, that was actually Josh.
60% of us are
Here's the question here.
support
Do you
Palestine over
support
Israel.
Josh? Do you support Hamas?
Yes.
So you
Do you
support
support the
terrorism?
IRGC? Hang on. Do you support the IRGC?
Strategically, yes.
Do you support the
Do you
Nazis?
support Hezbollah?
strategically.
Do you support guys? 1 second. Do you support Hezbollah?
Strategically, yes.
What is strategically? Hold on, I'll give you
Everything. No, this is fantastic. I'll tell you why. Because he is actually, first of all, the guy lives in New York. He is breaking the law. He's breaking state law. He's breaking federal law right now as well. Thank you for providing me this, Josh. I just recorded.
I'll
I'll
ask you
to an organization. I'm passing
You're welcome. I live in Ohio.
It's CN.
I wish I lived in New
Passed.
York, but
Okay, great. It's going to be passed. It's going to.
I think you broke down.
I mean, you still broken the law. It's technically they support Hamas. You support a terror organization, and you will reap the consequences.
Okay.
Josh, can I ask a question? Hold on,
What does strategic support mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good question. Exactly.
What was the question?
Well,
You said I strategically support them. What the hell does that mean?
yeah.
That, fundamentally, do I support what the IRGC is doing in their own country? No. Do I support them strategically as a means to liberate Palestine and their objective pertaining to?
Okay, can I ask this? What do you mean by liberating Palestine? And which
By lifting the occupation, stopping them from killing children, which they were doing before October 7th. Do you know what article was released on October 6th, by the way, by many news outlets?
Yeah, go
2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank.
Maybe
55.
this should wake you up about the way that Palestinian society is using children. Instead of waking up and gaslighting them and kind of keeping them in this situation, maybe you need to understand, maybe you should read about it, because even your precious UN wrote reports about child soldiers in the Palestinian community. You should listen to the mothers of the Palestinian societies and what they're saying. And you know what? And with Hamas's charter of the woman's role in basically creating soldiers.
Josh, let me ask you this.
Dan.
It's one quick question.
I just want to ask you something related to this.
Okay.
You've been asking me a lot of questions, and let Samson talk.
Yeah. So I was actually in Israel in 2023, and I was also in what you call the West Bank. Do you know why it was the deadliest year for the Palestinians?
Are you agree on why? Are you gonna tell me because there are some kids that tried to snap soldiers and the soldiers couldn't manhandle the little kids, so they had to shoot them? Why?
So 2023, the months leading up to October 7th were quite deadly. Many terrorist attacks, both within Israel, also in the West Bank. There was another guy that was shot in his own car. I was in Tel Aviv when there was a terrorist who shot 3 Israelis. I canceled my trip to Gabon because of this. This was the months leading up to October 7th. Okay? The reason why it was deadly year for the Palestinians is because the Palestinians were committing a lot of terrorist acts. Okay? It didn't just come out of the blue.
Oh, so how did the kids end up dying?
Kids and people below the age of 18.
Because they take a knife and then when they stab somebody in the back, Josh, that's what happens. You get shot and killed. It's not that hard to understand.
So I know that first of all, not all the kids.
Just so you know, between 2000 and 2003, there were 30 suicide bombers committed by children.
No, there wasn't.
Again, no, there wasn't.
I looked up these statistics recently. There've been like 4 suicide bombings since the second Intifada.
Dude,
That is second intifada.
What?
Anyone under the age of 18 is considered a child. Do you understand this? It's not like 5 years.
What years did you say?
I thought Daniel said
2003.
Yeah, that's literally
Oh yeah. I thought he said 2022 to 2020. Yeah, that was the second Intifada. Yeah. But that was a long time ago. They've turned away from that actually.
No, I'm talking about the children part. I'm talking about the use of children. By your definition of anyone under the age of 18.
I was talking about the year 2023 being
yes, but you need to understand the society that is using children and the definition of a child, just for your information, is anyone under 18.
That's a different topic. Like everyone knows
you use a word. You gotta imagine why are children dying.
You went back 20 years from the article that I wrote.
No, I'm talking about right now. Right now, when you say a child, you mean anyone under the age of 18.
Right now, there haven't been in the year 2023, unless if there was like one. There haven't been any suicide bombers.
I'm very sorry. I need to interrupt very quickly.
Before you talk about the suicide bombers,
my headphones are going to
die. About the children.
My headphones are going to die, so I think let Dan ask his last question.
He's gonna run away. He's running away.
I just need to put my AirPods back into charge.
Daniel, you're doing a good thing, but you're not asking the right question. Josh, you said that the reason for October 7th attack was the negotiations between Arab countries and Israel.
One of the reasons.
So what is the point of them citing that there was so many? What was the point of citing that there were so many casualties?
The main objective, I mean, all these things are catalysts for October 7th. But, Hamas's main objective was to, similar to like in 2011, remember they took like one soldier, they were able to trade him for like over 1,000 Palestinians, including Yahya Sinwar. I think that was their objective this time, was to take hostages to a deal, which they offered on October 9th. They're like, you can have all the civilians, we'll keep all the military. You guys can bomb us, but there can't be any ground invasion. Like that was a proposal.
That is, of course, not acceptable.
Wait, let me ask you this.
I would have accepted that deal if I were like, I don't see why you
got hostages there. And they're not civilians, they're not soldiers.
No.
They call any man a soldier, and they call any person that was like military service a soldier.
They
have one soldier right now, okay? Matan Andres. Out of the 28, there's one soldier, okay? Matan Andres, that was taken from his tank. That's it. What are you talking about? And even if there was such an offer, of course we will not leave our hostages back there. Actually, it was also a hostage, and by the way, they are not prisoners of war, because if you want to use a definition that will exonerate those terrorist organizations, then if they are prisoners of war, first of all, there's a definition which they do not apply to, but then they have rights. They didn't even get a visit from the fucking Red Cross. What are you talking about calling them prisoners of war? They're hostages, and we saw exactly how they're treating them and how they're looking. So stop defending terrorism. You're a sick person. I'm listening to you, how you're calmly justifying terrorism, and you just align with anyone that will attack Jewish civilians. It's something really sick, and society has been plagued by sick people like you before, and it's not our first rodeo, but this time we have a country to defend ourselves against people like you that basically are happy when Jews die, that align themselves with anyone that would just target civilians and kill us, and then you try to come here with the moral high ground of women and children. Come on, dude. We see right through you.
Nice tangent. I would say you sound very hypocritical. So
I'm just happy that you're living in North America and you're about to be arrested shortly.
think you're retarded because it's not against the law to say. Yeah, it's not against the law to say. You would have. No, I'm not talking about.
You're right. They're just gonna investigate into your whole life and see if you ever supported Hamas financially, and if you did, if you sent any kind of money to them at all, or any kind of terrorist organization. That's a federal offense, and you will go to federal prison for that.
How do I send money to Hamas?
Don't worry. There's ways people do it, and I'm sure you've sent or donated money to some kind of organization that says that they support the Palestinians, and if there's further investigation into it, they'll see that it's actually money going straight to Hamas.
Yeah, but then you can't prove that I.
Oh yeah, they can prove it very easily.
Josh, you said about
You're
the
fucked.
Palestinian cause, right?
No, he said he supports Hamas in this room earlier today.
It's the same. The Palestinian cause is the destruction of Israel. Hamas is just a name. I mean, Hamas is just a name, guys. I mean, it's PIJ, it's Hamas, it's PFLP. I mean, look, even at the PLO logo, that logo, all of that is the entire land of Israel. The Palestinian cause is the destruction of Israel. So there's a big difference between someone that says that they are pro-Palestine and pro-Palestinians. If you get pro-Palestinian, it's either or. You cannot have both.
Hamas's 2017 revised charter.
It was not a revised. No,
I know exactly where it's going because all the pro-Palestinians. Let me do this. Okay. The pro-Palestinians cannot read. They let others do the thinking for them. If he had actually read the 2017, whitewashed, I don't know how you call it, Western-ready version, you would see that they would accept the 67 border, asterisks, while keeping the armed struggle against the entire land of Israel that they see as occupied. So they just want to advance their forces. They don't want to accept a two-state solution. So go read and don't let others do the thinking for you.
Josh, first of all, Daniel is right. They did use that that bullshit document as a stepping stone. They clearly said that. But also, that was not a revised charter. That was merely a comment made by senior official. That was not even like a revised charter. That was just some document or like they literally didn't mean it as a revised charter. They just meant it as a strategic tool. But second, just out of curiosity,
you can say that. It is what it is.
Well, yeah,
it is what it is. But it says that they will continue their struggle against the entire land of Israel. That they see the entire land as occupied, and this is the struggle. Look at all the Zionists, which is just like they did, find and replace all the Jews that they had in the 89-88 chapter to the 2017, whatever it is, version, just replace Jews with Zionists. But basically, go read. It's not that long. Actually, it's a fascinating document. Don't let others tell you what's there.
Out of curiosity, Josh, you support Palestinian.
I've read it before.
You support the Palestinian cause, whatever it stands for. I don't really care. Do you support what happened on October 7th?
Of course he supports it. He says it's a resistance. That's what he said.
Josh, do you support it?
He said it already before.
Okay. Josh, do you think October 7th has gotten Palestinians closer or further away from their goal?
Actually closer, but I don't know if it was worth it. Well, more and more people are more sympathetic to Palestine than they are to Israel.
So Palestinian government.
Can I look?
Yeah, sorry. Go on. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so they have a representative seat at DUI. What's happening is they're winning the hybrid warfare. I don't know if it's worth what they're losing in the kinetic warfare because a lot of people have died. However, oh shit,
these guys are retarded, my gosh. Yeah, they're winning the warfare online. That's more important than getting Gaza level to the ground. Yeah, that's more important.
More countries.
People use the Palestinians as a pawn, a political pawn, and that's all. He doesn't give a shit about the Palestinians.
Alright, just
No. First of all, don't tell me to let him finish. This is my room. I can say whatever the fuck I want. And this guy is sitting there using these people for fucking political pawns, bro. It's disgusting, and he doesn't give a shit about if they're alive or dead. He doesn't give a fuck.
You know why? I just said the exact opposite.
Yeah, we know, and you're lying through your teeth. We know.
No. Well, if you're not gonna believe what I'm gonna see see the point of me being here if you're just gonna disregard everything.
We like you being here because we like to show everybody how stupid you are. So it's actually good. It's like it's like a show. It's great.
Just out of curiosity, you say that it's like important for Palestine to be winning, like in what you say is like information war versus against like hybrid war. So if every single Palestinian,
I never said more important. I said the opposite. I said I don't think gaining the world sympathy and getting people to finally wake up about Israel Palestine was worth all these deaths.
so you don't think October 7th was worth it?
No, I mean, I don't know. It's a tough question. I think that's a question that it's not for me to answer. That's up to Palestinians. You should ask Palestinians if they think. I would imagine if you ask.
I know exactly what they think. I can read the polls and say that Palestinians will support October 7th again, and again until all Jews are eradicated from Eretz Israel. I can read that. I know they support it 100%. They're all on board. That's why civilians don't disclose any Hamas information. That's why so many civilians participate in October 7th.
Hold on. So, Josh, did you hate Jews before October 7th?
No. I mean, my family.
No. Why do people interrupt them? I have a point. Did you hate Jews before October 7th?
I mean, October 7th wasn't when I got into all these things.
No, like in 2017 on October 7th, exactly. October 2017, you were at the memorial to the murdered Jews and you were standing up on and basically like mocking the memorial.
I wouldn't have mocked now because I wasn't aware of.
You were. So I'm just wondering how long your hatred runs, like how far it runs.
So, I honestly did not mean to mock that. I don't think I'm still not going to take it down because my sister commented on that post saying how much we love it. That's the way we leave it up. But and the Jew that came in like that photo, my Israeli friend liked that photo. And you see, this was when you post a picture like that in 2017, no one really cared. Like, it wasn't a sensitive topic. Like, it wasn't like people didn't look at that and say, oh, these Jews. Now the climate is different. Now everything's different because,
So was your sister married when she passed away?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
Her last
name was Ramirez, right?
No, her last name was, her married name is Dean Kluger.
What was her first name?
Stephanie. Oh, Ramirez is my sister-in-law, my brother's wife.
Oh, but you said my sister commented on this above this text, right?
She said something like, I want to frame this.
But Josh, why did you change your picture from yesterday?
What did I have yesterday?
Your Instagram PFP.
So her before married name was...
No, my Instagram PFP is always the same.
So you
mean, yeah. I changed
Kruger.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Sirota.
So you changed your last name from Dean to Sirota?
No, Dean Kluger is because her husband's parents. Dean, I think, was the mom and Kluger was the dad, I think.
Josh, you're Muslim?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah. So, out of curiosity, you believe in Quran wholeheartedly, right?
No, but come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm not getting into religion now.
Do you hate Jews because did something happen with the passing of your sister? Is that what happened?
No, not at all.
So then where did the Jew hate come from?
It's all right. Let's just say it is through hatred for the sake of argument. Sheikh Shada, 2021, is when I started learning about this stuff more intensely. But to be honest, I watched Schindler's List when I was 12 with my parents, and I asked my mom in the end when they're walking on the train tracks. I was like, "So where are they going now?" And she was like, "Oh, from there they went to Israel a lot of them." And then she made a comment, something like, "It's sad because they're doing the same thing to the Arabs that that was done to them, which I understand it's not exactly the same, but you get what she was saying. And,
I don't get what you're saying.
I don't get what she's saying at all. She's
and my mom.
She's verbal diarrhea. Just
Sure. So there's another story where my parents went to
you speak with such conviction. You know that it's actually this is indicative of your generation today as well. Just know nothing about the region, know nothing about what's actually going on. Yet you seem to speak with such conviction and truth, and it's fascinating to me that you people, pseudo intellectual people, actually have zero.
Why did you convert, Josh? You
I was
kid, like putting a star on the Christmas tree. Like, why would you? What happened?
why did I convert to Islam? What is that? Are you asking why I changed my? Sorry. I don't know if you're asking why I converted to Islam. Like I said, I'm not gonna open the can of worms of religion right now because I always know
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where your Jew hatred came from.
You want to know my
why you converted? Is it like you converted and then started hating Jews, or did you hate Jews and then that's why you converted? Like I'm trying to put like the whole picture together. I just find somebody with mock the way you do and openly admit that they support Hamas, that they support Hezbollah, that they support the IRGC.
Well, I imagine you would have supported the Irgun if you were alive in the 30s.
Yeah, except we're not talking about the 30s.
Hold on,
Yeah, I know.
clear. Irgun attacked. Irgun, I'm pretty sure, did not have an explicit anti-Arab policy. I'm pretty sure they were very anti-British. So the only way you would qualify like them to IRGC or something is if IRGC explicitly attacks IDF, which they do not. Just so we're clear.
Then there's the attack on why you hate Jews, like Josh.
Well, I told you, from a young age, my parents told me they went to Israel and they had a missile driver as their driver. And he pointed over.
I didn't say I'm an expert, but come on. Okay.
Yeah, well, my dad.
Okay.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because my son is Jewish. And he has a really good friend who served in the IDF. So I imagine he got that connection from him. And the driver was laughing and pointing over the wall and said, "Look, we keep the Arabs up there like dogs." And I was like, but I didn't really get into Israel-Palestine. I just always knew that story. And then I got in more and learning more about Israel-Palestine during Shigdada.
So your stepdad's Jewish.
Do you even know the story about
Shigdada? Do you know? That's where the name Sarota comes from. Hold on, because my headphones died.
Guarantee this guy doesn't even know the story about Sheikh.
I know Ryan's viewpoints. Like Shigdada was on release or something.
Retarded beyond belief.
Yeah.
Sheikh Jarrah, she wanted Sadiq, and honestly, I don't know why you guys are even engaging with this.
Oh, I don't want to engage. I want to get
It's okay. If everyone's an expert in Israel until you ask them a few questions, then they bust and crack under pressure. I love those on Israel because you are all more experts than Goldemir, I'm sure.
It's more like exposing these retards than engaging, I would say.
Absolutely. I'm just rather get folks because I really want to go to violence. I'm gonna hold the room when they arrest me.
I just want to know where he, why he loves hate so much. I don't understand that piece in human beings because this is all manufactured. You're a trope. And you've decided to take up with people who are killers, and that's really the bottom line.
I think something was probably like there's hatred towards his stepdad. Maybe he walked in and caught his mom in the doggy style position or something.
I really want the real answer of love and hate.
Something deep, I don't know.
Yeah, but look, you were brought up in hate, and you love hate. So So I don't really think that you have a legitimacy to talk about anything because hate is something you manufactured with your buddies.
I don't hate things. You guys need to I have no problem with Jewish people. I don't hate the religion. I'm not even one of the guys that love Jewish people. I don't even like.
We already know you're gonna say that. Watch this. I hate Zionists. I don't hate Jews. Right?
Not even Zion, because Zionism is just a belief that a Jewish state. I don't think that they're always complete, because there's a lot of ignorant Zionists that don't understand the conflict. What I do hate is.
But you do?
Communists. I hate communists.
Wait, but you understand it more than them?
I would say that there's a lot of Zionists out there. I understand it.
The guy who lives in America understands it more than the people who actually live in the country.
No. Zionists don't necessarily live in Israel. A lot of them are evangelical Christians that are using you guys as a tool to fulfill their.
Oh yeah, they're using.
Really? And you are using what, the Christians, the Orthodox Christians, to fulfill your apocalyptic dreams?
The Baptist.
Imran Hussein? Are you another one of those clowns that listens to Imran Hussein?
Huh?
I thought so. Never mind. By the way, Josh, just to let you know, Grace and Bibi are Jewish bankers and they're part of the Jewish Masonic Muslim Brotherhood Illuminati.
You know that's insulting. I'm not a banker. I own the bank.
And I'm his partner.
I give up.
It's very important that we have a committee. We have
Wait,
our
Josh,
own banking.
one question, Josh. Can I, if I may? Do you have a problem with Israel being a Jewish state on paper?
I do have a problem with. Hold on, guys. I don't know if I can talk. There's cops by me, and my headphones out. I can't.
Oh my God, it's happening quicker than I thought.
Oh no.
Did you imagine it happens live on Clubhouse?
I probably will one day. Watch.
Dad, we shouldn't call Malaysia. We should just, because of the Chinese minority there. We shouldn't call it Malaysia.
I'm confused why the idea of religion is filled with hate. I didn't really, in all my studies of 9 years, I never really was taught that religion has to do with hate. And so the earpods went on.
No. Oh, you're asking me. My AirPods are off, but I have to pick up my phone and yell into my phone if I want to talk while I'm driving.
Okay.
Okay, you can yell.
So when does religion have to do with hate? That's the real question.
No, I think you got confused because someone was asking me if I was a Muslim and then why I converted, and I was like, we're talking about Israel-Palestine right now. We don't have to talk about.
Okay, let's go back to Israel-Palestine. Do you have a problem with Israel being a Jewish state on paper, a self-declared Jewish state? Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I think that's a problem because it implies that that there isn't a Arab state, or I think that the state should be for all people. It should be for all people equally. So what does a Jewish state mean if it's not?
A Jewish state simply means that it is the nation state of Jewish people, but all citizens of Israel are equal in the eyes of the law. They don't have the same privileges or duties. That is true. But do you think? But if Israel had 25% Jewish population and then 75% Arab population and was still declared on paper as a Jewish state, would you have a problem with that?
Well, that would be left up to a democratic vote, wouldn't it? So I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem. Wait. I don't see the problem why it wouldn't just be a state that's safe for Jews.
So do you have a problem with a majority Jewish state? Let me ask you this: do you have a problem with a majority Arab state?
No, I never said I have a problem with the majority Jewish state, but that's just not the case. I mean, maybe now it might get there, but we all know that, Arabs pretty more.
That states have self-governance. So if tomorrow, for example,
what does that
that supposed to mean, Danny?
Wait, hang on, stop. Guys, stop 1 second. Josh, just FYI, okay, just for your information, the Arab population in Judea and Samaria, because everyone calls them Palestinians, they're Arabs. The Arab population in Judea and Samaria is actually dropping. They're having 2.1 children per family. This has been going on now for a number of years. So the opposite of that, the Jewish population in Judea and Samaria, and actually in Israel, is growing all the time. And it's growing at a very fast rate because they're having over 5 children per family. So in actual fact, your statement just now was completely...
Oh, I did not know that. I was always under the impression that Arabs were making more children.
But what about Turkey? Why should Anatolia, that was conquered by Seljuk Turks, who come from Mongolia, the ones who speak and sing with their throats, and they commit genocide against Kurds, Greeks, Georgians, Armenians, Assyrians, and then, thanks to the help of the British, they call it Turkey. What should we do to the majority Muslim Turkey, Josh?
I don't really.
Turkey.
Yeah, I don't care. Do whatever you want with Turkey.
Of course you don't. Why am I not surprised?
No, I'm saying I think we should do something. I think we should do something about Turkey.
One second, you're retarded for a second. Okay, so Alpha, you do realize that Israel has never recognized formally the Armenian genocide, right?
Yeah, they have. And what does that have to do with anything?
Show me a source.
Yeah, they have retarded.
Just recently.
No, it's recently. What you just said.
It did it like a
What
week
does that have to do with anything?
Go ahead, show me a source of them condemning the Armenian genocide.
Turkey has not recognized the Armenian genocide when you have committed it. What are you
I hate Turkey. I hate Turkey more than you
do.
do.
No, you don't hate Turkey.
I hate Turkey. I hate Erdogan. I hate the Turkish people.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, they're retarded.
No, you don't. I bet you any money right now, if you go to anywhere near New Jersey and you find a Turkish restaurant, you're going to be the first one at the back of the bodega giving head jobs. Don't give me that shit.
Wait, sure.
I don't see you clowns protesting the genocidal policies of the Turks against the Kurds. Where is it? Where is the week in, week out anti-genocide protests for your Muslim brothers, the Kurdish Muslim brothers? Where is it? Where is it?
No, you're right. That is it. That is hypocritical.
You're damn right I am right. I speak with authority.
I agree with you on that one.
Right? Because I'm the type of person that would stand in front of Muhammad Hijab and deck him in the face.
I mean, he's like 6'5". I don't know if any of us.
Yeah, he's 6'5", right? But when he got decked in the face, he had to hide behind the police. The cuckold. How's the Douglas Murray case
Yeah,
going?
what's up, Dan?
What is your stance on Israel Palestine, just so we're clear before the whole thing?
Well, yeah, I don't support Hamas, obviously, and I think that the Arabs, like the Khaliji Arabs, should recognize Israel.
So you're pro-Israel?
I'm not pro-Israel.
Netanyahu also tweeted that he rejects what happened. So I don't know. That was like a couple years ago. So with the Armenian genocide. So that was there for you. Do you want me to provide you the article?
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
Okay, great.
But Dan, that's my position. Like I think like we should go through the Abraham Accords and all that stuff. Like we should.
Wait, so do you support Palestinian cause or not?
Like the Hamas cause? No. Why would I support them?
Okay, so you're against Hamas. Are you for creation of Arab-Palestinian state?
Like in Gaza?
Just Gaza or Gaza and West Bank?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't have an issue if there's sovereign territory for the Palestinians.
Okay, so would you say that what Gazans had since 2005 could kind of classify as a state-ish? Would you?
Like legally speaking? I mean, it is technically a Palestinian state, yeah, but they're not sovereign, though.
Why are they not sovereign?
Because Israel controls every corridor in Gaza, so they're not sovereign.
Are you familiar with the Cuban blockade?
The Cuban blockade? No, I'm not familiar with it. No.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it was?
No.
Cuban blockade was a blockade of Cuba essentially by the United States Navy, where they controlled their imports. Now, during and much more than that, during that time, do you think Cuba was a sovereign nation or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Cuba was a sovereign nation, yeah.
So Gaza can be a sovereign whatever it is, even with Israeli blockade and Egyptian blockade.
The issue with Palestine today is just who's running Palestine. That's it. That's my only issue.
Wait, in Gaza or in West Bank?
In Gaza.
So you don't have a problem with who's running West Bank?
I don't know who's right. I don't really look into the West Bank that much, honestly. I'm more focused on what happened after October 7th and during October 7th.
Okay.
Like, I think Hamas should be removed, and then...
Who do you think should replace Hamas?
Someone who doesn't want to commit terrorism and start these huge wars every second. I think that's who should replace Hamas. I don't know who that is. I don't know what the options are. But definitely not Hamas. Well, Hamas got Iran involved. Hamas got Lebanon involved. Hamas got all of
They involved themselves out of solidarity.
No, I don't care, but that's the whole point.
Hamas didn't force their hands.
No, but they have ties. Hamas is an Iranian proxy. Like, they really are. So is Hezbollah.
Yeah, no, I would agree here with Josh. Hamas didn't force Hezbollah into the fighting, at least not per official documents. Hezbollah just joined out of solidarity. I just think it's a bit more weird because it's not like a brother of Hamas, it's like the actual head of the octopus, and that would be a bit more weird. So you don't think October 7th was justified?
Well, obviously not. You can't justify it. Like, even Islamically, you can't justify it. Outside of Islam, you can't really justify it.
Okay, so you're Muslim?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you obey by every word of Quran?
I'm not a Quranist, but we also have the Sunnah and stuff.
Okay, so if in the Quran it says that all of Israel, that is including Israel proper, Judea, Samaria, or West Bank, as you might like to call it, and Gaza, were assigned by Allah to Bani Israel, to Jews, would you accept that as that there cannot be a Palestinian Arab state in Gaza?
Wait, you think that verse in the Quran proves the Israeli modern state? It's secular. It's not even talking about this modern state.
No, but what I'm saying is that Allah has assigned the land to Bani Israel, so you should not be ideally you should not be advocating for a Palestinian state in any part of that land because it's not Arab land.
Is your position that Gaza should be Israeli land?
Not should be. It is.
Okay, according to the Quran, can you provide the passage for that?
Yes. Hold on. It's not gonna explicitly.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Quran anything about Jerusalem or Israel and any kind of specifics or words about that. So it doesn't mention anywhere.
Yeah, it talks about the Holy Land, which is by pretty much all of the scholars, so Muslim scholars and Jewish scholars, is accepted to be like all of Israel proper plus Gaza.
No. Okay, since we're bringing up religion, do you think Moses would accept the modern state of Israel?
Not with the current laws. He would implement Torah.
I have a question for you, Dan. I have a better question. Ashraf.
Yeah,
what's up? Muhammad is a pedophile?
A pedophilia. Yeah, no, I can answer that.
Because I can actually believe that, Sahih Abu Khari chapter 9, it says that Aisha was 6 and she was playing with dolls, and Muhammad married a bunch of.
How old was Rebecca according to your rabbi?
I'm not done.
No problem, brother. Go ahead.
Wait a second. I'm not done.
Yeah, I told you. Go ahead.
Wait a second. He was such a beautiful human being. He waited 3 years until she was 9, and then he raped her. The woman has so many rapists.
Yeah, no problem. Do you know what pedophilia is defined as by the DSM-5? Yeah, no, you're finished. You made your point. You're finished. You made your point. Hey, you're done. So what is pedophilia according to the DSM-5? Hey, what is pedophilia according to the DSM-5, brother?
It's such an evil thing to do.
No, what? Yeah.
Ashraf. So your Muhammad was the perfect man of humanity, and he waited supposed to be the best person to humanity, and you're going to sit here Ashraf and tell me that October 7 wasn't real, all that shit.
I never said that. What are you talking
People
about?
like you.
I never said that.
Listen to me. Your Muhammad was a pedophile and he was a child molester.
And Isaac was a pedophile for marrying 3-year-old Rebecca, brother. Isaac was a pedophile.
Wait, hold on.
Isaac was a
No,
pedophile as well.
Ashraf, hold on.
Let me reply to you.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'll get you right. Isaac was promised Rebecca.
Yes, thank you.
They didn't get married till 16 approximately.
Yeah, there we go. Jacob, thank you.
What a difference, Jacob. What a difference.
It makes a whole difference. Promising marriage and consummating.
Wait, so he promised by his God? Your God?
Expectancy rates were much lower then, and therefore that's why a 16-year-old.
Wait, okay, that's no problem. Wait, what's your guys' moral ethical framework? You guys are you're divine commanders, correct?
My only authority is Christian.
One second. You know, wait, Dan, my position, didn't I condemn October 7th?
No, you did. Yeah.
He's saying I was pro October 7th.
No, I feel he has a very.
I don't understand who you're talking to, Dan. There's a reason
I don't even know you.
Talking to. Bro, shut up for 1 second. In Islamic countries such as Somalia, such as Algeria, such as Tunisia, such as Morocco, such as Yemen, such as Egypt, there's girls getting raped from 6 to 9 years of age. Because you know why? Because they believe that that's the right age of the Prophet Muhammad. Muslim men believe that. This is why rape statistics have gone up. In the year of 2000, there was 232 girls raped. Children, I should say, in the United Kingdom. In the year of 2025, there was nearly 3,000 children raped, and 90% of them were raped by Muslim men, and 90% of them are called dead because Muhammad did it. I'm allowed to marry them.
No, you're not allowed to rape.
You have white women.
So we condemn those rapists.
You have white. Wait a second. I'm not done. You have white women getting raped in England because
I condemn that.
Okay, wait a second. Look at the rape statistics in the United Kingdom. Look at the rape statistics in Ireland, in Germany, in Sweden, in Denmark. It is Muslim men raping white women. Why? Because they're a perfect person. The Prophet Muhammad did it. So they're allowed to do it. And these people are not getting deported. These people are not getting arrested. There's a reason why over 85% of the people in prisons are Muslims in the United Kingdom. And it's happening in Germany and Scotland and Finland because these men, they come on these boats and these are men that can fight in wars. It's a terrible thing that's happening. Why do you think there's a backlash? Muslim men are raping women in the United Kingdom because people don't understand that Muhammad is a pedophile, is a sex offender, is a child molester. Don't come here and lecture me with your Gaza.
Wait, are you done speaking now?
Ashraf. I'm done, go ahead.
Okay, brother. So listen, as like the England thing, I'll just condemn that, no problem. I have an issue with that, of course. And also, I see the Catholic thing in your bio, right? So you're Saint Thomas Aquinas. He said the age of marriage is 12 years old in the Summa Theologica. I can take that word if you want. So in your religion, you're allowed to even marry 12-year-olds, according to your church, which is divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit. So, brother, I think you shouldn't be calling any religion pedophilic, since your religion for thousands of years was supporting pedophilia, brother.
Okay.
So I think you need to calm down and.
Just for the record,
Yes.
if by 1,000 years you mean like 2,000 years, then yeah, you're right. Also, yeah.
No, and also I just want to make it clear I don't support October 7th and I don't support Hamas. Fuck Hamas.
Right now, do you want to talk about the marriage or now you talk about the Hamas? Which one are we doing?
No, we were talking about Hamas and he brought up the marriage age.
Yeah, because I really been looking for some, that evidence also that verses I can, and generally in Islam, that when you read Quran, there is no place you cannot find definite anything about the marriage age, but there is a one but. What does it mean? It means there is a one but. Surah Talaq, I don't know if you can pronounce Arabic or not. Talaq means divorce, okay? Number 4, read it loudly. I would like to listen. of course, you can read it. Just rely to lie, just we're going to hear that. Exactly in this surah,
No, I don't know what you're saying.
verses, yeah, in this surah and in these verses, okay, it talks about that which age, or for example, a year, for example, when you want to divorce, okay, so that what is the condition to divorce a woman, okay? And already in that verses, it says that rich woman could have marriage condition. It doesn't matter what is the age. For example, she's 6, she's 2, she's 20, she's 200, she's 1. There is only one condition. There is only one condition. If she has, then you can fuck her. That's all.
If I cut you down, will you do what I tell you to?
Yes, I will. Swear to it. This is very important things, man. I don't want to give you the answer because you're looking for it.
Sign up for
What is it?
bring in the street. No, I'm not. If you tell me down because you got me down, I'll go anything you tell me to. I swear I'm telling you.
The same age. You know what is the period?
All right.
If a girl, okay, gets period, you can fuck her. That's all. You can
That job will work for you.
That's all.
You try it, okay? You try it.
Yeah, of course, yes.
So what is off?
Okay, or. Come on, man. These are the.
No, what is the order? What is the order of a
Orth in Arabic means that generally means that the things people that they're living there accept that. Okay.
Exactly.
Exactly. I know.
Thank you. What's the age of consent? What's the age of consent?
My word.
What's the age of consent?
Let me finish my word, okay? Don't fight. Oh, yeah, we're talking, okay? Tell me which one has a high priority. God's commands or Orf?
God allowed us to do order. So yes,
No. Answer me. My question was very simple. Which one has a priority? God's commands. God's commands. Come on. God's commands. So then the other, also there's another evidence that I can show you because already Dan was talking about, but you tried to ignore that. There is another surah that in Quran when you read about it, Muhammad is a wasf. What's the meaning of wasf in Arabic? Wasf, what does it mean? You know that?
No, I don't know. I don't think you're pronouncing it correctly.
Wasf.
Yeah, we're not Hebrew, but I have to read this. Someone in the comment section, listen, Bahada, according to Surah Al-Baqarah, okay, Ayah 284, your testimony, your cognition, right, all of that is simply subject to doubt, okay? So before you make that statement, go get another female of the right aqidah, of the right aqaid, not just aqidah, aqaid, right? And make sure they're from Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and then we might take it into testimony. Right? And then we might take it as fact. But don't come in here and write, look what she's written. بابك شنو تعمل بسيط المياري that Islam بلغة جسم ورباني حدو برای ازدواج لازم است. That is absolutely false. By the same token of the Shiite scholars and the Sunni scholars. According to your Khomeini Baharat, right, according to Wilayat al-Faqih, right, you can marry them at the age of 3 and 4 and you can do tafkhiz, aka thigh-ing. You put your penis between the thigh, right?
Of course, yes, but wait a minute. One thing that I didn't get you off on, that you said that in Islam, you said that don't play a game. We know that in Shia and Sunni, the girl should be what? Adult? You know that should be an adult, even first as a body. And the other one, you said that what?
He said
age and only age, yes, exactly. No, there there is no. Okay, let's go. That I was asking you that Ashaf. We know that as Wasf in Arabic means example. Muhammad is an example.
Okay.
Muhammad is a good example. Listen, whatever he has done, when we talk about the Sunni, means sunnat, means tradition, means that whatever Muhammad did at that moment, it's an example for all Muslims. Okay? This is correct, good. But based on the Surah Talaq, I told you, number 4, verses number 4, it says that already the God has explained that when you want to divorce, okay, which woman you can divorce them, okay? The most condition, that this is very important condition, that girl should get period, okay? This is the first condition. The other things, Muhammad is an example. What did he do when he was around 40, 42, something like this? He married a girl that he was around what? 6. In some narrative, they say 9. But if you see the Sunnis, all of them, they agree that she was around 6. Why? Yeah. When Muhammad is an example for a Muslim, it gives his authority to all Muslims. They say that, okay, if Muhammad did, why shouldn't I have done it? I will do that.
Wait, you're right about everything you said, correct. But I have a question. So I see the atheist, the profile picture. So what's your moral ethical framework? Do you believe like what you're saying is a defeater to Islam? That's my main question. Can you answer that, please?
Okay, in the meanwhile, sorry, Ashraf, sorry. Alpha, are you still here? Alive, breathing.
Sorry, man, again, can you answer your question?
No, wait, can you answer my question?
Again, please answer your question again. Please, sorry.
No, you're good. What's your moral ethical framework as an atheist?
Moral. We're talking about morality and atheism. You think?
Yes, can you answer?
Yes. Atheism is not an ideology. Atheism, like
I understand.
Atheism. Listen, let me finish.
You are in philosophy. I understand.
Okay, let me finish. Wait a minute. I want to answer your question. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to prove that also you are an atheist. Let me finish my word. Okay, don't attack.
I won't.
Just assume that. Just let me finish. Just assume that we have 1,000 gods. Okay, the whole world. Okay, 1,000. Just assume that. I know that we have more. Just assume that. Okay. Already you denied 999 of them. You have only one God. So I can say you are an atheist against 999. The only difference between you and me is one thing. I don't believe even that the other God. But let me finish. Let me finish. Okay? So now already also you're an atheist. I prove that. The other things that you asked me about the morality, you said that, okay, as an atheist, what is your morality, whatever. So the answer is very simple. My humanity is my morality. Now I follow the human rights. These are my basic rules that I commit them. That's all. Okay. But again, I want to tell you there is no relation between the atheism and morality.
If I may, Babak, Ashraf, if I may just for a second. Babak, first of all, what you just described is called being agnostic, where you don't, where you believe in however many deities, but you don't actually accept any of them. So you're not atheist.
Yeah, that's not atheism.
Hold on. You're at best agnostic. No. Hold on. We let you speak for both a couple of minutes. Now you let me or him speak. Second of all, you say about him being an atheist because he believes in one God and therefore he's an atheist to the other like 999 something other gods. No, he's a disbeliever in those gods. It doesn't make him an atheist towards them. So I don't know where you got that stupid argument you're ready to use there.
Yeah, it was from Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He has started, and already I'm answering him that about the agnosticism and atheism. These are two separate things. generally, if you say that already, I know that God is a mass, is a material, and I know that God lives in one of these, I don't know, 1,000 billion planets already we have, then I say that, okay, also I cannot prove that, also the God doesn't live there or God doesn't exist. Yeah, it could be, for example, in planet A24. Let me finish. Okay, I want to tell you that what's the difference between the agnosticism and atheism, okay? If you tell me God is a material, okay, and you can find him in another planet already, how many planets do we have? More than billion planets. Then in this scenario, I have to say that yes, I agree with you, and I cannot 100% say that yes, there is no God and God doesn't exist, because yes, we have billion planets. But if you tell me the God already you're talking about, it's not a material, okay? It's not a material. Also, already has created all these materials. Then in this scenario, because you don't have enough evidence to show default position, again, I'm talking about the logic. Default position in this scenario for me is always false until, because already you claim that, you prove or justify that. Understood?
Okay, just one more question, Babak, and then I'll give it to Ashraf. Just out of curiosity, do you know anything about what Islam or Judaism believes about God?
The only thing that I know about the Judaism, both that they believe that there is only one God, and nobody can talk to God or see him. Lam yalid yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad.
Something like a person to person. Of course, you can. You had Moses at Har Sinai, the Mount Sinai. Otherwise, it's just going to be a one-way conversation.
I didn't get it very well. Your sounds caught. What did you say?
I'll repeat it. First of all, I'm not an expert in Islamic studies, but from what I understand, it is a lot more to Allah than just believing that He's one in Islam. Same is true for Judaism. It's a lot more to the God Almighty than just believing that He's one. There's so many other things. But if you're just going to go based on that,
yeah, the only thing that I understood is that the common things between Islam and Judaism, that they both believe there is only one God. Yes, there is only one God. Unlike the Christianity, because they believe that also Jesus Christ also is a God, but Jesus Christ is not a God. I mean, it's Judaism and Muslims, they don't believe in any. Islam,
so just so I understand, are you atheist?
Yes, I'm an atheist. Yes, again, yeah.
Okay, but you just said I'm an atheist, and like anyone who believes in one God is an atheist because they reject the other gods.
Again, what did I say? That
you said there's thousands of gods. I only believe in one and reject the 999. And you so
exactly, you're an atheist against that 9,900.
No, atheism means the rejection of all deities.
Yes, you are. Yeah. When you see the definition of atheism, means that atheism, they disbelieve, but very strongly they deny. I agree. But when we talk about an atheism, it's a kind. First of all, let me tell you another things, because you can find a lot of definition. But my friend, if you're looking for an atheism is kind of reaction to theism. What does it mean? It means that people, okay, they were living next to each other very friendly, and we didn't have any problem with their belief. Suddenly, a man or a group came and they claimed that already there is a God, and God gave them a lot of powers. The other group means that at that moment they were looking for some evidence, and they tried to see that exactly what do they say. After a while, when they saw they didn't receive any symptoms, any signs, this kind of group, this is a reaction in society. In Greek, when you put the A, it means that against the other one. They say that we don't believe it. We cannot believe it. There is no evidence. All the things that you said, these are the claims that you cannot justify. Then this group is named atheist. Atheism is a kind of reaction to theism. It doesn't matter. When we talk generally in our general conversation, why we call ourselves, that atheists or, for example, theists, because we know exactly we're not talking about, for example, people that they worship idols. We're talking about Abrahamis, that prophets and gods. Means that I'm talking about Allah. He's talking about Yahweh. He's talking about the Jesus Christ. Because of these,
And don't say that in respect for the Jews here. You can't say that anymore.
Okay, I got your point. Yeah, I don't care. That I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said. Okay. So in our conversation, our context is very clear. I don't need to prove that, for example, there is no God. Everybody knows that. Okay. Again, I told you that story that if we have 1,000 gods and you are against, or you don't believe, or you disbelieve, or you deny 999, that was a big example that I gave you. But generally in our conversation, we know that exactly we are talking about which God. Of course you know that.
But I don't think you're intelligent enough to understand what atheist is. So I just sent you a definition in chat. I can send it to you again in a second. But it does not say anything about disbelieving in many gods. It just says denying a god, and that's it.
Sorry, I forgot the last thing that I want to say. I know very well about the definition. You don't need to send it to me. I gave all those examples. I gave all those examples. You know why? To prove that there is no relation between morality and to be an atheist. That's all.
No, there is. There literally. You just call yourself a humanist.
Okay. If you want to prove that, if you want to say that there is a relation, now give me a link somewhere that, for example, if you want to know atheism, then for example they have some, for example, I don't know, they every day, for example, like Muslim, every day they do pray. For example, when they see other people, they say, for example, salam. They show me some evidence. I really would like to know that. How do you want to justify this issue that there is a relation between atheist and morality?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So, wait, Babak, you said you made a critique. You said the prophet is a pedophile, for example, right? Which is a historical fact that he slept with a child, right? I agree with you. You said that this is immoral, correct? You believe it's immoral, right?
What do you think?
Well, obviously your attitude towards it will be yes, it is immoral, correct?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, now under your worldview, can you justify it being immoral as an atheist?
Very easy, because experience, during these years shows. Okay, let me finish. Because how do I know that it is not good? Because experience during these years shows me that this kind of marriage, hurt people. So it causes people.
In this instance, is the hurt good or bad? Because again, you asked for proof, and after this we'll go back onto Israel politics. We derailed way too far. You asked for the proof between morality and atheism. Very simple. Look at the past 100 to 200 years. The people have become more atheist, a lot less acknowledging of God or following of God, and the morality has derailed so far, and you cannot disagree with that because that's just a fact. That for you to say that atheism and atheism and morality are not linked is for you to basically go against history. I'm sorry, but that's just a fact.
Okay, I don't know what do you want to prove that.
Honestly, I'm against Islam, but I hate the atheists. Because you can't pick a side.
It doesn't matter, man. Nutrients is a part of, nutrients is part of our attitude.
Stop talking. We're talking for the last 20 minutes. You atheists really have no side, and you're making sick to my stomach. At least with a Muslim, I can have a conversation with, but you atheists are disgusting. Right? You make me sick to my stomach. And you have no backbone. You have no nothing. He asked you a question. What makes pedophilia illegal in atheism? And you're like, yeah, but I was talking for the last 20 minutes. What makes pedophilia bad in atheism? Tell me about
Simple biology.
First of all, I want to answer you very, very shortly, okay? You know that the things that you did, you know, that was kind of attack on a person. You know, that you dissed me. So, no, you dissed me. No, listen, you dissed me. And now already that you expect me to answer you. But I prefer Alpha, please you answer him, okay? That I don't want to talk to him because as he said that he doesn't like me and I don't know why he wants to.
I don't like you because you people have no morals. You people don't build societies. You people are pussies and you consume. I don't.
No, we're not. Honestly, we're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
You know, the difference, baby, exactly the difference between you as a believer and I as an atheist is something like this.
Guys, why have we derailed the conversation?
There's no reason that I hate you. Sorry, what?
No,
Look, I just want to answer this.
absolutely. Alpha's right. Why are we derailing the conversation?
Yeah, I answer this message in the comment section. Right?
Let's talk about what happened in Israel last night.
We have a Basij in the comment section. She has written this. She has written to Moshe, my friend. She has written Moshe, قومی یهود فقط خودش رو انسان میدانند. بقیه رو حیوان میدانند. این عقیده کثیف را باید مخفی کنید. از این ادعا را از کجا آورده اید؟ بهانه. کدوم کتابی یا دیگه چنین ادعای دارد؟ یا معرفی کنید. ببینید. Where did you bring this claim that Jews don't see anyone else as humans? What did Moses say to Aaron?
She's Iranian, bro. She's a part of the IRPC.
She's part of the Basij, you can tell. Then she's written.
Bring her
she's
up.
Saying,
Bring her up to the shop.
She's saying this. She's saying, Moshe, the Jewish people, right, only consider themselves as humans and the rest as animals. You must get rid of this belief, this ugly belief. Then she goes on to say this. You can tell she's a Basij. She's one of those Basij who rounds up women, right? She's part of the Gashti Irshad, who rounds up other women and beats them and rapes them in the van. Aren't you? I bet you are one of those, Bahane, right? It's the same thing you did with Gina, right? And the 20 other women that Gashti Irshad raped and molested in the van. Then she goes and says, Moshe, چرا بشر را حیوان می‌دانی که برای خدمت به یهود آفریده شدند؟ خود را گول نزن. Now she's making an accusation against Moshe, saying, you consider humans as animals that are only created for the service of the Jews.
She's the one that arrests British women in Iran and she puts them in prison. So we all know who she is. She's a terrible human being.
And then she goes on to write this. Moshe, Sayonistah as حیوان بیشتر هستند. Zionists are worse than animals. اونها در حال انجام بزرگترین نسل کشی در غزه هستند. They are committing the biggest act of genocide in Gaza. شما کودکان غزه را سلاحی کردید. So she's basically saying that you guys are basically slaughtering children in Gaza. Then she goes on to say this. This is the crux. She says, Moshe, نابودهتان خیلی نزدیک است. خودت این را خوب میدانی. Moshe, your annihilation is near, and you know this very well. Do you see that this is
guys, we're going back. We're not gonna go off. No, I know. Listen. We're not gonna go off the topic. We're going back to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. We're gonna go back to what happened last night in Israel. And debunking Pali lies, propaganda. It's not propaganda, but it's propaganda. All the lies that are being spelled out throughout Clubhouse, throughout the world, in the West, in Europe, everywhere. I don't want this to be about Iranian atheists from this. This wasn't the title doesn't say anything about that. It's a safe place for Jews. Debunking Pali lies and propaganda. And you have somebody like Summer in the bottom. I'm not sure if she's a PHI or she just strictly hates Jews, but kicked me out of a room yesterday. because she got tricked really quick. I told her, why are you supporting Israel every day? She goes, how? I said, just do me a simple thing. I want you to Google how you support Israel every day. So she was okay. I got the response. I'm like, you just supported Israel. You went out to Google. She didn't understand it. She goes, well, let me read what it says. I'm like, you just supported Israel. Google is designed in Israel. But the low IQ doesn't understand that 99% of the people in this room are supporting Israel every fucking day. And if you don't want to support Israel, go back to the Stone Ages. Don't own shit. Go back. Live on rocks. Use a rock as a tent. And that's it. But you want to
in charge of this room? Ari, are you Bibi? Yeah. Can you bring her up to speak with us, like to?
I've already invited her.
Okay, buddy. Like if you're not gonna accept it, you're just a coward at this point.
But I want to talk about. I don't want to derail the conversation anymore. I want to talk about what happened yesterday in Jerusalem. How 7 people were murdered. Like there's 6 or 7 that are seriously injured. And where all this Jew hatred is coming from.
Bibi, what's going on, man?
What's up, Remo? What are you doing, bro?
You know, just doing my thing. Harry, everybody, how are you? Nice to see everybody here.
Yeah, Grace Moore, this is my cousin.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I love it.
He actually got me on this app.
Oh, sure.
And then left.
Yeah.
Been a little bit busy.
I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah, Jewish resistance. That's what I call myself. That's what I do. I typically don't like to give my bios. Usually somebody does that for me because I'm not a guy that likes to big myself up, but I'm a guy that works in the
community. He goes around does security for the Jewish world. He helps out. She does security also for a lot of the hostages that were released for them to go speak. And he travels the world and secures certain events. And it's crazy because he's a good speaker but doesn't like to introduce himself. He heads a bunch of fundraising organizations to help support the IDF and Jewish agencies that teach children and adults how to defend themselves with self-defense courses throughout the world. And well,
thank you.
Oh, kavod to you.
Thank you. Basically, we don't have all the information. At least I don't have all the information because I was in a 2.5-hour tribunal in Israel this morning on the attack yesterday or last night. But, I'm sure it's going to come out, another set of cowards that, want to scream Allah Akbar while they're killing Jews. Bibi asked a question, where does the hatred come from? It's pretty much rolling time back to the 40s. They've made normalizing they've normalized Jew hatred and demonized us in a way on the public stage where honestly it's surprising even to somebody like me when I see the scale and the scope of it all, how common folk, as I call them, who have zero affiliation, who couldn't tell you which river or which sea, who have zero affiliation to the land or the people, wouldn't know who's indigenous to the land and who isn't. When they're supporting the popular cause, it's because it's popular. It's because they stopped doing TikTok trends and started doing free, Lord of the Rings. And I mean, if they had any education, they would understand that the Palestinians were us. We were the Palestinians. And when the 63, the Yasser Arafat decided he wanted to start using that. And I mean, listen, as much as I hope he rolls in his grave, to his credit, he knew exactly what he was doing. He built a propaganda machine that's just unbelievably hard to stop. But that doesn't mean we throw our hands up in the air and just say, yeah, okay, we give up. We keep fighting like we always have, and like I always say, this is just a repeat for us. This is a rerun. This is just the same episode, different time. We've been here before, and throughout time, we've been here many times, unfortunately. But like all of those other times, we will be the last one standing, and that's just who we are as a people. For whatever reason, God gave us the ability to maintain our nation, no matter what is thrown at us. He told us we would be small, but we would be mighty. And, based on that premise, over generations, that's been the case. And this will be no different. We just have to keep our resolve strong and just keep moving forward and push the ball forward every day. And that means, platforms like BB does and Harry does and all of you do on Clubhouse or Instagram posts, comments, push back any way you can. A lot of people call me every day or message me or DM me and they say, what do I do? How can I help? I'm just one person. Well, listen, man, Moses was one person. Noah was one person. Joshua was one person. Throughout our history, it always started with one person. I delivered a talk once called The Power of One. And it always takes that one spark to ignite a fire. And everybody can be that spark. And I'm not trying to give a motivational talk right now. I'm just speaking in general terms. If you want something to do, you're doing it. By being on here, by being proactive, by, debunking lies and not allowing people to get away with anti-Semitic rhetoric, because terminology, it's a big deal. When you allow someone to call them Palestinians, you're buying right into the anti-Semitism. You're agreeing with them. They're Arab occupiers. That's what they are, and that's who they are. El Masri, El Kurdo, they're all freaking from other places. And at the end of the day, they're Jordanians, they're Egyptians, they're Syrians. So if you want to really make a difference, refuse to accept bad terminology and just don't allow it to happen. When people say to me, yeah, but even the Prime Minister of Israel calls them Palestinians, well, he's wrong. And I love him more than, almost as much as I love my own father. But I will tell him to his face one day, you're wrong. You should be calling them out as, who they are and what they are. They're Arab occupiers. They're occupying our land that we allowed them to live in, and they destroyed, and they elected Hamas. They democratically elected Hamas after destroying all of the greenhouses we left behind, all of the infrastructure we left behind. I don't know how old everybody is in this room, but I remember seeing scenes of the IDF dragging people out of their homes in Gaza, telling them, you're moving. You got to get out of here.
Or bulldozers pulling people from homes.
Right. I'm burying the dead because we didn't trust those savages with our dead. And I remember those scenes. And while I'm not, an old man yet, I'm old enough to know and to have seen it. But at the end of the day, you have to remember who we are, where we come from. And I mean, their message is pretty clear. Free, Lord of the Rings, and, intifada, and, from the river to your mother. That's it. That's their whole message. We're always trying to go on the defensive. You know, oh, but it's our land. Oh, but we're this, and oh, but that. And you got to get straight to the point. Just get right to the heart of the matter. The bottom line is, we gave them the land. They destroyed it. They elected terrorists to govern them. And then they started complaining when the terrorists were, you know, going at them too hard. But they're blaming Israel for it, saying, you know, Israel's been keeping them in an open-air prison, but they say nothing about Egypt, who has the biggest border wall I've ever seen in my life. We've got 3 of them, as a matter of fact. And the harsh truth of the matter is, and they don't want to admit it, and they'll dance around the truth all day long by saying it's 80 years of oppression, and it's this, and it's 80 years of that. The harsh truth is, nobody fucking wants you. Nobody wants you because everywhere you go, you destroy it. Everywhere you go, you commit acts of terror like you did last night in Jerusalem. And the problem is, you know, it's a cancer. And unless a cancer is, you know, cut out, it's never going to heal. They're never going to want peace. They're trained for world domination. They're trained for a global caliphate. They're indoctrinated from the moment they're born. And if you can imagine, if you ever wanted to explain to somebody the magnitude of what we're dealing with, all you have to do is this. Explain to them that a woman decides with her husband or whoever she's going to get pregnant. She holds the baby, she takes her vitamins, she does everything correctly for 9 months. She talks to the baby, sings to the baby in her stomach. She's careful, she's cautious. The baby comes out, they celebrate, they're partying. And then her greatest wish for that baby is that he blows himself up along with 100 Jews. Imagine that type of mentality.
Alhamdulillah ala ni'mat al-Islam.
Nice try, motherfucker.
No, that guy's a friend. He's playing with you. Oh, okay. That was Alpha, right?
Yeah, but that's what they say, though.
Yeah, well, alhamdulillah, they're fucking fools. Anyways, the bottom line is, that's where they're at. That's where their heads are at. And if you want to beat them at their own game, you just give them the fucking real facts. Just give it to them. You guys are occupiers. You're out to destroy the world. Everywhere you go, you spread hate. You look at any march, and all you see is anger, hatred, screaming, yelling. And then the polar opposite on the opposite side of the street. They're dancing, they're singing, they're praying. You know, they're hoping that our hostages can, God willing, come home. And then you look back across the street and they're screaming with rage and with hatred. Because that's how they're indoctrinated. They're indoctrinated from a young age. I have math books that say in Arabic, if you have 3 Jews and you killed 1, how many Jews do you have left? Math books for the equivalent of a grade 1 student. So, with that type of mentality, the only way to combat it is not to be afraid of it. And just confront it head on. Because at the end of the day, whenever you see them attack, what do you see? What's the common factor, the common denominator? 20 of them attack 1 Jew like they did in Santa Monica last week. 20 of them. But when we come on and we say to them, how about we meet you, our 20 and your 20? They don't even respond. They won't even entertain the idea. Or when a good friend of mine who's a professional UFC fighter, when he went to New York looking for one of them, he flew to New York from Vegas, stopped training, went to look for them, and said, hey buddy, I'm here. You You were out here in this park bullying Jews? I'm here. Come meet me. Let's do this. The fucking coward who's supposed to be a pro boxer didn't even respond. And we were tagging him non-stop. So he saw it. We know he saw it.
Are you talking about the Todd Levy?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. The guy didn't show up. What a coward.
Twice.
Yeah, he's a
Twice
cow.
he didn't show up.
And he was going around with videos, putting like boxing gloves on, like he was harassing Jews.
Right, he was in Central Park, running up to Jewish people and saying, hey, let's go, let's fight. And so when the tables were turned on him and his 30 friends he had behind him, he turned into a fucking pussy.
Yeah, and so, Todd Levy posted on his Instagram, I'm here in New York, like, where are you at?
Yeah, I know, I was on the phone with him.
By himself. Yeah.
Well, he had a cameraman go with him, but the cameraman is like, he's nothing. He's a skinny little guy that doesn't fight. So really, he had no cops with him. He had no backup with him. He just wanted to go and smash the guy. And because, you know, a bully needs to be confronted. That's the moral of the story, right? I'm trying to be less preachy and more factual, but, you know, you've got to be confrontational to a point where it makes sense. You know, and it can be confrontational where you're just commenting on posts, or you're posting or sharing or resharing. You know, that's a form of confrontation. It doesn't have to be physical. It doesn't have to be violence. You can use your words. You can send in letters. You can write letters. You can look up all these fake Muslim charities and start reporting them to the IRS or the CRA in Canada and say, I want an investigation on these people. They're sending money overseas. What's the money being used for? And at the very least, they'll pull it up on the computer and look into it. They may not do an in-depth investigation unless you have evidence, but they will look into it. So there's things you can do. And I would encourage everybody to just do something. And being here, you are doing something. This is something. And it's something good because it's educational and it'll expand your knowledge on the situation. And as things arise, like Jerusalem last night, you know, everybody's perspective is important. Everybody's, how you feel about it is important. Because again, it takes one person to come up with that solution. It's all it is, really. There's no science behind it.
And it's funny too, like I see Tone's PTR and it's going through it, and it says approximately 85% of the world's refugees are Muslims, but they don't seek asylum in the 56 Muslim countries. They only seek asylum in non-Muslim countries. Why?
The global caliphate, and they are all, if you look at them, like really look at them, they're all fighting age males. Very seldom do they have women and children with them. All these migrants that are crossing borders are fighting age males. And guess what? Years ago, Abu Bakr what's his name? Bagari?
What's his name?
Abu Bakr.
Abu Bakr, sorry, right. He said it. I'm going to embed fighters in all of the countries. He said, I'm going to put them out as migrants, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. And he did it. So now, whoever took over, and then took over, and then took over, they carried it forward. And they're still doing it. And our countries are so dumb. But I mean, look, if you're in London or you're in the UK, I feel for you. We're in Canada, it's just as bad. It's not, maybe not as bad yet, but it's getting there. But, you know, your London immigration minister Did anyone get a load of her yesterday? She's like, radical Islam written all over her face. And so I can't even imagine what that country's going to look like in a few months. And we've got immigration ministers who are pretty much the same. And they think that allowing 1 million migrants in this year was a good idea. Unvetted, unchecked, undocumented, illegally walking in. And now some of the mayors in Canada are actually flying them in.
Hey, so I just want you to know too, it's not just that. I guarantee you that a lot of the migrants were former ISIS, former Taliban, former ISIS, former Muslim Brotherhood. We literally have a Muslim Brotherhood guy that has a famous podcast in New York. His name is Beghat Sabri. He's an Egyptian who openly says on his podcast in Arabic, in America, while he's safe in New York, that we should behead 2 Coptic Christians for saying stuff against Islam. He wants them beheaded, and he's not in jail. Bro, I literally took the clip and I sent it to the FBI through email, and this guy is just chilling, man. You can freely say I'm going to behead Christians here in America, bro.
But if you say anything about Muslims, you're going to get locked up.
Yeah, something really weird is going on.
Yeah, Mamdani's going to become the mayor of New York, and it's going to become a really, really bad scene.
Is that guy American citizen, by the way?
Yeah.
Mamdani?
No, not Mamdani. That guy who said he wants to behead Christians.
I'm not even sure, bro. Looked him up. His name is
I'm not gonna waste my time looking this retard up, but I was just gonna say, why don't you just send it to ICE? Because ICE, if he's illegal, then ICE will tie there now. They're really busy right now. So somebody like that, they would be happy to deport this guy. So
that's a good idea.
And then with FBI, I would just go on X and tag Kash Patel on that post, make it as a post and then just tag FBI, Kash Patel.
Tag everybody on it, like the media, the New York Times,
Department of Justice,
everybody.
Exactly.
Very good idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't blind GC. You CC everybody. As many emails as you can get. And then they can't turn a blind eye. They're like, fuck, everybody knows about this.
See, Harry, that's something, that's an incredible idea, and it takes 3 seconds to implement, and that's what I'm talking about. It's once here, we were going to our gym every morning, and we noticed a group of, men, they were all Muslim, and, no big deal, we're training, okay, cool, right? But every morning we'd walk in, and they're all surrounding the elliptical machines, except nobody's ever fucking using them. So, after a few days of that, we got on the phone with the FBI and said, hey, you may want to come to, wherever and take a look at this. Because this is what's going on. We sent them pictures, we sent them video, and they said, okay, we're on it. It's 100% sketch. You don't come to a gym every day and stand around a machine and nobody does any type of workout. But yet they're all members of the gym. So it's just like, small little things you can do. And that will make a big difference. That's all it is, man. Just
Did you guys know Jewish resistance recently when Pauline Hanson, who is a member of parliament in Australia, she made a few comments in response to the vitriol spewed by Mahrin Faruqi, who is an MP of Pakistani origin, basically an Arabized, Islamized Hindu. And when they won the case against Pauline Hanson, they filed a lawsuit against her. And when they won, Mahrin Faruqi explicitly said that this was a precedent that this will happen to anybody that tells us to go back to where we came from, or that we perceive they are being quote unquote discriminatory against us. And just recently, an unelected judge gave the pro-Hamas sympathizers and pro-Hamas camp the Harbor Bridge. And after that, they started occupying the Melbourne Bridge and others, and they started burning the Australian flag. We have the Greens in the Australian Parliament saying wearing the Australian flag is a prop. I mean, this is the kind of things we have. This is the kind of things we have. And they passed the religious discrimination bill, which simply gave them the impunity with which they act. And it's hard to even have a conversation, whether it's on campus, whether it's in public, whether it's holding a hall where you can expose their ideology. And it's hard to really speak out, because it's not that people cannot speak out. I mean, I was stabbed in 2012 by members of the Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is one of the militant wings of the Muslim Brotherhood. At the time, I was on campus, and I spoke about this, and I was a known propagator of Islam at the time, and I declared my apostasy. I declared my recantation publicly, and it didn't take a month before I was attacked. So this is what's happening. I've been in America. I've been in Australia. This is what's happening. How do we approach it? How do we approach it? Because we don't have Islam.
It's a perfect storm, Alpha, and I'm sorry for what you went through, and I'm glad you're okay. It's a perfect storm, and I say that not lightly. It's the weakest governments on every side of the border at the exact same fucking time. That's the problem. The only little bit of light was that Trump got elected. And thank God he did, because if it was Kamala, our world would have already exploded. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. It's insurmountable because all of these governments and the agendas that they're pushing. And I live in a country that's exactly like that. And all of our politicians are woke, and they're extremely sympathetic to the Muslims, and their open border policies are destroying the fabric of this society. So how do you combat that? You combat that by propping up proper candidates for the next election. You walk in to whoever's office that's going to be running as the top guy, whether it's, a member of parliament, whether it's a city councilor, whether it's an MPP, whatever the case may be, mayoral candidate, and you walk into the office and you say, what can I do to help? What do you guys need? Let me call 5 or 10 of my friends and let's get some hands on here for you. Let's help. Going to the polling stations is huge. Putting your voice down on paper is huge. But along the way, there's a lot of logistics that take place. And I've worked for some very, very large politicians in the country that I'm in. And I know the amount of work that went into getting them elected. It wasn't small. So like with this mayoral campaign in New York, for instance, I understand, like, it's a hard sell. You got Sliwa, you got Adams, Cuomo, forget it. But like, if Adams is the best pick, which I don't know that he is or isn't, but in my opinion, he's a lot better than Mamdani. Anybody would be. I would walk into his office and say, "Hi, Eric Adams, what can I do to help you? What do you need? You need people to put up signs. You need people to put signs on their vehicles and drive around. You need whatever. You need letters written. You need envelopes stuffed. Let me help you, because while you're helping and you're organizing people to help, people that are professionals at it can do better things." So the chief of staff, and I've seen it, doesn't have to sit there stuffing envelopes. The chief of staff can be coordinating meetings and rallies and, whatever. But the bottom line is you need to prop up the proper politicians and help them. Because that's our only salvation is going to be somebody that runs the country and dictates laws. So we live in a country where the mayor is probably the worst mayor this country's ever seen. And her deputy is a radical Islamist. And so, of course, they get away with murder. And, if a Jewish person or a Christian person or a Hindu crosses the street wrong, they get arrested. Or if they look at them wrong, they get arrested. They call it Islamophobia. So, how do you counter that? You get rid of them. You outvote them. You make sure they never hold that seat again. Because you'll go back historically to every country. Whenever there's been a strong leader, there's been less Islam. But these people are strategic. They wait and they wait and they wait until there's a weak enough leader in place that they just go out and spread their agenda. If I would have told you 10 years ago that there would be clerics running around in Texas telling shopkeepers they're going to be under Sharia law, you'd laugh at me. But it's happening. And they're saying for now, if you don't comply, we're going to have 500 people outside your store protesting every day, 7 days a week. You'll have no business. So they're giving them that type of extortion today. Tomorrow, it may be, we'll shoot you. You don't know. But something has to be done. And the only way to circumvent anything like that is by getting the proper people in leadership roles. Because, look, we can talk about it all we want, but we're not the ones that dictate policy. But those people that do dictate policy, you make sure that they have everything they need in order to get that voice out. And
that's true Jewish resistance. I agree with you on every point you just explained. However, I want to ask, doesn't the public discourse have to be in favor of that candidate? And in order for that to take place, don't you need to have a voice that preaches the message? Now, when that voice is being suppressed, how do you get the message out? See, for instance, I've approached politicians and I've told them, and they've told me to go spread the message. But the law has been, I would say, the law has been framed in a way where it's really difficult to get the message out there, to deliver the message that, for example, the candidate that you're voting for. I'll give you an example. I worked on a campaign, right, with some people on the local level, and there were two politicians. One of them had gone to an Australian elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, basically all of his educational background, all of his community service, all of his social service and public service that he was committed to before he became a politician and decided to run for parliament. And then you had another one, again, who did not go to an Australian elementary school or junior high school and whatnot, and did not have that education background. See, I'm talking about two politicians. One of them is Farhad Dastayari, and one of them is Fatima Payman. Now, Farhad Dastayari is known. His family came from Iran. He came in the 60s, 70s, and they integrated into Australian society, and he was very pro-Australia. Now, Fatima Payman, and throughout all of his policies that he committed to, were very pro-Australia, were very much in the benefit of Australia, right? And he was very critical of the Iranian regime. He was very critical of anything that's even had the scent of anti-Western or anti-Australia. Now, Fatima Payman, on the other hand, that came on the scene a few years ago, she was the daughter of a taxi driver who had migrated from Afghanistan, escaped the Taliban, and she was enrolled in a private Islamic school from basically elementary school all the way to senior high school. Then she graduated, went to university, got on the labor ticket, and decided to go into parliament. And her first move in parliament was the whole hurrah that she started about so-called Palestine. Now, this makes me think, if I want to get the message out there to people that you should vote for people like Farhad Dastayari and not Fatima Payman, because Fatima Payman's agenda is very clear, right? If I do that, then I actually face some legal challenges, which I believe I got out without so much of a scathe. Then I realized that, I tried to get the message out there between a person who is a descendant of a migrant, but they're very pro-Australia in comparison to a descendant of a migrant who is very anti-Australia, but pretends to be pro-Australia. So there are laws and mechanisms in place that Islamists have exploited to the largest extent. And I've failed to find the audience to actually see this. Like, I've even gone to, LGBT conferences, and I've told them, even in the most politically correct way, if possible, that, look, would you vote for somebody that pretends to be pro-LGBT, but harbors homophobia, harbors transphobia, harbors basically LGBT phobia of any kind? Would you do that? I mean, look at the Lebanese Muslim Association, right? They passed a fatwa that literally says that homosexuals are punished by death. And yet, at the same time, you have leftists who have exploited laws to suppress people like me and to galvanize the LGBT community and others to go out on the streets and protest in favor of terrorist organizations like Hamas. These are the legal challenges that I have faced and first-hand experience.
So I have the same experiences, with the exception that you can go to their offices and work behind the scenes. You don't have to be public about it, because I understand in the UK you can be jailed for a Facebook post. So, and I'm sure that's coming to Canada very shortly. But there are ways to do it, and there are things that you can do. I help politicians behind the scenes all the time, and only one politician in our last federal election didn't get in because of me, because the Muslim world found out I was backing her, and told everybody that I'm a radical Zionist and blah blah blah, and I'm a whatever. So I get it, but there's things behind the scenes you can do. You don't have to be so public about it. You don't have to be so loud about it. You can walk in and talk to your politicians that you want to support, and if you know that somebody's supporting something falsely, get the proof, get the evidence, and then go to that influencer that's on the same side and say, hey, this is the proof, this is the evidence, can we make a series of posts about it? I do that all the time in Canada with some other guys that help me. And when we need to get the word out, believe me, it goes far. But it doesn't come from my page, it comes from their pages. And it goes to 2 million people. So at the end of the day, there are ways to do it. You just have have to be a little bit more strategic, with all due respect. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying, there are ways to do it legally and still help in a very, very big way. Because if we don't, then we're just sort of leaving our countries to their own devices, which we can all see by now is going, the Islamic way. And like I started to say in the beginning, it's because it became a trend. People realized that, if they post a TikTok dance, it's going to get 400 likes, a couple comments. But if they post Free Palestine and screw the Zionists, they get hundreds of thousands of followers. And so they realized that, hey, this is making me money, it's popular, and they jumped on the bandwagon. So I always think to myself, maybe a little naively, I always think to myself, that day, I want to be a fly on the wall. When that day comes, and, some of these people wake up, for whatever reason, it happens. They wake up and they say, what the fuck was I doing? What was I thinking? I just watched a guy who follows me. I watched a video from him the other day, and he said it. He said, I was anti-Israel for the last how many years? Until I decided one morning, I'm just going to look into it myself. And yes, he's faced a lot of backlash, because that's what they do. When things are popular, they're the popular crowd. It's like school, right? If you go against the popular crowd, what happens? Backlash. But that's okay. Stand your ground. Eventually the backlash ends and they go to somebody else. And who cares what they say, really? But there's ways to do these things where the world will see one day, God willing, they will see the truth. And it's not going to be all of them. You're not going to convince the Cynthia Nixons of the world with her lesbian wife, You're not going to convince her that, that the state of Israel really doesn't do what they're saying it does. Just like you're not going to convince Greta the troll, that Israel's not the demon she tells people it is. And even something as simple as that. She's sailing a little boat with 40 other little boats, and they think they're going into Gaza. If I had it my way, they would get into Gaza. I would let them land in Gaza and let Hamas deal with them. Because Hamas is not going to welcome them and give them a tea. They're going to cut their heads off. But at the end of the day, if Greta really wanted to feed them, she'd be sailing 40 container ships and not spending hours doing press conferences. Because she's saying they're starving, they need food this minute. Well, why are you wasting 6 hours on the media? Why are you wasting all this interview time? Why'd you pull into that port? Put me on the phone with her. And if you want to feed them, where's your container ships? Because that little boat you're taking, it's got to hold food for the 34, 40 people you've got on board. So where's the food left over for them? So enough with your bullshit. That's what has to happen. Expose, debunk exactly what the name of this room is. And that's how you win. You don't win by screaming. You don't win by swearing. You win by helping politicians, in my opinion. I may be dead wrong, but I'm just saying, for what I've seen in my life, that's what seems to help. Getting our politicians in line. And, although we have a prime minister who, you've all heard of Trudeau. And I would never in my wildest imagination ever say to anybody or think I would ever say, I actually miss Trudeau. That's how bad it is in Canada. We miss Trudeau. So now what do? We go to Pierre Poilievre, who's the leader of the Conservative Party, and we say, what do you need to win? What can we get you? Do I rally every synagogue, every church, every temple, every Buddhist temple? What do you need me to do? Tell me. And I'll get it done, which is what I did.
And they went around to so many churches.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. We went to so many churches, sat through like sermons, this, that, and he was going around to synagogues, churches, like events, dinners with like different groups of like different nationalities. It was the craziest shit.
It's the only way to do it. It's the only way to do it. Because otherwise they're in the dark. They're doing it by themselves with a handful of volunteers, a handful of paid guys. It's not enough. If you want to win a war, you need more than a dozen soldiers. Right? Israel called up 500,000 reserves. And they're calling up more every day. If you want to win a war, you need soldiers. Whether your soldier holds an AR or he holds a sign, you're a soldier. And every morning you wake up and you come into rooms like this, you're a soldier. There's no two ways about it. Every fucking body in this room is a soldier.
Here you don't need politicians, you need only the crappy people. So you have to go to their level to skip.
I 100% agree. But I spent time on Twitter Spaces with a lot of politicians and some very key journalists around the world, and we have some very, very important discussions. But at the end of the day, I like the in-person thing. I like walking into somebody's campaign office or his headquarters, and believe me, they'll welcome you. My cousin will tell you, I've done security for all of them. You name them, U.S., Canada, Israel, I've done them all. And, you know, they will welcome you walking in the door. And I'm the head of security. I would never deny someone if they say, hi, I'm here to help so-and-so with his campaign. I just want to know what he needs me to do. I would never say, buddy, get out. I would check you out. You're cool? No problem. Sir, somebody here needs to see you.
Yeah, I know. I think it's important what like Maura was saying too. It's along the lines of what you're saying. So like Clubhouse, it's a great platform, and yeah, you have soldiers that come here, but you have Jews, you have Zionists, you have people that are just in it for the fight and not really in it for the solution. So they're on here saying all kinds of shit. They don't even know what the fuck they're saying. That becomes problematic.
If I walk away today, BB, with Alpha messaging me, or like I have Harry as a friend on all my platforms and I consider Harry a friend, then to me that's a win. So whether or not I spoke to a politician, no. I met two great soldiers and we became friends and now we're collaborating. So to me, it's a win. I don't need an ambassador on here, although the imam that I do security for, he likes to come on here with a fake name and just sort of listen to what's going on, and God bless him, he's a good guy. But you know, it's everyday people like us that are going to make the biggest impact and the biggest changes.
Ask him if he remembers Harry next time you talk to him from Clubhouse. He'll tell you he will.
I will, for sure.
He used to come in our rooms all the time.
Did he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy.
So he has a headquarters here now.
Yeah, we finally did that transition.
That was the problem, right? Everybody was giving him death threats and this and that. I remember him coming in the rooms, Harry, in like Jewish resistance, and it was like, this guy, they were afraid of the truth, so they tried to silence him, and unfortunately they did on Clubhouse.
Well, he just got busier is what it is. He still wants to do it. He still does it. He'll confront them. He'll quote the Quran to them better than they can quote it, of course. And they hate him for it, and they've got hits out on him for it. That's why he hired me. But at the end of the day, we need people like that in this world. And it's a very useful tool in our arsenal, so in our toolbox. But so are soldiers. So are regular, everyday guys like us that do the work. And, we need to collaborate. We need to ask questions of each other because we don't live in various territories. We don't know what's going on over there. We see what's going on in Australia online, but really we don't feel it. We don't know what's going on. We see one positive march and 10,000 negative ones. So we don't know the climate or the temperature. If you ask me what's going on by me, I can tell you. It's a terrorist haven, and they're importing them on a daily basis, and it's just a matter of time before the shit hits the fan. So, that's here. The UK is also another very big problem. And I can't, for the life of me, think about it coming to fruition because they fought for generations to become Great Britain, and they're just going to hand the keys away like it was never anything. Like nobody that ever died on a battlefield ever mattered. That's how I feel about it. And that's the biggest tragedy of it all. Somebody's great-great-grandfather died on that field, and they're just handing the keys away to these people that have no desire to acclimate or assimilate. They just want to take over, implement Sharia law, and do whatever they do. And if you don't convert to them, you pay them a jizya. You don't pay them a jizya, you're a slave. You go up on the slave auction block. They're already talking about slave markets. Well, we're going to need slave markets because the guys and the women and the children that don't want to join us and don't want to pay a jizya, we're going to have to sell them to other people to deal with them.
It's funny you say that because we had somebody on the app last week that was literally saying that they wanted, they want to take over the Vatican, and they want to make jihad for all the world, and they want to, whoever doesn't join, they want to charge a jizya, and if they don't want to pay the jizya, then they would get killed. She was on here in this room like last week saying, I don't know who else was in here other than me. I don't know if you were in there at the time, BB, or not, but yeah, it's pretty crazy to hear that. And multiple people in this religion, in Islam, are saying this type of shit. So it's crazy.
Well, they've always thought it, Gary, but now they're able to say it without getting arrested for it. Back in the day, if they said something like that, MI5, MI6, fucking CSIS, feds, somebody would show up at their door, wherever they were. Right now, they can say it, and it's no big deal. It's like, yeah. But they have areas now in Michigan, in the UK. I haven't seen them in Canada yet, but I'm sure it's coming, where it's a no-go zone. If you're not them, you don't dare go there because it's under Sharia law. And there's these guys that run around patrolling it at night, and they're the Sharia police. They actually have in New Jersey a car or a series of cars that say Sharia police on them. I think it's I think it's Teaneck maybe or Patterson.
It's Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, Patterson.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I saw it the other day. Yeah.
And in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, the police cars, our second language is French. So everything has English and French writing. But now the police cars in Windsor have Arabic writing because it's a major, Muslim populated place.
I still don't understand that though. I mean, think about it. America's second language is Spanish, right? But I don't see any of the police cars, and I live in a state where there's a lot of Hispanics. I don't see any of the police cars with Spanish writing "Policia," on it. It's crazy to me, man. That's some crazy shit.
Exactly. You never saw Policia on cop cars, and even in Canada, you didn't see police in French. But at the end of the day, they're pandering to them. They're pandering to them for two reasons. A, they're afraid of them. B, because there's so many of them, they're going to be their bosses. They know they're going to be their bosses and judges and chief of polices and,
Hey, can you tell them, I don't think you're doxing yourself, but you remember how you held an event after October 7th and like 600-700 people showed up and the police sent security and you told them what it was?
Yeah.
And you remember who they sent?
Yeah.
Did you tell them?
Yeah.
So
I did an event right after October 7th. I did a security briefing to just teach people how to secure themselves because the community was freaking out. Everybody was scared. Mezuzahs were being ripped down. Uber drivers were coming and DoorDash drivers were coming and people were calling 911. Like it was ridiculous.
Painting in front of houses, like swastikas on the ground. So people were asking them to do an event. And a huge amount of people showed up. There were people outside waiting to get in. And somehow we ended up securing this crazy location where people could get in. It was just a typical time. And then all these huge amount of people, and then guess who the police sent?
So I asked the police to send me, the inspectors, right? The guys that wear the white shirts. Who like in the US it would be your sheriff, not the deputy sheriff. So I said, can you send me a couple white shirts so that we can help you keep 911 clear because they were complaining how 911 was inundated with calls. So I said, help me lower the temperature in the community. And
why would they call 911 though?
Because there was a DoorDash guy on her driveway or driving by her house or on her street. Like the stupidest calls. And we would investigate them. And, my guys would go there and we'd say, it's DoorDash.
I was driving, you sent me sometimes, we were driving an hour. I remember you sent me, I went down to downtown Toronto. This one call I remember he sent me to. He's like, yo, can you go help him out? Like, we set up, so I'll tell you before and then he'll tell you at the end what happened with that police thing. So just to frame it. So right away we mobilized a WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group grew so fucking huge. We had to make divisions of groups. Then we put maps and we made sections and we had 2,000 people in this group. But then there was a problem. You could only have 250 people per group. So then we made community groups. And then you made a community on WhatsApp and then you made different groups. And then people would they were reporting some were legit reports and then some were crazy reports, right? And then some dumbass shit. So we had people going here, going there, this and that, and we had a bunch of volunteers. And then he ended up paying money out of his own pocket to certain people that were protecting daycares and certain places that were getting vile threats. So out of his own pocket, he was paying people to secure because we couldn't be everywhere. We were driving around, me and him, and we had all these spaces to secure. And I went one night and I drove all the way down on Toronto. It was an hour drive for me. I get there and they're like, yeah, there was a guy that drove by and he stopped in front of our house and he was looking very anti-Semitic. I'm like, okay, what did he do? It's just the way he was looking. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, honestly.
It was fucked, right? So, but at the same time, I'm not going to delegitimize her fear because that day something happened. I remember in East End Resistance, there was was something crazy that happened that exact day, and it was like 10 minutes from this lady's house, where there was a guy that ran in the middle of the street, and there was two little Jewish boys with like pants and kippas on, and this guy ran up and he started punching them, and they were little kids. And so she thought it was this guy. So I'm there wasting my time for 20 minutes, and he's messaging me, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking more than okay." It's like so weird. But anyways, we have all these false fucking calls, so then we had to make sure that the people that were part of the groups to try and cipher out like what's legit and what's not legit. So the temperature was going wild in these groups, and every Jew was like becoming part of it. And then we had to filter out who's not a Jew, and then we had to change it to invite only type of thing. And then we would send it, and people would send it to invites, and we would ask them like, "How do you know him?" They're like, "Oh, he told me he's a Jew. You want to be part of the group?" I'm like, "No, he's not in." So then we're like, "Send your ID." So then they would send their ID, and then we would say, "Okay, send your ID, and we want you to do like a video of you holding your ID and saying this is who you are. So that way, if anything does turn to shit, we got you." You know what I mean? So then we kind of locked it down like that, and the groups are still running till today, right? Yeah. But anyways, so he does this huge event because people are freaking out, and they're like, the guy's walking by the house, and he's staring out of the corner of his eye. I know he's gonna attack us, and he's like, "Fuck!" And we can't tell him like, "Fuck off, lady, you're nuts." But we're like, "Calm down." And they're like, "Don't tell me to calm down. I know it ain't the same when I say it. You're about to fucking kill me. What the fuck is wrong with you?" And they would attack you. So you're like, whoa, calm down, right? And they're like, "Why aren't you taking it serious?" And they were losing their shit. So he's like, "Hold on. Let's do a community event where we can have people ask questions and do all that." So I'm trying to paint the picture of like how it became to this thing. So a lot of people came, and he paid for the venue. And mind me, this is all in his own dime, right? So it's like, he's doing this for free. So he gets there, and it's amazing at the end of what happens, and then how quickly. So like some people were trying to turn against him, and it was like the weirdest shit. But then the majority of the people were like, "Are you guys fucking nuts?" And one guy jumped up and he started yelling. He's like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, and this guy, he was one of our good. Anyways, I won't even get into it because then peer adoption stuff. What happened to this guy? But
so at the end of the day, the white shirts. The thing that he's getting at is the white shirts that they sent. So we're doing the panel, right? And I gave a speech. I delivered a speech for about 25 minutes, and I'm just trying to tell people, you know, how to relax and what to identify as a real problem and what isn't, right? Or when to call the police, when to call us. Because we would sort of be before the police. They would call us, and then if we thought it was serious, we'd call in law enforcement. But at the end of it, they started questioning the police. And I noticed one of the cops was acting weird, you know, the whole time. He was like not rolling his eyes or anything stupid like that, but he was just sort of tuning out and like in his own little world. So I knew something was up. So when we went downstairs after the event, I had a Q&A. We finished the Q&A and I took a break and I went downstairs with one of the inspectors and I'm like, "So, you know, what do you think?" He's like, "Well, you know, I'm Palestinian, so like," and I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I'm Palestinian." I said, "Why the fuck are you here?" Like, what the fuck?
Did you not carry? That's what he said.
I said, "What the fuck would possess you to come here?" He's like, "Well, I'm an inspector. You know, I'm not holding any personal feeling." I said, "Buddy, half that fucking room hates your guts. The other half doesn't even want to look at you right now after October 7th. And you have the balls to stay here and try to help people? You're not helping. What you just did is blow it up." And sure enough, somebody overheard, ran upstairs, announced to everybody that the cops that I brought were Palestinian.
No way.
You had all these Yetas going nuts, bro.
Remember the guy with one arm?
Oh, yeah.
I saw him the other day. All of a sudden, he's my best friend now. Anyway,
Everybody around me dropped the Palestinian.
They were freaking out.
There's 700 people
saying it. Whenever we talk about them, we say, we'll say radical Islamists or Hamas or, Islamists. We're not going to say the Muslim population because that's just not what you do. But, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it's a duck, right? So it was a harsh lesson. And I mean, who knew we had to vet the police? Because, I said, send me the inspectors, send me your top guys. And they did. They sent me their 2 top guys. And their 2 top guys identify as that. So it just goes to show you, the positions that they're placing themselves in like high offices of power. And so Alpha comes back to the same conversation again. If we want to accept it and have a guy in Paterson, New Jersey, wearing that terrorist flag on his bulletproof vest, then, we leave it at status quo. But if we don't want that, then somebody has to go to, identify a cop in a high rank in that division that is totally against what's going on, and then have a talk with them, invite them out for a drink and say, okay, how do we get you into that position?
They don't drink, bro, you forgot.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Somebody that's going to go against them in the next round of, promotions or elections or whatever it is in your local area, right? But you go and you prop the guy up. I've done it many, many times. And you say, like, look, there was an inspector here who was an acting inspector, and he wanted to go for full inspector. So at first the community was like, he's anti-Semitic, he's this, he's that. I'm like, let me go talk to him. So I went up and I said, do you mind if we sit down and have a conversation? He's like, no, go ahead. So I started quizzing him and asking him questions. And I said, like, I'm not asking you to pick sides. I just want to know where your head is at. And if you don't mind, giving me the appropriate answers that, that are the truth. If it's whatever it is, but just give me the truth. So I ended up finding out that he basically is a guy that loves golf, loves freedom, hates oppressors. So basically he doesn't like them. So I didn't come out and say it, but everything was pointing in that direction. And so I said to him, what's your next level? And he said, I'm an acting inspector right now, and I'm trying to become an inspector. I said, but? He said, but I need a lot of community support. I need a lot of letters. I need a lot of this. I need a lot of that. I said, okay, done. Give me a list. So he gave me a list, and I got it done. Every letter, every referral, every recommendation, every politician that he needed to write him a letter, wrote him a letter, and he just became an inspector. So that's how I go about doing things. Maybe, this situation could be unique because I have sort of an in with it, but there could be other ways to do it. And I try to get people to open, their mind to it because it's pretty effective. And now you've got one less radical Islamist who's going to get that position for the next however many years. Right? So to me, that's a win. It may be a small win, but it's a win. And if you add those up over time, they get bigger and bigger. So, like, we're going after the mayor's race now. We just did a federal election. We lost. So we're propping up the next federal campaign. And we're going after the mayoral race. And hopefully we put somebody in power who's going to implement proper policies and allow the police to do their job. Because the current
inciting violence.
Correct, but nothing's happening because she sends down memorandums saying, hands off, guys. Don't touch anyone unless there's actual violence. So unless someone punches somebody in the head, the police aren't allowed to do anything about it. And it's happening in New York, it's happening in Canada, it's happening in Australia, it's happening in the UK. And the only place where they're starting to turn it around right now is Germany. It's the only place that is starting to turn around, believe it or not, is Germany. The police are just, it's all fair game now. They can do whatever they want. They can literally kick the shit out of anybody and get away with it. No problem. So I'm not suggesting that that's what needs to happen, but the police need to be able to do their job. Their hands are tied and they need to untie them. Because I speak to a lot of members of law enforcement and I work with a lot of them. And some of them are just a waste of space. But a lot of them really would love nothing more than to do their job. And when they see something that, approaches a really bad level, they say to me, man, I wish I could step in and do something about that. And I say to them, like, what are you talking about? Like, you took an oath. You have to do something about it. They're like, no, I'm not allowed. So when you hear that from law enforcement, like, it really makes you think. Because, cops are supposed to be the protectors of society, right? I never thought in our lifetime that, like, our community would have to protect itself. I always did. I always, worked at protecting communities, but I never thought it would be on this scale. I've been doing this for 30 years.
That's what happens when you have to let the lefties take over, the liberals take over.
Agreed.
That's exactly what happens. They take away the power from the people at the end of the day, really. They take away the protection from the people, and they do what they want. And that's not to protect the people. That's not, what one of their objectives is. So.
Well, they want everyone's guns. They want control. I mean, so if you're not,
that's what I'm saying. You look at the liberal states in the United States, and you see very similar things that are happening in Canada in these liberal states like California, New York, like you mentioned, Illinois, Washington, Oregon. You see all the same type of shit, Colorado. But when you look at like Texas or Florida, stuff like that, if anything happened like that, it gets shut down immediately, and it doesn't happen after that again. So they try to do the same thing at this one university here next to where I live, when they were all protesting at the universities, like the pro-Palestine protest. They shut it down immediately, arrested multiple people, and after that day, it never happened again. But the president of the university allowed it to happen, so they actually brought in police from the city to actually, because each campus has their own police force, but that's nothing like, and they don't have the size or the numbers to shut down a riot, so they have to bring in help from the city police, and because where that university is at, it's actually not in the county technically, so the sheriff's department wouldn't come. It would be actually the city police that would come, and they shut it down quick, and then never happened after that again. So, but you saw it happen multiple times in like MIT, Columbia, UCLA, all these fucking campuses, in these libtard cities, and that's what happened, and it was a big problem. Not allowing people to go to their classes and stuff is ridiculous because of their religion or ethnicity. It's that shouldn't be happening in America. So, and these lefties are getting away with it, man. It's crazy. And now look at what's happening in New York, which is fucking scary to see that this guy might become the mayor of New York. I think he's probably going to end up winning. Just knowing how New York is, I wouldn't be shocked if he wins. So yeah, it's fucking scary. And Canada is following along very well with a lot of these liberal cities here in America.
Yeah, it's you're right. And I was on campus, a lot of those universities, and I walked through the encampments in my local university. I walked straight through the encampments, and I had security set up for all the Jewish students that wanted to protest it all. And we provided 24/7 security for Jewish kids going to classes. Wow. And it's on Al Jazeera did it. Anyways, I'm not going to dox myself. Now rip the fucking tongue out of your mouth and talk. Yeah, I basically, I still provide security for Jewish kids on campus. I'd like to see your lawyer page. I can honestly say, thank God, since we've been doing it, there hasn't been one untripping kid all last year. Not once since we launched September 8th. And they actually, they tried to ban me from every campus in Canada. I could arrange that. They tried a lot of shit. None of it successful. I tried a lot. And the funny thing is, I don't even go to campuses. I'm across the street from the campus. I can have three. So the Jewish students have an 800 line. They can call me, sign, and say I'm trying to walk in class, or you guys are all grouped in a room and they're banging on the walls, and you know, people will fear. But
I don't think that we have to go to this level. This is insane if you think about it.
It is insane. It's totally insane, but I'd rather have it not have it. Not have it with the encampments and Jewish kids not being able to cross specific boundaries because they're Jewish. Now, try to stop a Jewish kid from going to class. You're trying to do it. What's your problem? So, to me, that's the bottom line. We have to have. Is there something I can help you with, brother? You know,
We should. That's fucking ridiculous. I mean, in Canada's not like free country as America, but in America, like, that should never fucking happen. And you know, I would like to say the same for Canada, but Canada's a fuck country. No offense to your country, but
the anthem says we stand on guard for thee. We don't stand on guard for shit. You know, I told someone yesterday, somebody high up in the federal government, we need to change our anthem. So we stand for nothing. I think, is Canada really something about your case didn't sit right. You know, I have an arsenal of weapons in one to save. So does my cousin. Procedural screw up. And half the shit, it's not more than half the shit that we own. I know that I go on and it's pamphlets. And, you know, basically, the only thing we're allowed to use here what you say is, which is fine for me. That's right, Robert. Of course, you know, my connections at the police department and the DA's office. Well, you know, I know. I mean, listen. A full action with a clip. You okay, man? You know, 25 feet more. That's a pretty big round. So I'm okay with that too. But at the end of the day, they're just trying to take away more and more freedoms. And I don't know if anyone knows this. Okay, now we're talking something in your region on the news, online, to say here's the article. I can't post it. I'm not allowed to share news. So that's why you see on my social media that when I'm in an interview or whatever, I'll screenshot the article and I, you know, say, hey, you know, this so-and-so writer did a pretty good write-up. I want to go read it. Google it. Because I'm not allowed to. I don't think so. I have to go with somebody else. You don't really shit. So they've already taken that. What I meant to say was, you can take anything. And is there something you try to do? One of our options is to make our community safe first and foremost. Oh, yes, he does. Right? As far as I'm concerned, if our community's not safe, we don't have a community. So let's worry about our freedoms and rights once everybody's safe. Shut my fist. So far, now once everybody's safe, you're gonna shit now. It's time to worry about our freedoms and rights. My fucking house. And
that should be for our government to worry about. Like, that shouldn't be for us to worry about. If we're living in a society that that claims to be, can give us the protections under the Constitution, at least here in America, right, that we deserve as Americans. So for that to happen, it shouldn't even have to happen, right? We should. It's not. Yes.
And I'll tell you, these are federal politicians stop going in the news and saying they want a capital law implemented in this country because you're not allowed to defend yourself if someone breaks into your home. And the top cop in one of the regions, there was a 4-year-old who was killed in her home, and then there was a family of 4 that were set on fire, killed. They reported it in the media as a home fire. They didn't say it was a home invasion causing 4 murders. A couple people very, we all are, and a couple of them would shoot into the wall. Right? They just fire a warning shot into the wall. They arrest them. They take away their guns. They arrest them. They charge them. They put them through courts. And so now all the politicians even are saying, hey, this isn't right. You should be able to defend yourself in a home. Every time I have trouble in my house, they're emboldening all the girls who 90% of the time are from that region of the world. They're deporting them on student visas. Is that the best you got? Or visitor visas. To stay here for a month, break into as many homes as they can, steal as many cars as they can, and then fly back with 20 grand in their pocket, which is a lifetime of money for them. So it's getting really bad. And I'm not asking you. The pushback is what we're doing every day, trying to get the gun laws. I know how you feel. But we're not going to do that unless we bring our politicians back.
You guys have a long way to go with that.
We do. But we want to fight. God has everything to do with this. Look, I took, and forget me. My whole team, all of our crews everywhere, we all did the work. But we took a problem that was in existence. As you ask anybody, anyone that you know in this country, if they have a problem with Muslims in universities, and they'll tell you, in 74, we were doing a Hillel thing, and it's gone way back in time. But last year, from September 8th to today, they can't say anything. So it just goes to show you that things can be done if you really, really crack them down. And decide enough's enough. And I went, and I risked my life many times. And the radicals have, I don't know how many hits out on me. I lost count. And, they tried to get me banned from every social media platform. They tried to get the government to come down on me. They tried to get the police on me. Anything you could try to stop me, they tried. And so, you have to let it get wrong. That's the thing. And that's what they're trying to stop. I'll send you a letter that was signed by 6 of their organizations, campus organizations, against me. And they all said that I'm, basically a killer, a vigilante, a this and that. So I got called from one of their papers, the editor, and they said, like I always say in interviews, send me your list of questions and I'll respond in writing. So I go down the list, I'm looking at all the questions, and all of them were trying to take. I went to the last question, and I said, okay, I'm basically going to ask one question back. Please provide one example of me being a vigilante. If you can do that, I will come to your paper's office and I will give you everything you want, live, tape it, film it, spread it across Al Jazeera for all I give a shit, which they did. So they couldn't because it's false. So they lie, they'll do whatever they can, they'll cheat, they'll steal. It's, what's it called? Takia? Alpha would have known better than me. I forgot by now. But basically, they're allowed to lie.
Yeah, no, Takia.
Yeah.
So they're allowed to lie, you know, when they're performing their little freaking.
Oh, your buddy's here. Is Alan beside you?
Whose buddy?
Your buddy.
My buddy?
You just said Takia. Hey, so
His
you're
connection was bad.
both your buddy.
On the $2, it is Takia and it's also called Hitsma.
Right, thank you. Yes. So at the end of the day, they can lie, they can cheat, they can steal, they can do everything.
Alan's trying to say hi to you.
Who?
Alan.
I knew it was you. I was just listening to your voice. We haven't spoken in a while, man.
Hey, how are you, brother?
Good, how are you?
Fuck, long time, man.
Too long.
Good grief, how you been?
Good, you know. I was just going through the motions, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've been following. I've been watching. I've been seeing. That's great. That's great.
Good to hear you. Good to hear you.
Brother, I always ask about you. I'm not going to take everybody's time up saying hi to my old buddy, but I definitely think we should catch up.
100%.
Amazing to hear your voice.
You too.
You know, when the,
So,
do you remember the
at the
Coptic
end of the
Christians
day,
that got beheaded in Libya?
that's the bottom line. You know, I'm just trying to say, like,
Was he like a
everybody's
Jew or
trying to
something?
just do whatever they can.
21 Egyptians got beheaded in Libya,
Everything.
right?
Well, sorry, I have to leave
And
that.
there's another perfect example
It
of
was
an amazing guy
Bazooka
who I
on
met
HD
here,
definition kit.
love him to death. We did a couple things together online. You know, passionate. You know, he does his work. He does it well. You know, he cuts through the bullshit.
You know?
And super smart, super educated, great at fighting this, you know, major uphill battle. But I met him here. And thank God for that. So, like, that's what I'm saying. You guys coming here is a form of fighting. Because you're going to meet people, you're going to collaborate, you're going to, you know, do other things through it. And through my cousin, you know, I'm happy to say, you know, he put me in touch with some great people. And my cousin's good at that. He's good at, you know, spotting talent and really genuine people.
Well, I remember at the beginning when before I got on, he's like, I'm going to bring you to the shop. I want you to stick around. Harry, and then Alex before it was a different name. He's like, these are the guys you want to be around. I walked into the room, I'm like, hey, Harry. Harry's like, go fuck yourself. What the fuck is this? That was a bad character. And then boom, I got along, we know each other. We became friends. You know, met them. And it was just fucking like, yeah, it ended up being good, right?
Wait, why did I tell you to go fuck yourself?
I think I asked something, I interrupted or something. He was like, shut the fuck up, go fuck yourself. And I'm like, no, I'm not going nowhere. You're like, then you're gonna sit in the fucking bottom.
I think I met your cousin first before you.
Yeah, you met him first. And then he introduced me to the app. He brought me to the app. He's like, he's who they want to be around.
Remember the other guy who used to do big rooms?
Henry.
Right. So Henry's a friend of mine here, and that's how I met you. He invited me into his room. Henry was in our WhatsApp groups that my cousin was just talking about.
Damn, that's crazy.
He was in our patrol groups because what we were doing was we were encouraging any.
Hang on.
campaign.
Did you find a uniform that fit? Did you?
No. No, it wasn't even that. Are you kidding? That guy's not going to drive around in what he drives around in patrol. He was just helping bring people to the table.
Yeah, no, he's good at that. He's really good at.
Solid.
Yeah, he's not gonna drive around in his nice ass car. We know he's a nice ass car.
Buddy, did he ever? And he brought it to my rally for Israel. We just did our third annual, so he brought it to the first one. And I was like, seriously, dude? I said, if you're bringing that, we're putting Israeli flags all over. He's like, okay, go ahead. He's cool, man.
He's a good guy, man. He's a really good guy.
Really good guy. But that's the beauty of this app, honestly. Because you wouldn't be able to do this on social media platforms like, Instagram or whatever, because you're typing. You have no way to meet the person, no way to know how they sound or what their vibe is like, right? Like, or if they're passionate or they're just bullshitters.
I agree.
And this place, I honestly, I'm very grateful for this guy because, and he just came up now, and that's one of the guys. I love him, and he, Harry and BB and all the people that I've met through this app. Well, obviously not BB. I met him when he was born, but
I feel sorry for.
So you've been.
No one remembered you, BB.
But this is a good way to fight, guys. That's what I'm saying, man. Because this is the best way to collab and really find your people that align with you and can maybe perhaps get some stuff done. And look, the hot ticket right now is Mondan and trying to make sure that he doesn't win. And so I've spoken to a lot of New Yorkers about it, and unfortunately, the only real candidate in their eyes is Adams. And I mean, I guess it comes down to the lesser of two evils. But
he's much better than Mondan. I mean, 100 times better.
Yeah, I agree.
Listen, he doesn't call the globalized intifada. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to give my vote.
Of course. Yeah,
I was wondering from my position when they asked during the debate where would these candidates go if they had the option to go anywhere, and all of them were saying Israel.
Wow. I'm just worried for New York because there's a lot of fucking Jew haters in New York because they live next to. A lot of them are familiar with Jews. They live next to them, and I met a lot of them on this app. And the Jew haters that I met on this app, the ones from New York, are the most vile ones I've ever met, I think.
Why is that?
Vile, bro. Vile people. Disgusting the shit that you hear from their mouths.
Why is that? Because New Yorkers have balls, or just because they just happen to be extra haters?
Both maybe. It could have been something where I saw a Jewish person in New York, and something happened where they felt offended by them. And from that day on, they just had hatred and vitriol towards Jewish people. That, or they had a friend that got him to feel that way. I don't know, but I feel like you see that more in cities where they live very close to them, and I could be wrong, but that's just what I feel. And there's a couple that are on this app. I'm telling you, the shit that I hear from their mouth, they have no skin in the game for this whole conflict that's happening, and they're the loudest people on this app about it. Most of them, It's like the dirty, disgusting, vile shit that comes from their mouth. They're literal Jew hatred that comes out of their mouth. They call them to kill Jews. That's scary shit, man. So that's why I'm worried for New York, because there's a lot of them that are in New York that are like that. There's just no education. Education is shit, So
Where do they get the
that's how I see it. Huh?
Where do they get the chutzpah to say some of these crazy things?
They're fucking New Yorkers. What do you expect? The worst fans of any New York team. They're the worst fans. You know, they're the worst people. Like, they're shit.
You know, Harry, it's odd to me because obviously I'm not naive, but I sort of can't wrap my head around it because the perpetrators of 9/11 are the ones who are being propped up, and you know they're proudly wearing their flags and their terrorist garb, and I can't wrap my head around it. I don't know.
24 years ago when that happened, and a lot of people on this stage are already familiar, and it's been mentioned many times in our rooms. You can go find the videos of the Palestinians in the street dancing and handing candies out and handing baklava and kanafe out to all their people, all the civilians in the street when 9/11 happened. They were celebrating, and then now it's like the reverse. Like everybody in New York are celebrating October 7th. It's fucking crazy to me. I don't know what the fuck happened to that city, but yeah, something happened to that city. It became radicalized since 9/11. It went the complete opposite turn. Crazy shit, man.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you're propping up your enemies. I mean, you know, it's like the saying goes, you know, not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslim.
Yeah.
You know,
I like that saying. It's true.
It's like, okay, not all Muslims are terrorists. I agree, but all Muslims all terrorists aren't Muslim though. And at the end of the day, like throughout New York's history, World Trade Center, the first bombing, like so many things that they've done in New York. I don't know, like where's the memory? There's no memory there. And these people, I don't get it.
So what happened in New York is this: over the last 25 years, there has been a push in universities, professors educating young people with a far left-wing socialist agenda, funded by Qatar and other bad actors, and it has only amplified in the last 5 years. You've got these social justice movements that the far left Marxists hang on to, or grab onto, should I say, and they see this Palestinian cause as just being another similar cause to all their other causes, which were, for example, Black Lives Matter. And all these far left-wing organizations have been pumping funds into this for a long time, including CARE, which is a Muslim organization that's aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood that runs openly in America. And then you've got people like Mahmoud Khalil, who's actually meant to be deported, who's still running around the streets of New York organizing all these events. You've got another organization in New York that actually organizes these pro-Palestinian events, which is funded by an organization which is close to George Soros as well. The guy that is being paid $85,000 a year just to be in the streets and protest, who is Asian. He's not a Muslim, he's just an Asian ex-student. And the story goes on and on and on and on. So the younger generation, unfortunately, have fallen into the trap of thinking and believing that the colonial struggle against Israel is their struggle against, the US colonialism as well. They hate America. They hate Jews. They hate America. They burn the American flag openly in the streets of New York now. And they will take American flags off street signs and street poles and flag poles, and they'll put a Palestinian flag up instead. The police do nothing, and it's a shit show.
Yeah, I mean, technically you're allowed to burn the American flag and all that, but it's still, I know what you're saying. It's disgusting and it's horrible. And you're right, this electric shit's taken over, man. It's a virus.
That's a very good point that you just made, and yeah, it all makes sense when you connect the dots that way. Of course, I know they're being indoctrinated on a university level, on a campus level. I do security a lot for one of the famous professors there, and So I know the kind of stuff that is going on, but when you connect all the dots, and it makes sense, and you have to hand it to these radical pricks. Like, they knew exactly where to get it from and where to start and how to do it, and where it would just spread from there. These are the future leaders of the world, and
October 7th happened. It was morning here on the eastern seaboard. It was early morning when I started getting the news, like 4 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Anyway, cut long story short, they were out on the streets in Union Square and other locations in New York City on the evening of October 6th, or the evening of October 7th, going into October 8th. There's signs of genocide. Israel's committing genocide. Were already on the streets on the 7th of October. They were prepared. They knew what to do. It was all pre-prepared. And somebody in one of these organizations here in the United States that was aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas knew what was going on. 100%.
I strongly believe that.
Actually, Israel didn't go into the Gaza Strip for a few weeks until after October 7th. We didn't start any operations for a while. So the bottom line is somebody fucking knew about it. The streets were filled with these signs, and it's been going on ever since.
Olive, do you remember we were talking about this a while back when we did a thing together, and we said, sorry if I'm going to misquote, but I think we both agreed on the fact that, after October the 7th, we had hoped that the IDF would have gone in October 8th and just destroyed everything week 1. Because the longer it was going to drag out, the worse it would become for the rest of the world, the Jewry population around the world, and of course in Israel. And I still hold firm to that belief, because the longer it drags out, the worse it's becoming for Jews around the world. And it's unfortunate, because I say it not knowing the answer, very ignorant to the answer, so please bear with me. At what point do you, as a government, put national security and worldwide nation security ahead of 200 hostages? Like, I would never want to make that decision. I would never, ever want to have to make that decision. But I've guarded some hostages, former hostages rather, that have said to me, just that. They would have gladly sacrificed their life to save the rest of the Jewish world. And by extension, the Christian world, because after they're done with the Jews, they go after the Christians. So, at what point do you finally say, okay, this is about national security now. This is no longer about, and again, thank God I don't ever have to make that decision, because I don't know that I ever could. As far as I'm concerned, every life is precious and has to be saved. But that is the big question, how do you weigh out the lives of a whole nation versus, a few dozen, that may or may not be alive?
Well, America has learned the hard way from terrorist attacks in the past. So what I think is the next major terrorist attack that happens in the United States will be maybe a wake-up call for everybody again, because Americans seem to be living in such a bubble that they think nothing can happen here. And we saw one already happen in Colorado not too long ago. A guy tried to, take a flamethrower to the Jewish people, older Jewish people, and burn them to death, pretty much. A guy that wasn't even here legally in the United States. And that alone still wasn't a wake-up call to most people. And look, we still have the same rhetoric that we're hearing here in the United States and in the Western world, and there's still people. There was an American in here today saying that he supports Hamas.
like, you know, in our country, openly supporting a terrorist organization. So yeah, it's pretty alarming. What?
Tell him to leave America then, if he supports enemies.
I mean, I can tell him whatever, but that's, you know, at that point, the FBI should be involved if he's saying he supports a terrorist, because he needs to be investigated to see where his money's been going. Because if he says he supports a terrorist organization and they can track and trace to see any kind of donation, this was said earlier, to one of these organizations that who knows where the fuck the money's going to, and they find out that it went to somebody affiliated with Hamas, they can go to federal prison. It's not a fucking joke in America. So, and you'll be locked up in a federal institution, not like, you know, a little state prison. You're going to be in federal prison with federal fucking criminals, like terrorists, like the shoe bomber, what's his name, Sheikh Khalid, the guy who perpetrated all of the 9/11 attack. Yeah, those guys are all locked up in Florence, maximum security, but you'll be locked up there with it. It's not a joke, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of sleeper cells that are in this country, and probably also in Canada, and other Western nations as well. So it's pretty alarming.
Yeah, it is alarming. You're right, and it's unfortunate because you know, specifically, the concerning part for me specifically is New York at the moment, because it seems to be, you know, it seems to be getting worse on a daily level. On a daily basis, you wake up and you see more and more attacks. You know, I saw another video this morning of a couple that were driving their vehicle and a bunch of Islamists were surrounding their car, spitting on the car, banging on the window, and when the cop came along, he just sort of shooed them away, you know, which sends a message basically that it's okay to do that. As long as you don't get caught, do what you need to do. And when you do get caught, they're just going to send you on your way. So it always comes down to a law enforcement level, in my opinion.
Of course.
If the law's not being utilized, then, you know, society goes crazy, right? Historically, that's the way it's always been. And when the laws are exercised, then people start thinking twice. And the beauty that you got in the U.S. is you got the right to bear arms. And, you know, somebody breaks into your home, God forbid, you can blow their head off with a clear conscience and not worry about defending your family. Where we're from, there are 9 different levels of use of force before you're allowed to get to that point.
Holy shit.
So you have to, in your mind, while the guy's holding a gun to your wife's head, you have to go through those 9 levels and then decide, okay, was I able to get to my safe to pull out my weapon? Was I able to go to my box to pull out my ammo? Was I able to load it correctly and then fire before he shot my wife? Those are all questions that need to be answered, which of course have very logical ways around them.
And the criminals are going to exploit that.
Well, in my home, I'm cleaning my guns in every room of the house 24/7. So whenever they walk into my house, I'm absolutely cleaning my guns. I'm just saying, I clean my guns.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's funny you brought this up. I saw, actually, it was like yesterday, the day before, I saw that meme. It was an interview of some cop somewhere in Canada.
That's what I was just about to tell you.
And then you saw the sheriff from Polk County, Florida, Grady Lee or whatever his name is, the fucking badass sheriff. Did you see? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, so the cop, he didn't mean it the way he said it. He didn't actually mean that. He sort of just meant, like, comply, like, don't put up a fight if they just want your keys or whatever and you want to save your family, maybe, you know, just comply. He's not saying make them a coffee and order them a pizza, you know, but at the same time, you know, the sheriff in the States is right. If they walk into your home, they've already breached. And once that breach is past the threshold of your front door, you're allowed to defend yourself. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to defend myself.
Oh, the front door? And
Florida, it's if you step on their lawn anywhere on their property, like if you step anywhere on their grass and you feel like they're like they might have a gun and they point a gun at you or something like that, then yeah, you have every right to go ahead and pull your gun out and shoot the guy. But I mean, if he's just stepping on your grass and like you tell him to get off, he doesn't want to get off. Obviously, you can't do that. But there's certain ways around that. If the guy does come at you or whatever, yeah, you definitely can. You can pull your gun out and shoot the guy by the standard ground law in Florida. But what that Sheriff Greedy was saying was he's like, those people in Polk County, we got a lot of guns here in Polk County. He's like, and those people like to use them guns. Like, so he's like, if you want to go and break in their house, go ahead and try and see what happens.
He also said on Saturdays we teach shooting. We'll make you better at it so you don't miss. I love that guy. I'm moving in right next to him.
Bro, I love that guy too, bro. He's a legend, man. Definitely. Especially in Florida. People, when I drive through that county, I'm like, shit, bro. I don't want to get pulled over. Nothing, because like, man, the police there are, they're on point there, man. They, you never know what can happen. So, Florida is definitely a police state, that's for sure. So, you gotta know that. And like, if you are a pro police person, like then Florida will be a great state. Texas would be a great state for you to live in. But that's one thing is like I do feel very protected in Florida, and I feel like with the laws here and how the Constitution really is at the end of the day, I know that I can own a gun, and I know that I have every right to defend my house or my property if somebody does break in the middle of the night. So and I'm not worried about that. My neighbor has a gun. Both my neighbors have guns, and then people down the street have a gun, and then I have two houses down from me. I have a cop that lives there actually. So there's plenty of guns on our street too. Like that's the thing is pretty much everybody has a gun here. So.
Harry, my 68-year-old sister, I was down there. She pulled out a 380 from her purse. She's like, "What do you think of this one I just got?" She said, "Can you zero it in for me?" I'm like, "What? You're 68 years old." She's like, "Well, I'm allowed to defend myself here."
She's right. Yeah, no, definitely.
I'm with it, man. I'm coming. I told
That's a big gun for a 68-year-old, man. She's at that recoil on that thing is gonna blow her arms back.
Nah, it's a little 380. It's a little pea shooter. It's good, but it's small. But
it's a smaller revolver. It's not the big revolver.
Not the revolver. It's a 380 semi. It uses shells. It's a little semi, small little.
I see. Okay. I see.
Something you see in a James Bond movie.
Okay.
Small.
And she's Moroccan, so she's building the ship for us.
Yeah.
Arms not moving.
We're coming there, baby. You know that, right?
What, Florida?
Yeah.
Like the move?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro.
You're done in Canada, huh?
Done.
I don't blame you.
Let me on.
Well, how are you gonna? You can come here on TN visa, right? Or what kind of visa do you?
I can do a TN because of what I do for a living, but I'm gonna do a business visa instead. I opened a security company not far from you, actually.
Oh, nice. Let's talk, bro. Let's talk offline, bro.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna be doing some work there, and I'm getting all the infrastructure set up now. But yeah, I want to live in a place where that allows you to protect your loved ones and yourself, and sure. It's not even for me. Look, yeah, okay, I'm lying. It is about guns. I love guns, but at the same time, it's about the freedom that it represents, right?
I agree. Listen, like it's in the Second Amendment, man. And like there's states here that are trying to take that away. Like it's the worst thing in the world. It's like all those states that have gun laws like that, it's all unconstitutional. I don't know how the fuck these states pass these laws, but it's these fucking lefty politicians that did it, man.
That's why you see these liquor stores, and by the way, it's happening in Canada as well, where guys will walk in, certain ethnicities, they'll have big gym bags, they'll fill them up with booze, and the security guard's watching them do it, and he's tasked, his protocol is let them do it, just make sure nobody gets hurt.
Sounds like California.
It is California.
so right, bro.
I'm not mad at them because at least they're stopping the thieves from coming in and doing what they're doing here in California.
Yeah, in California, they say as long as you don't steal over $999 worth of, you're good to go. So it's like, here's a free pass to steal. Like,
I literally saw a dude with a calculator in a store. I'm not kidding. I saw a guy taking something. Before he put it in his bag, he added it on the calculator.
That's insane, man. It's crazy.
How can you live in a society that's so lawless?
Yeah, that's some lawless stuff, man. Like, how can you, if you want to open a business, like, feel safe to have a, imagine it being like a mom and pop store. Even though, and that's a lot of their logic is like, oh, it's a CVS, so we can just rob them. It doesn't matter if you're taking money away from the company and from people who work in the company. It's not right. You don't just rob people. It's not within the law. It's against the law. You're breaking the law.
Not how society's supposed to work.
Exactly. And if the police don't do anything about it, then they'll just keep breaking the law. That's why you see that there in these cities.
Yeah. These governors are just jokes. The fact that they allow it to take place. And you could go on and on about it, but at the end of the day, I can't live in a society that's lawless. And really, it's not good. It's not anyone in this room that's going to be affected by any of this, right? None of us will be affected by it. It's our kids and their kids that are going to have the real trouble. We can live our lives. We can, talk about it, fetch about it, whatever, deal with it. But it's them where this shit becomes the norm, and it becomes a very dangerous Wild West type of world to live in for them. And if the Islamists are running the governments, then you can imagine, right? I have, a daughter. I don't want her running around in a burqa and she has to sit in the back seat, or she's not allowed out of the house unless her husband's with her. Who the hell wants that? I don't choose that. She doesn't choose that. If that's what you chose, okay, more power to you. But, don't impose it on everybody else that doesn't want it. You're leaving a country to get a better life, and then you're coming to that country that'll give you a better life, and you're trying to turn it into the country you just left from. Like, make it make sense. You're flying a flag of a country you left in a country you wanted to go to make it a country you don't want to be in. Like, it just makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, because they want to come and they want to reap the benefits of this great country, and then spit all over it after they do that, right? It's like, fuck, no, man. Like, I'm here. I was born and raised here. Like, I have I pay my taxes. I vote. Like, it's why should somebody who comes to this country and then get citizenship here, goes through the whole fucking process, and spit all over this great country? I think it's fucked. I really
think it's not spitting on it, Harry. They're not spitting on the country. What they're doing is they're trying to take it over and turn it into the shithole that they came from. Because if they didn't want that, then they would go to one of the other shitholes. But they chose the West because the West is not like the shitholes they're used to. And so they want to come to the West and turn it into the shithole they're used to. Because that's what they say they're commanded to do, to spread Islam around the world, right? The difference is when the Rebbe, Zichron Lebracha, when he said spread, the Torah around the four corners of the world, he didn't say and go impose it on everybody. He's saying go to the, four corners of the world, and if any Jew wants to pray or wants to learn, they'll find a center there. But these people, they're commanded to bring Islam to everybody.
It's called jihad, and they also impose jizya, a tax.
I can't say it's we don't remind you. We don't chop it up. We don't do all that stuff that people do to make it look like there's one eat a sandwich. It's real. The animal gave its life for us. You don't have to beat it up to death.
This is the way the sandwiches were made originally. This is the way we still make our sandwiches. Because most of the people that come here still have teeth. They can eat with their teeth. You don't need to chop it up like baby food. Like all the other places that chop the sandwich up. Like baby food. Real ribeye. See the way it looks? So all you people that have cheesesteak places that think they're doing something different, why don't you do it like the original? Like it was originally. See what I mean? There's no chopping, there's no noise, it doesn't sound like a railroad crossing in here.
And I spoke to her not long ago. She said, I knew this was coming and how the steps that they would take to get it done. And it's exactly playbook. It's exactly what she said would happen is happening. And if she's right, which she was already, then the rest of it's not far behind. Unless the West starts to really fight back, I just want like Conor McGregor. Good morning, Kyle. And I don't. It's not Tally, nigga. That's a whole nigga, nigga. Oh, turn things around because he's talking about mass deportation. Anybody that holds up that terrorist flag is immediately deported. So he's got all the right ideas, and unfortunately or fortunately, that's what it's going to take to turn this around.
They've been doing that for years there, by the way, in Ireland. Like it's crazy that it finally took somebody like him this long for somebody to say something and try to stand up against that shit. But you're right. That's the only way that's going to happen. And the problem with America is that it's not that easy in America for that to happen. That's the problem.
AOCs and the Ilhan's and you got all that shit. So and the Bernie Sanders and Soros and they're constantly bucking the system. They're constantly fighting it. Where else in the world would you see a federal judge release a guy who's in the country illegally committing crimes, release him through the side door of her chambers?
You guys don't like Soros either? Oh my God. You guys are my people. I love you guys.
Yeah, why would we like Soros?
He's Jewish.
I don't give a shit. I don't care.
He's not Jewish. We call him a capo.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. He's like Buttercup. That's what he likes. Just like her.
Buttercup doesn't have a hedge fund.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. He's the point that I'm trying to make is their mentality is the same. The way that they think is the same. They're enemies to the Jewish people. They're the worst of the worst. They're worse than terrorists, I would say.
Because they have the information that hurts us the most and the quickest. So they are a lot worse than the terrorists because when they become terrorists, they know exactly how to get to us. And they know how everything functions and how everything works. So it hurts us a lot more when our own go against us. And they are the biggest enemies of the Jewish community. The Bernie Sanders.
I just invited her. If you thought Soros was bad, let's see. I just have to unblock her. So why you haven't seen her?
No, you have her blocked. I was wondering why I haven't seen her today. Yeah. I was like, that's a first.
Yeah, well, maybe
she's just as bad as that guy. She had the money that he had. She'd be doing the same thing he's doing. I'm telling you. So yeah, it's there's a lot of them actually. It's unfortunate. There's the whole JVP is all this.
Harry, that's who's propping up Montgomery.
Yeah.
Is the leftist Jewish community. That's who's propping him up because he went to a synagogue. They invited him into a synagogue, a very progressive synagogue, and they were cheering him on.
Yeah, of course they were.
How do you cheer on a guy that says he wants to kill your whole family? It's because I'll tell you what it is.
see 100,000 mosques pop up overnight.
Yeah, none of them have any connection to Israel at all, because if they did, like, they wouldn't be thinking like how they do. If I've never stepped foot in Israel, the majority of those people, and never even thought to go there. So they are born, to a Jewish family, and then there's, raised Jewish, and then when they become adults, they realize, okay, let me join a Reform synagogue, a conservative synagogue, and then some of the synagogues have good connections with Israel, and some of them don't, and a lot of those in New York are very, very progressive, like you said. They're very complete opposite of the halacha and Torah, and it's actually, like, I would say they're almost like Messianic Jews. In my point, it's at that point. That's what some of these people. Jewish Voice for Peace, very, very bad organization.
That guy comes at me the hardest.
Oh, really?
Rabbi Meisner, he's the one that's coming at me the hardest.
Really?
He's got a couple professors trying to come at me, trying to get intel on. Oh yeah, but those guys, JVP, unbelievable.
Yeah, they're pieces of shit, man.
Garbage cans.
Yeah, I saw what they were doing. They were like, they did like a protest for Palestine or some shit, like in New York, like very shortly after October 7th happened, maybe like 6 months after it happened. They were like in some train station, shutting down some train station, something like this, Union Station. They were like, shutting it there. Like, had a bunch of people, and they were the ones that threw the whole event. So crazy shit, man.
They just did one not far from us 2 days ago, and he fucked up because he named a bunch of his intel people by mistake. But he did, a rally, and he had probably 150 people there, and he's still going every single day. So I would have to think that he's getting a lot of money from, Qatar, like Aleph said. Someone's got to be paying him, or the regime, the Iranian regime. Someone's giving this guy a massive paycheck, because there's no other reason for these combos to be doing this. If they did it once every 4 or 5 months, then maybe it's from the heart. But when they're doing it every day of the week in multiple cities, it's a job.
Yeah, if you spend more insight on how to deal with those progressives, you tell them that, you can't negotiate with Hashem's law. The scripture is literally law.
Well, they don't care about that. They feel like God doesn't exist, most of them. But, the only way that I deal with them is I just ask them a simple question. Do you honestly think that when the time comes and they're going to load you into whatever cattle cars of the 2025 century or year is, do you really think they're going to care that you went to their protests and supported them? You're a Jew. You were born a Jew. You're going to go out like the rest of them they're going to try to take out. That's it. They didn't ask in Nazi Germany, did you help us? You wore the same yellow star, and, you got executed the exact same ways. Maybe it took a little longer because they wanted you as a useful idiot, but eventually your number came up. So, but they don't see it, or they see it and just ignore it. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, they've had, like, in Jewish Voice for Peace, have had involvements with, like, a couple different Arabic organizations as well. They've had a conference this year in April. Rashida Tlaib was there. Linda Sassor was there. Like, disgusting fucking people. So yeah, it's just pretty bad organization. They had criticized for partnering with groups like Electronic Intifada, Al-Awad, and Movement for Black Lives, all of which have characterized Israel's treatment of Palestinians as apartheid and accused the state of genocide. So yeah, they don't really seem like a group that does the right things. And these people are a big enemy, and they're making good money. They're making millions of dollars in revenue. And like you said, it's probably coming from overseas. A lot of it, I'm sure, especially when you partner with some of these organizations like that. So it's dangerous shit, man. And it's just a fucking shame that some of these fucking Jews haven't woken up. Because, like you said, everybody, they don't give a shit if you helped or not. In Nazi Germany, everyone who was a Jew got a gold star no matter what and was taken away or killed right away. So, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, these fucking retards will never understand that, unfortunately. And that's what this woke, fucking socialist, communist fucking shit that we're seeing that's really taken over America, like, very hard in the last 8 to 10 years, man. It's fucking insane. So it's very dangerous shit. Very, very dangerous.
And they actually add fuel. They actually.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
I mean, why is there a Palestinian flag in a George Floyd protest? I mean, the city that I lived in when that shit happened, there was a guy with why is that there? It's like these movements are coming together because they all have one ideology, which is like America's a colonialist country, Israel's a colonialist white people, and they're colonizing the Palestinians or whatever. It's the same. They try to make it the same kind of narrative as America, who colonized America with the indigenous Native Americans. And you hear that shit on here all the time on the chat, by the way.
Yeah, but that's coming from a people who are colonizing the whole world right now.
I know. But when you hear white Americans say that shit, they don't know what that's the point is they have no idea. When you tell them what you just said, you catch them off guard because they don't know what to say after that.
But that's what I tell them. I say, wait a second. You just say the word colonizer? That Israel's colonizing? Yeah, I did. Oh. So coming from a person who's related to a people that's colonizing the entire fucking world. Is that what you're telling me? And now they're blatant enough to say that London is their land. When Brits can't hold up a British flag without being called racist.
I have a video I'm gonna play. Watch it.
The lady that was in our room a couple days ago, BB knows who I'm talking about. She literally said the whole world is theirs, even Antarctica. All this stuff. Somebody asked, even Antarctica. She said the whole world.
Buddy, it's time to move to the Yukon territories. Minus 75 degrees in the winter. Because that's the only place they probably can't fucking go to.
I have a video I'm gonna play, guys. Watch this.
Well, it's when we go to Gaza. When we go talking Gaza, it's when they come talking Gaza. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's become blasphemy. It's blasphemy. It's blasphemy. It's bullshit. It's fashionable. Yes. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, does it? How many bombs? France. In fucking Syria. Here, London. All it is an excuse for hate Jews. It's us. The problem's us, isn't it? It's us. You think tomorrow, if there was no Israel, this problem would be solved? They fucking kill each other. Right, doing genocide. We're the worst that committed genocide. The fucking population is tripled in the last 10 fucking years. Genocide. They're fucking idiots. It's just like my hands.
But we say exactly what he says on here all the time. What he said in there, we say word for word what he said.
He's a black guy in the UK. He went up to a protest and he's screaming. It's exactly what we're saying.
That makes more sense now.
And he's screaming at
What we need some marketing geniuses to come up with some type of a marketing scheme that just and I say this looking at one of the names on here, and it's really cool, catchy, jihadist. It's stuff like that we need to come up with that needs to spread like wildfire. The truth is being spewed flag, and we were visiting them every couple days to go see if any of them were broken, the glass was busted, and not one of them got spray painted, not one of them got defaced, which was pretty surprising, but the campaign was great. And then New York came out just after us, and they did a billboard at Times Square, the big pink billboard. I forget what it said, but that's when they had that one, right after we did ours. And it's like campaigns like that are, expensive, and, they can be logistical nightmares, but they're effective. They really work. And you'd think in this day and age, maybe it's different now, fast forward 2 or 3 years, right, from then, but not one of them got defaced. And people were posing next to them, taking pictures with them. So that was just like one little simple grassroots idea we came up with and then implemented it. And it wasn't super crazy expensive because we took whatever billboards were like not being sold that month, and we ended up with 85 of them for like 60 days. So I don't know, just trying to say you can think outside the box a little bit, And the thing in the southern states of the U.S. is everyone has this illusion that they're safe there because they all own guns. And you could be safe from somebody breaking into your home, but you're not safe from a Muslim invasion. It can happen anywhere, and it is happening.
I got another video, guys. Watch this one.
Watch it or listen to it?
Hold on. Watch this.
How do you watch it?
Easy. You gotta change the audio. Watch this. Hold on.
Way long. Was there before? There's still Palestinian passports that exist. When was the state of Palestine founded? And who was its leader? Where are you from? I'm from Israel. I'm Syrian. Are you a Zionist? Of course. You're the people that don't want peace. How many Jews live in Syria? I don't believe it. There was like about 100,000 plus before 1948. Now there's like 30. How many Palestinians live in Israel? 2 million. You tell me who doesn't want to have peace. You give me a moral, ethical justification to creating a 53rd Muslim state and a 23rd Arab ethno state. Go. That's no bearing. Should we give the Kurds a state first? Or the Mandeans? Or the Coptic people? Or what about the Assyrians? Should they get a state first? All these ethnic minorities have suffered way longer than the Palestinians. Where is the justification to creating another Muslim state in the Middle East? It was there before. There's still Palestinian passports that exist. Amazing. When was the state of Palestine founded? What year? And who is its leader? You're going to leave the conversation the second you get proven wrong. I know this. Hey, Google, was there ever in the history of planet Earth a state or a kingdom or a country known as Palestine?
While the geographical region has been known as Palestine for centuries, it has not historically existed as an independent sovereign state under that name until the modern declaration of the state of Palestine in 1988.
So you just want to ignore the first part, the centuries before. It was referred to as a Jew. I knew it!
You fucking laugh. I saw that video not too long ago, actually, but that shit's a lot. I've been on that app before, and I've kind of done similar things to them on there. And so I put his Israel flag, like I'm in Israel, and then I'm telling every single person you come across is pretty much talking the same type of shit that you hear on here and that you see on those videos. It's almost every person, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Why don't you guys call them Canaanites? Isn't that what it used to be?
Canaan, yeah.
And guess what? They're Jewish too.
Well, I mean, Judaism was there 1,500 years before Islam was ever even thought about. So they can all fuck off, bro. I don't care what they say. And look, he defeated that guy so easily. And it's funny, a couple of those talking points that he said, I always say that to people on this app that want to come on here and claim the same shit about Palestine. And then he asked fucking AI. And that shit's hilarious. How to play for him live. The answer. And he didn't know what to say. And I guarantee the guy was just some fucking Jew hater. That had probably nothing to do with the region at all. Just fucking hope.
Also tell them Muslims are technically supposed to submit to the people the book, Quran 1094 and Surah 4
Quran is not viewed Jewish. There's a guy named Resistance Army. He's a piece of shit. Terrorist. But yeah, I saw you do that in the room with him like last week, bro. That was fucking hilarious. So, the guy who claims to know so much about the Quran. So.
And then he'll go like, oh no, we have to go to the hadith, and I'll get the cringe hadith about Muhammad French kissing his grandson. The story of Elza. I'm not sure if you heard about that one. Basically, Muhammad goes out in the desert, and the people pretty much ride him all night, and they're known for having big dicks.
Okay. How does it actually say that word for word in there?
Well, basically how it says is Muhammad goes out into the desert with his companion, and the sun starts setting. He turns to his companion or his friend, draws a circle. He said, don't walk out of the circle whenever you see. Otherwise, if you walk out, you'll surely die. Muhammad proceeds to walk out still and throw a distance away, probably 70 to 90 feet or something like that. And the sun is setting, and then the people come out. They start riding the Prophet all through the night. And then when the morning comes, Muhammad crawls back and lays his head on his friend's lap, and his side is sore.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess you can interpret it whatever way you want. I know all that shit's weird to me, bro, so I don't
Piece about Aisha washing off the semen off his clothes. Word for word.
Which translates from Arabic to that.
People will be reading that in Arabic as well.
Interesting.
There's the one about wiping your butt with odd numbers or rocks.
Interesting also. Very interesting.
There's also the part after where you shouldn't wash your hands after you eat if you can't lick them off. Have the person sitting next to you lick your fingers because they don't know what part of the hand has a blessing.
That's just how they did it in the old days, man. They didn't have hand sanitizer back then.
I got another video. This one's pretty good. Hold on. People might not.
Never has there ever been a Palestinian state. For those chanting free Palestine, let's talk facts and history, not slogans. Before Israel, there was a British mandate, not a Palestinian state. Before the British mandate, there was the Ottoman Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Ottomans, the Mamluks of Egypt ruled over the land, not a Palestinian state. Before the Mamluks, it was under the Ayyubid Arab Kurdish Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Ayyubids, it was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, not a Palestinian state. Before the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the land belonged to the Umayyad Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before that, the Fatimid Empire ruled, not a Palestinian state. Before them was the Byzantine Empire, also not a Palestinian state. Before the Byzantines, it was controlled by the Sassanid Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Sassanids, it was the Roman Empire, also not a Palestinian state. Before Rome, the land was the Hasmonean Kingdom of Israel, a Jewish state, not a Palestinian one. Before the Hasmonean, it was under the Seleucid Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Seleucids, it was under the Empire of Alexander the Great, not a Palestinian state. Before Alexander the Great, it was the Persian Empire, also not a Palestinian state. Before Persia, it was the Babylonian Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before Babylon, it belonged to the Kingdom of Israel. Never has there been.
Not a Palestinian state. Not a Palestinian state. Oh my god. We have to give history lessons to people because they're just so stupid. We have to make videos about it. That's the only way you can get through to people nowadays. They can't go open a book and read
read it for themselves.
Yeah, but how too long for TikTok became historians.
Yeah, right now because no one was taught history the right way. We have Egyptians that come in here that think they won the 1973 war. You know,
They're in their schools, literally, to this day.
Yeah, we need more people like Yaakov. We need educators like Yaakov out there. Come on, Yaakov. You need to start training some people. What's going on?
How's everybody?
How are you doing, Yaakov? But yeah, I mean, education is fucked. That's kind of what Aleph was saying earlier, man. It's like, that's what these colleges are being funded to teach, man.
2016, when I was teaching math, 5th graders, there was a 5th grade word problem. And word problems, you learn how to read and translate it into math. And we got the school textbook from UNRWA in 2016. I remember it to this day. It said, if there are 6 Zionists in a room and you want to have 2 Zionists in a room, how many Zionists do you want to kill? Now, in our textbooks, you would of course say, if you have 6 eggs and you break 4 eggs, how many eggs do you have left? 6 minus 4 equals 2. They decided to replace it with science. They also teach physics to high schoolers using slingshots and changing the diameter of the slingshot, trying to figure out how much faster it would hit the Israeli soldiers that they picture.
We'll post it shortly. I have another video of this.
I have the
Hold on. The curriculum posted in the chat. I'll post it. Give me one second.
it's a third party.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I got a good video here.
Hamas went into the Israel that day knowing they can't beat the IDF. They went in that day knowing that the IDF would come after the hostages. They went in that day knowing that they were going to use their own civilians on top of legitimate military targets in an effort to increase civilian casualties, their civilian casualties. And yet, they knew that Western media and academia would back their plan and make a false moral equivalency argument. The question that you got to start asking yourself, how did they know they could trust left-wing academia and media to back their plan? How did they know? Because that's exactly what took place. Hamas.
That's a very important question. We were talking about that earlier in the room today. In October 7th, there was hundreds of posters being plastered all over New York City. The same day. You can't get printing done that quick.
Yeah, ready to go.
Chucky, come up.
So I put it in the chat. Impact-sc.org. This is a 188-page review of the curriculum.
Awesome.
Take a look.
I have a question for Chucky.
Yep.
What's up, Chucky? So the other day you said you were Jewish.
Yes, I am.
No, he's not. He's a troll.
You just said salam instead of shalom.
He says he's with them all day long. He's best friends with them.
No, if you're curious,
He said he converted to Jews.
Okay, let's go. So if you did, why, Chucky? How come you're in Jewish spaces? What happened?
I've never noticed you guys' rooms until recently.
Really? We've been holding them for 5 years.
Yeah, I'm fairly new to Clubhouse, you know. I stumbled across the mayor's room, then I
But
found
that's like going into the wrong classroom, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
If you are Jewish, right?
I am. Chucky, what holiday do we fast on? Yom Kippur. That's my man. He's Jewish.
That doesn't mean shit.
That's the easiest question ever.
Every time I ask somebody who's not Jewish, they're like,
Yeah, but the Jew haters know everything like this, bro. That's the thing. So.
what's the prayer on the bread on Friday night? Hamotzi.
No, he can recite prayers.
That's easy also.
I've heard him recite prayers. I'm just curious, Chuck. Yeah, okay, wait. What's the second prayer? After the Hamotzi.
Use the second link and put it in the chest, right?
Okay, but I will.
That's a good question too.
What's the second prayer after the Motzi?
How many prayers do you do on Shabbat, by the way?
I didn't come in here to get grilled on my jizz.
You're not getting grilled, bro. I just have questions. No, I like you personally. I may not agree with your opinions or whatever, but
Bro, it's easy questions.
Just easy stuff. So you're not getting grilled.
Like, what's 2 plus 2? I mean, is that grilling somebody on their math skills if I'm asking you what 2 plus 2 is?
That's easy.
But just notice, I come on stage and then now I'm getting asked.
Okay, no problem. We're not going to
That's okay.
What's your opinion of Chuck? I'm curious. Are you a Zionist?
I believe in religious Zionism.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
I believe that we are to return back to the land when the Messiah comes.
But not before. You're right, Marta. Baby, go kill yourself, you liar. You're a child killer.
Hold on. We got him. Don't interrupt him. Let him build a case against himself. What else would you like to say?
Israel is a criminal state built by rich people and Zionists.
Wow, you sound so stupid. It's so funny.
Do you support Hamas?
Of course not.
I don't like Israel.
I know, I did.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Were you from Poland, Ukraine?
No, Africa. You got that one wrong, eh?
I'm from Israel.
I'm from Africa.
This guys, let me talk to Cross Hunter. You speak my interest. Hey, Cross Hunter, tell us. Hey, whoa, yeah.
Where are you from?
We're
We're in the Middle East.
What are you about? At least I'm a legit.
Well, I told you where I'm from in the Middle East. Why you're ashamed of where you're from?
But that's not a country.
Of course it's a country.
It's on the map.
It's been a country since 1948. I don't know where you've been.
It's a country. It's a state. It's a homeland.
Recognized by the whole world.
Recognized by the United Nations.
Yeah, that's
It's on the map. I mean, just go Google it. Just Google
So
it.
what country are you from? You're ashamed. I'm not ashamed to say I'm from Israel. I'm proud of it. Yeah, of course you're ashamed. You should see your country on your way.
Wants to say the country.
Hold on, Dickie. Hold on. It's hard to talk when 3 people are talking. Hold on. Where are you from? Why are you ashamed to say what country you're from?
I'm pure Middle Eastern.
That's not a country.
Don't worry about it. My brother.
You must be very ashamed of where you come from.
My grandmother is older than Israel, bro. What the fuck is Israel?
Your grandmother is older than Israel?
Yeah.
What is that supposed to mean? Hold on, what is that supposed to mean?
I want to live.
Actually, let them do this one-on-one.
I can show you proof of Palestinian passport before 1948.
Oh, here we go.
We just played a video about this. This is funny.
Hold on.
I can show you
We're
proof.
forgetting the words in front of that.
Bibi, wait, you want to play that video one time so we can combat his answer with the video now? Because I guess we don't need to like do it anymore. I'm tired of repeating myself.
I know.
Palestinian passports.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a video for you. What's your name again?
His name's Cal Hunter.
Bibi.
You need it you after that cue, by the way.
Wait, hold on, Bibi. Can you put the second report in? The second link?
Yeah.
Not the first one. Thank you very much. Iron Duke did not go so far.
So wait.
You asked me what country I was from.
Who was the first leader of Palestine? When was it established as a country?
Obviously, Iron Duke going. It's a building.
Why won't you answer the question? You said they have Palestinian passports. So when was Palestine established as a country? And who was the first leader?
Where's your father from?
What is their current?
Listen, if you don't want to answer questions, I'm going to move you down. So
What's
either you
their
answer the
current?
question or you get moved down.
A Palestinian state. For those shooting free Palestine, let's talk facts and history, not slogans. Before Israel, there was a British mandate, not a Palestinian state. Before the British mandate, there was the Ottoman Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Ottomans, the Mamluks of Egypt ruled over the land, not a Palestinian state. Before the Mamluks, it was under the Ayyubid Arab Kurdish Empire, not a Palestinian state. Before the Ayyubids, it was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, not a Palestinian state. Before the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the land belonged to the Umayyad Empire, State.
Wait. Can I clarify something? Can I
Interesting
clarify for a
history
minute?
lesson right there.
Hold on, guys. Like, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. Not a Palestinian state, like ever. Like all those empires and rulers. Alexander the Great was Greek, not Palestinian. Like seriously, no.
That's a great history lesson. We should play the video every time somebody like it
They
comes
said not before a Palestinian state, like not a Palestinian state. All of these rulers, all of these empires, like, are we understanding this? On whatever the fuck your name is, wherever he went.
Come Hunter.
Cause Hunter. Do we get it?
No, it's Come Muncher.
Because they want to, just like they took the Jordanian flag and took the sticker off of it and took the Palestinian flag, they're going to take the name, the British Mandate of Palestine, and cut off British Mandate of.
Do we want to bring him up and only one person speak with him? Because dogpiling becomes annoying.
I mean, no, that's fine, but like, is there even a point? Because he's just going to sit there and spew his bullshit.
No, I want to. The problem is when you dogpile him, the problem is you're not gathering evidence for the FBI. So please, everybody, let Harry do it.
Like, I would give them more.
Hold
on, bro. There's nothing to deal with. He doesn't want to answer the questions because he knows the answers to the questions. There is no answers to the questions. No one's sensitive. You're actually the only sensitive one. That's the funny part. You don't even want to say where you're from.
I can't say where I'm from, but I don't know what's the point. Wow, you asked us where we're from.
What's the point? Yeah, what's the point of asking us?
I'm from Automatic Tyler.
Oh my god, just put this guy down, bro. He's a fucking troll.
Wow, at least he acknowledged.
When he's tied with somebody like this guy.
At least he acknowledged it was the Ottoman Empire, not the Palestinian Empire. Like, give him that at least. Give him one point.
Well, nobody thinks about the Armenian genocide.
I don't know. Somehow he's going to make Armenia a Palestinian state. So I don't know.
Technically, Armenia was, well, everything's Muslim. Hi, Mr. Nugent. How are you? What? Hello?
One friend.
The Vietnamese guy.
Wait, calling?
He's Vietnamese. I know it's not saying. How are you calling?
Yeah, but I think it's like a troll because.
Yeah, well, let him troll for a second.
One friend. Like one friend.
That's fine. He could be new to the app today. Okay, do you want to unmute or no? You came up.
He has no thing. He has no party hat thingy or whatever the hell it is. He's not new today.
Okay, so just kick him down. I don't care. Why waste time? Doesn't want to talk, no problem. Let him talk from the chat.
Are those really your legs and your PTR, Nikki? Remember the guy that did it?
Yes, those are really my legs.
No, those are our arms. But
in Mexico. Yes, they're really my legs. Are they nice?
I don't know. Good comment.
Yes, they really are my legs. Okay.
I would say the complexion is very nice. But Clark, you came up and you didn't want to talk, but I am from the United States. Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, we're not sensitive. What we are is protective, and we protect one another, and we like to protect all humans that don't want to harm us. That's the thing. Whenever Russia and Ukraine thing, what did Israel do? They sent doctors. Whenever the fires happened in California, what did Israel do? They sent relief workers. Why does Israel want to help everybody? Is the real question. I think it's because we believe in preserving life. And that's the problem, where the world has a problem with preserving life and keeping the world safe. People don't want that. They want that destruction. There's a famous video, too. I'm going to play it right now, too. There's a guy, and this is a very quick video. And I played it last night. And here, right here, I found it. Give me 1 second. And it's only a 5-second video. Where's this guy? You know that? Fuck, I went through this last night, man. It took me forever to find it. You guys remember that guy? He's an African guy. Oh, man. Hold on. I'll tell you guys in 1 second. This is a really good one, actually. Yesterday was Sunday, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, right here. Okay. Okay. This is what I believe the problem is, and this is why this video blew up. This is why this video went viral. Because of the world the way it is. Okay, right here. I gotta take my audio, video right here. And I wish this, not unfortunately, this guy. I don't want peace. I want problems, always. They don't want peace, they want problems.
They say it out here also, man. All the time.
Absolutely.
They act like they want peace, man.
I think this is a good time for a recitation if everyone's okay with that.
I would really like to talk with Buttercup about the terrorist attack that happened in Jerusalem and see what she thinks about that.
Ooh, where's Buttercup? Somebody bring her in. And who's anonymous at the bottom?
Well, it's anonymous. How would we know? Everybody invite her in. If you imagine, did you ask who's anonymous and somebody said?
Yeah, it's really, it's like anonymous in there, and I just want them to notice that. Buttercup trying to make her own.
She has her own room area.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Gaslighting rooms, yeah. Gaslighting Jews, and then I recorded one of the rooms or something. She said it worked. I got all the Israelis there.
The Israelis, yes, she did say that. That was very important. She made up her own people.
They're Israeli aliens, guys.
That's right.
There's a guy that made a video about that, actually. It was actually fucking hilarious. He was wearing like an alien mask, and he's like, "We're not coming." He had the Israeli accent. "Come to my house. I'll show you what the Israelis eat for food." It's fucking hilarious. I have to find it. Send it to you guys.
I just love your accent, Harry.
But another interesting day in Clubhouse. We've been going since 8 a.m. strong here. And,
You have, and it was great to be done. This was wonderful. Thank you.
You come off the microphone. Don't come off the microphone when Ziamos is speaking. Only me speak. Now, what's your name? Michelle?
He always speaks in the third person while the Amos speak.
Gold.
Mine says, Amos always speaks by himself.
I think he's the only one that likes the sound of his voice, because I don't. I don't think anybody else really does, to be honest.
Listen, at the end of the day, he's on another mission, and it's actually sad what happened to his family, but it's weird at the same time to point out that his family are extreme leftists, and the sad part is his nephew got killed that day.
Yeah.
And may God rest his soul.
Yes.
And
That's right.
so we don't really know what his true thing is, but I kind of understand what he's trying to do, and not a lot of people agree with me.
I agree.
I think he says, listen to your enemy so you can understand them. And I think that's what we do here too, in a different light. Like, we have a different way, right? But it's to actually listen to what they're saying. When you listen to what they're saying, you understand. They never want to be friends with you. They want to exterminate us. But the problem is a lot of people on the app don't really listen. They listen to speak. So they're not listening to what you're saying. They're listening for you to stop talking, and then they want to speak right away. It's like a fucking gun. They have a gun ready. You're like, are you done? Okay, boom. Well, I wanted to have one. They didn't hear a word you said. They're just waiting for you to land your plane. Hopefully, you know what I mean? And the best one I heard the other day was a the guy goes, hurry up and land your plane, you slide into the side of a building. Oh, that was Alpha said it, yeah. And I always say it now because I think it's so true. But the problem is, I think it's true. You need to listen to what they're saying and actually digest it. And then you can pick apart what they're saying. Like, Chucky left. Like, you went into the wrong class, bro. To say that, you're a Jew and you didn't know that there's Jewish friends on the side. Everybody knows it. We have haters coming in all fucking shapes and sizes from all walks of life, all over the world that come to this room and all the rooms we've been holding over the years because they know where the Jews are. It's usually the educational room. It's where people are trying to, spread love and positivity and make the world a better place. That's what I like to call our room. But and yeah, we get not the odd. We actually get bombarded with hate. And guys like Cummuncher or whatever his name was that came off mic earlier, I forget where he's at. Anyways, he left. But guys like that will come in and say the most horrendous things. And today I don't think there's too many. Maybe there was 15 or 20 of them that came in. But usually, we hit about 100 a day of self-hating people. Because you really got to hate yourself to be able to speak like that. There's no fucking way that you're a person that looks at yourself in the mirror and says, I love me, man. I want this world to be a great place. You're unhappy. You're full of hate. And you're coming from a bad place.
The scary part is it's a profession for some.
Or at least it's an obsession. Uncle El Normo, welcome. How are you, brother? Hey, bro. Thank you very much. Okay. And to everybody in the audience, too, welcome. I hope you guys are enjoying the space and enjoying the house. But I hope you guys are seeing what Jews have to go through. And not just on this app. Never mind in real life. Never mind on other platforms. That's just here. You know what I mean? And know that we still smile. We still try to have, proper discourse. We try to listen and come back. And then, when the dog, when like 5 Jews are like commenting, it's not because we want to interrupt each other. It's because we're so passionate. We want to protect each other. And it's like, that's a default of ours. You know what I mean? We want to protect one another. In synagogue, if somebody says the prayer wrong in real time, they correct you instantly in that moment. 100%. And that's out of love, not out of disrespect at all. The best thing I ever seen in that, funny that you said that, so there's a big rabbi I know, I'm very good friends with. He's a Mexican guy, he's about 6'8", and been a rabbi for a long time. Anyway, I used to go to his house all the time, and we would daven before dinner and after, and he's davening, and he's speaking aloud, and he would make mistakes on purpose. And his wife would correct him, and he's like, "Oh my, thank you, my love." And he would read it again, and he'd make another mistake, and she would correct him, and he's like, "Thank you again, my love." And afterwards, I told him, "You make that many mistakes?" He goes, "No." He goes, "She needs to feel important. She's my wife. I need to hold her high and put a beautiful light on her. And if she can teach me, and what she thinks she's teaching me is how to correctly say that. No, she's teaching me patience. And I take that from her. And I admire her that she's taking the time to teach me that." So, Norm, I know you've been busy today, but I guess you heard about what happened yesterday in Jerusalem. Oh, yeah. What's your thoughts? I don't know. I'm still grieving. It's pretty horrible. Yeah. So, for those of you that don't know, that are maybe in the audience, yesterday there was a terrorist attack in Jerusalem, and 7 people were murdered, and 6 seriously injured. So we don't know if more are going to be passed away from this heinous terrorist attack again that happened in Jerusalem.
Two 20-year-olds that were, that's pretty much it. Two 20-year-old males.
Israeli citizens.
No, I don't think so. Give me 1 second, I'll find out for you.
But what if Jesus was a radical Muslim?
I'll go so far as to say Muhammad might have been a Christian. When I read that book, it said, watch this, bro. Tell me this is dirty. It says that.
What you want, nigga?
That's a real question. Like, even here in Scottsdale, like more northern Scottsdale, yeah, there's a Popeyes right near me. There's only black people that work there, but there's not that many. There's like not many black people around here.
I don't think.
That is funny.
That's why I go to Chick-fil-A, bro. I stopped going to Popeyes, man. Last time I went to Popeyes was 2020 during the pandemic. That's when the chicken sandwiches were on fire, or it might have been 2021, but I'm like, man, let me try one of these fucking sandwiches.
Yeah, you remember when people like niggas was out there killing each other over fucking the chicken sandwich? Like, I did not understand. That was a literally Boondocks come to life. I've never seen anything so goddamn ridiculous in my life.
That shit was crazy, man. But I walk in there and I wasn't wearing a mask at the time. Like, I refused to wear masks during COVID. So I walk in there and half the staff behind this black lady had no mask on. So she sees me and says, "You need to have a mask on before I even take your order." I said, "Look behind you." Said, "Half your staff doesn't have a fucking mask on, lady. What are you talking about?" So then I put she looked back and realized that she started yelling at them to go put their mask on and shit. But it's just like the way the lady fucking talked to me, man. Like, she was, you know how it is with these black women, man. They think they can boss everybody around and shit. They don't have any respect for black men. But
listen, and I don't get that type of response see when I go to these Mexican food trucks. These motherfuckers take care of me.
Oh yeah,
okay. They take care of me. I say I want all your sauces. Oh, no problem. I go to fucking Popeyes. Can I get a honey mustard? Nigga, how much do you want? I'm like, hey, bro, chill, bro. Like, I don't need this, bro.
You got a whole
no matter what you do, it always seems like it bothers them no matter what. So you walk in.
Let me at least piss you off before you get mad. Fuck.
Yeah, but no, it's terrible, man. And I'm at a point now. I guess I'm old enough to just fucking leave. Like, if I'm hungry, I'm like, nah, just stop at night, fuck it. Because I don't even want to deal with it. You don't fuck my order up. You don't give me a shit attitude. If I need to fix it, you're not gonna fix it, and it's just like I don't even want to fight you, like physically fight you, because it probably lead to that. So I mean, I'm good, because if you ain't fighting me, you probably fight the person before me and after me. So let me just keep it fucking moving. It's so needful.
And that's after you gotta wait 5 minutes for them to stop texting on your phone just to look up and acknowledge you for them to take you.
Exactly. Because if you interrupt them, you don't need to cuss the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
Don't you see them on the phone? Like, oh my bad, oh shit. I thought she was working.
Wait, are you telling me black people, like, their customer service skills are really like that?
I'm surprised myself, Pepe. I'm surprised myself. Okay, I never would have thought.
Well, I mean, I guess here is black people are a small portion of the population. They're usually like the minority wherever they work. So I guess like they can't really. Is it like when it's made like just like a group of black employees at a restaurant, or?
It's usually the leadership. If they have a black woman presiding over them, it's usually a shit show.
Well, they hate that bitch too, though, Sig.
So, like, I just noticed, like, there's a lack of cleanliness, a lack of maintaining standards and order when I go to black businesses or black brand businesses. Yeah, I don't know ran into that work at Chick-fil-A, just as professional, well-spoken, articulate, polite, kind. So they're going places. I know, like, it's got to be the culture because black people don't act like that at Chick-fil-A. They know they wouldn't last 2 seconds acting like that. They'd be out the fucking door, right? So it's got to be the culture, man.
That's like, because like I don't really notice a difference in attitude with black workers, at least, at least here in Arizona, but obviously it's going to be a lot different than if like living in Houston where you might have it, the whole restaurant staff is black.
Well, no, but listen, there's some restaurants out here that have black workers. At least where I'm at in Lake Oswego, and they're just as charming as their white counterparts. I think it's the environment as well. Because like I went to an Italian restaurant not so long ago, and the shit was overpriced and oversauced. But it was they were selling, the ambiance. But anyways, I had a black waitress, very sweet lady. She did her thing. Any issue that I didn't have much, but the person I was with, she was kind of picky, and she no issue whatsoever. Didn't have an issue. Oh, let me take care of that for you. Because like she was like telling me that she doesn't like doing that because she's worried about people fucking her food. And I understand that, you know what I mean. But I'm not going to pay for something that I don't like. If I go to the restaurant, I expect it to be made to my liking. That's what I'm paying you to do. So I have no problem saying, hey, could you take this back? I asked for it medium. This is well done. Could you take this back? You know what I mean? Though again, I expect the restaurants that I go to don't have motherfuckers in the back that are throwing my shit on the floor. I hope not.
I will tell you, I went to Trill Burgers. I went to Trill Burgers in Houston.
About the fast food, the fast food chain. The reason why though Chick-fil-A is like that, most of the culture, because the condiments, it's a no limit amount. You can ask for whatever you want. Unlike other fast food chains that you're talking about, where people get disgruntled because they're tired of people asking them for extra condiments when you have to pay for it. That's their policy.
Wait, this tells that, bro. This tells that. I don't give a damn.
Some of them frustrated with having to because they've said it a million times. I'm not making an excuse for them. I'm just saying that, some people get frustrated.
No, I get way different vibes though with Chick-fil-A. Like Chick-fil-A, first of all,
they give you everything for free.
Okay, hold on. I've never seen, compared to the other fast food restaurants, they seem to be by far the most professional. They remind me of like, it's actually a place that's pretty popular with Mormons too, for whatever reason. Maybe it's part of it is because the owner's Christian, but I would say that you see how they're dressed, you see how they greet you is very formal and polite. They'll go outside on their little iPads and if there's a line and they just do. There's something about them. It's a lot different than others. They are.
Chipotle is like that too. Chipotle is like that.
Burgers, and it like opened up after some rapper or something in Houston. The line's always down the road, like
Bun B open.
And you walk into the place, and it's like a shithole. It's unclean, and then when you go in there, the food's like mediocre at best. Even the reviews are fucking bad. But I wanted to check it out because I saw the line, figured it must be fucking good. It wasn't, and I was like, man, for a burger, how do you fuck this up? Like, how do you make McDonald's taste better than you? Like, that should never happen, at least in fucking Texas.
I feel the same way about Jollibees. These niggas be acting crazy about Jollibees. I'm like, it's just fucking chicken, bro, and it's mediocre.
But see, I'm telling you, about the culture, it's the same thing with stores. Like a Walmart versus a Target. You go on Walmart, it might be ghetto, they might have 1 or 2 lines open. You go on Target and feel peace.
You ain't lying about that.
Oh shit.
You're not scratching your car up over at Target or King at
Other fast food chains that are real nice too are like Chipotle. They just like no different than Chick-fil-A.
Do they have 7-Eleven or some shit like that?
I don't know about all that.
It's always gonna happen. These soft cheeses and shit.
There's a lot of other fast food places. Their customer service is just as good as Chick-fil-A.
But if I recall correctly, though, there's like 2 two things that make like Target and both I believe Chick-fil-A stand out. I think they had like programs for people, I don't know, who are about to graduate college or just graduated. I forget what it is, but like at Target and I think they also kind of go for a different pool of employees than like Walmart or.
Yeah, because they go for young. Target has a bunch of young employees, young pre-adults. My nephew was just working there with his son.
That's good. It's putting niggas to work. That's good. Look, man, I grew up in the trenches as some of my other counterparts on the stage, and I'm not going to sit back and say every single place that I went to that was run by black people was fucking atrocious. I'm not going to say that. But the ones that are definitely stood the fuck out. Definitely stood the fuck out. I think we all had that.
If you go to White Castle, you know what I mean?
Thomas, there's a good place by me that it's called like Soul Food Kitchen or whatever. The fucking place is always empty, but when I go in there to eat, they make the best fucking the sandwiches. Like I don't know what the fuck they put in that macaroni and cheese. It's fucking good, and I don't like mac and cheese. I fucking can't stand this shit. But they put it on a sandwich there, and I'm like, all right, can I get this to go? I come in 2-3 times a week, and they're fucking like, hey, what do you want today? And I tell them just to make whatever. They usually give me something. It's fucking fantastic, but they're always empty. And I'm like, how is this a shitty burger place that's literally 2 blocks down the road, fucking packed with shitty food, shitty customer service, overpriced, undersauced, like literally undersauced, like they can't cook it. And then you have this place, amazing, all black. Like there is not a white person, a Hispanic person in the fucking restaurant that's cooking, cleaning, or working the counter or being a waiter. And it's empty. It's fucking empty.
That's that marketing, Brad. Everybody is posting. People is literally going from one state to that state just to go there. So it's getting a lot of marketing, a lot of promotion, whereas that other place it don't sound like it's getting a lot of.
Well, if you look at there's a place here. You guys can look it up called Keys. I think it was Keys Loaded Kitchen, right here in Portland, and it's like a huge. It's like a soul food place. She literally gives you 10. I'm not even exact. 10 pounds of fucking food. Okay. And it's like she's all black, and it's the most professional, the most pleasant environment that you'll be in. It's very nice. You don't get the fuckery that comes there. Okay. Now again, I went there not too long ago. Actually, I took my mom there, and she had ran out of food, and a lady came up, and I was sitting there waiting on my order, and lady came up. She said, "Hey, it's my birthday." She said, "I'm sorry, we ran out of food." You ran out of food? What you mean you ran out of food, bitch? What did I? She didn't say that. I'm saying, bitch, what did she say? What did she say? She ran out of fucking food. I can't believe this. It's my birthday. What am I going to do now? Go to McDonald's, bitch. There's a Wendy's down the street, okay? But again, she started going. She said, "I was your fan." Because you girl ladies on Instagram that runs the place. "I was your fan. I'm gonna tell them that you are not. I'm gonna tell them that you're not good. You're not a good person. You're not a good. How you gonna deny me on your birthday?" And I'm sitting back and I'm like, come on, man. This woman is over here trying to run a well-oiled establishment. She's been feeding her community. A lot of black people which is not a lot of them here in Portland, anyways. But a lot of black people that know about her come in, they support her, et cetera, and not just whites. I mean, blacks do as well. Asians and everybody else. Everybody was buying this woman's food. You know what I'm saying? And she came there herself and tried to assassinate this woman's character and tarnish her name. Okay? So again, it's not just the establishments, it's the motherfuckers that frequent them as well.
Dude, you live in Portland? Like, I know.
No, I live in Portland. I would never wish that shit on my worst enemy. I mean, I'm in Lake Oswego, but I go there to eat from time to time.
Oh, okay. I've heard that's the home of the other white meat. It's like just a bunch of fat white bitches. Like, I've literally heard this my whole life.
Wait, Portland, Oregon? Yes.
That's like pork meat. A lot of things like that. That's the mecca of snow bunnies.
So if you were into plump white snow bunnies, then I guess Oregon it is.
Did you have the really good purple hair? I mean,
You can go with like the Dr. Goddesses, the weaves and obesity, or you can go up and grab yourself.
Well, let me say this, Othello. Since there's not a lot of niggas out here, you're treated like a superstar even if you're broke. They don't care.
Hey, what's the
They don't care.
Can we get the numbers per capita?
Snow
bunnies to Mandingos.
There's barely any black people.
You walk into a bar, a gastropub, and I promise you'll leave with 5. You'll leave fat enough, but you'll look like Pablo Chaperone when you get done. It'll be a whole white mountain you can climb onto on that side.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, Thomas, have you been to Seattle before?
No, I haven't been to Seattle yet. Every time I say I'm going to go, I don't go. I always got some other shit going on. But it's 3 hours fucking away. I might go this weekend, actually. Fuck.
Okay. I mean, it's not what it used to be, since 2020, but really since the early 2010, honestly. Well,
I know they go whale watching in Seattle, right? They go whale watching.
Yeah, whale watching.
So is that a white boy pastime?
Yeah, I see some niggas out there watching whale shit. People like to see that.
So you go to a boxing gym in the SeaTac area?
No, not SeaTac. Up in Ballard. Have you ever heard of Ballard?
No.
Okay, it's
so I was gonna do the regionals, the Golden Gloves regionals there, and then I know a couple of guys that fight pro out of there. I was just curious.
Oh, yeah. Why can't you go out and go diving with me with like the sharks, and stuff like that? Go out.
No, I'm good, boy. I'm good, bro. I'm getting in the water with the sharks.
I like nature, but I don't. Look, I like nature more than nature than discovery.
Ray, Brad. Listen, sharks ain't had dark meat in 400 years, nigga. I'm trying to keep it that way.
Luckily we don't have sharks. We just have orcas, but I don't know. Orcas are pretty mean.
Oh yeah, orcas will fuck you up.
There's never been a history of an attack on a human being with orcas.
Oh really?
Recently. Oh yeah, they only attacked the guy. We call them human.
Oh, they be fucking seals up. I know that. I just don't want to be one of them niggas.
Yeah, outside of captivity, they won't fuck you up, but so like in captivity, they might fuck you up.
Now, Thomas, the reason why I said that because you was talking about snow bunnies. I mean, if you want some snow bunnies, you should come up here, man.
Where you at, bro?
That's Seattle.
Oh, Seattle. Oh yeah.
Oh, for you black man, all you have to do is hit the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Avoid going to Canada. Don't go to Alaska because you're gonna experience a whole new level of like.
Yeah, I live there, dude. It's horrible. Like what's really weird about Alaska is. And actually, the stats back this up. What I thought was very weird when I was living up there is that it seemed like nearly all of the women that were, by the time they were in their mid-20s, had a child. And I was like, huh. And I did see, what I would see a lot were very uneven matches. And that is, like, in other words, a frumpy, overweight woman with a guy. You talk about even some of the boxers and stuff up there. And it's like, you tell the guy, if he was living in Arizona, he's unlikely to see that pairing. But there is like, I don't even know that there's a shortage of women like there used to be, but there's like, there is like I remember being back in Arizona and it's just like you see attractive women everywhere. And it's just like, oh my God, this is like, you'd be lucky to go like a month to see somebody like as attractive that just walks by you every couple of minutes when you're out.
Yeah, those Inuit girls though, man, they're beautiful up north. Like I'm telling you, you guys are sleeping on some of this stuff. That Pacific Northwest, those Inuit girls are fucking. Oh my God, they look great. I'm telling you, you're missing out.
Bro, have you met like women from like the Aleutian Islands?
Yes, I have.
See, they're kind of. I thought they looked a little off for Native Americans, but they had. I think attractive features, but I guess it's long story short. They were a lot of them are the product of mixing with like the Dutch and Russians, is they would the sailors would stop there and I guess bang them and they'd have kids, but
yeah, I heard there's an era of depression when you start getting into Seattle. On the way up to Alaska. I don't know what it is. But it's an air depression? No, an era of depression.
It's cloudy all the fucking second time in the Pacific.
No, people. I'll say this right. Up here, I mean, look, certain cats talk shit about how hard it is up here. It's not really hard as far as like the people are pretty nice overall, but people can act like stuck up people, man, up here a little bit. And it might be because of, when it comes to the fall time all the way to winter, winter going into spring, people act kind of funny. Up here, like summertime starts in June, not July. So, because we barely see any sunlight. So, but once the sunlight hits, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest, man. People start doing shit. Because with all the rain that happens between the fall and the winter, the plants are getting its nutrients from the rain and whatnot. So once it becomes sunny, it's a beautiful scenery. Because you're seeing nothing but green, but you're seeing that sunlight
twice a year. So don't mind that. There's only 2 sunny days out of the year there, so don't mind.
Oh, we get some hot days here and there, but to us, 70 degrees is hot.
Do you live on the coast or?
No, I live in West Seattle. So Seattle's is considered West Seattle. The coast is what is it? Squim.
So I mean, do you live within an hour of it?
No, I have to take a boat to get there.
He's with that vampire group. He's all hoping to become either a werewolf or a vampire with that little teenage girl. What was that fucking series? I wrote shitty books. Yeah, see, thank you. I knew you'd know it.
Man, look. Well, I have been hearing some reports of dogmen out here. Some dogs walking on hind legs in the deep forests out here. So maybe that might be some. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was
I'm not going out.
cool. I don't know. For some reason, the Pacific Northwest, it's kind of, there's something that feels homely about it. I don't know how to put my thumb on it, but even in Alaska, when it would get light at 11 o'clock in the morning and then the sun would go down at 3 p.m., I thought that was the coolest fucking shit ever. To have it be mostly night. And then the summer was also awesome because it's near the coast in Anchorages. The temperatures never really got that hot, and the sun was out almost all day, which I also thought was super cool. I don't know.
Well, I will say the weather up here, the weatherman will sit up here and tell you it's gonna rain. Sometimes there'll be some days where they'll get it completely wrong. They'll tell you it's gonna be raining heavy, showers pouring all the way to 11 p.m. and then it'll be sunny. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it varies. The weather about here is kind of weird, but other times, once again, it's gonna be overshot. It's gonna be, it's gonna be cloudy and whatnot. But I don't know. I think honestly, Seattle, Washington was much better in the 90s, in the 2000s, even in the early 2010s before a lot of the political shit started to really ramp up. Well, except before summer shit. I'm gonna be honest. Before 2016, I think before 2016 it was one of the places to be, man. People were coming up here and it was
nice. I went out there fishing and exploring and hiking, and it was beautiful then. And now it turned into Seattle. You can't even go down to Pike's Market and catch a fish these days. You know what I mean? You can't. You can't even go enjoy some of the more touristic reasons, why people went there, and the whole you don't have it anymore. It's gone. It disappeared. People left it because
what happened? It doesn't exist.
No, I mean
it's turned into a shit show. You have
the fucking riots. Well, let me say this. I'll say this, before all that, it was declining. I'm not even gonna lie. The Macy's store that was there, for 90 years, that closed down. It's actually the same area where I was teaching in, but that's another story. But point is, that I just, what it was in the 90s when, I don't know, maybe I think part of it when the Sonics left, that a lot of business left along with them, Seattle Sonics. That basketball team, that definitely hurt the city morally, all right? Because that was such a stable history
for the city for a very long time. But there's just a lot of other things. I mean, a lot of the people, like, you know, the politics up here, just a lot of stupid shit started happening. You know, and the taxes and people, you know, having to pay for so much for apartments and housing and whatnot. It's just not good business.
I know it's like Portland. Alaska's different. It's like very, like, I guess you could say more libertarian would be the best way to describe it. But like Portland, Seattle, you guys, especially during 2020, you guys had so much political turmoil. I mean, if you look at Portland and Seattle, there was like standoffs with the feds, and when you had, like, what is it, Chaz in Seattle. I mean, these were almost all like exclusively like white lefties.
Yeah,
like wreaking havoc.
You also have one major thing that people don't really look at. Microsoft's lawsuit, the antitrust lawsuit that Microsoft cost Seattle the fucking, and basically all of Washington, including northern parts of Oregon, to like crumble economy. And then you had the .com era, which was, you know, there was a lot of bust. You had Webvan, you had other economic policies that, like, Washington was on the rise. Like, it was the place to be in the 90s. The 2000s, it was hanging on. It had some cultural icons that was hanging on. A lot of, like, I would say, white
Alice in Chains, you know.
Yeah, Soho.
Seattle grunge, even like Dave Matthews Band, I think.
I don't think Dave Matthews Band was doing grunge.
No, I said grunge, and even
like
no. I'm saying you had the Seattle grunge, but then you had bands like what the fuck is their name? No, the band I just named.
Dave Matthews.
Yeah, they were more like they had like jazz or blues inspired shit. They were weird.
Yeah, they had like a full thing. Like, culturally, it was rich in the early 2000s. Like, it had it, but a lot of that disappeared because what came in were, I'm gonna be honest, were like fucking white suburban people from Soho district in New York City that left New York because it was declining. They were like, you know what, let's go trash out fucking Seattle. And let's, like, just put coffee shops on every corner, and we'll have sushi places and gastropubs, and that's going to be the only thing we'll invest in the city. That only gets you so far, so fast. Like, it stops, it declines afterwards. But really, what hurt it was Microsoft's lawsuit, the antitrust, Webvan, and a whole lot of that .com era. A lot of those businesses just up and left. Like, they were able to. Like, that Washington was the hub.
Oh, that's what happened. That's the reason why the whole business. Okay, because I you know, I didn't look into it because I always thought Microsoft was always going to flourish because of what's his name, Bill Gates, you know, and then Steve Ballmer and whatnot, them people and whatnot. But I didn't know that that's the reason why. That's the reason why.
The Microsoft antitrust. I don't think people realize how big an impact it had in that area. Like, businesses that were part of that picture, it cooled off. A lot of technology people started to move. This is how you end up with everybody moving to fucking California, leaving that area. Like, Washington was set. Seattle was set to be Silicon Valley. It was set to be the premier hub. And then Microsoft cooled off. Webvan disappeared. Then you had layoffs going in the massive layoffs too. In like fucking 28,000 jobs. By like, what was it? In the Puget Sound region, like, they had massive layoffs, like a couple 100,000 layoffs overall. And then you had, shit that's just been going on, like Boeing's been fucking laying off people, hires a small group, and then they fucking lay off 50,000. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, welcome to the trade wars with China. Like, that was also another key thing, is opening up, and, you know, they were going to expand more to China. Like, a lot of that economy basically fucked the Pacific Northwest. So now you guys are back to fishing and logging. That's and coffee.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, you know, you talk about all them icons we had. Like, I'm going to be honest, in the 90s as a kid, like, we were spoiled with so many sports icons. Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez, Randy Johnson. And then you also had, I think we also had Sean Kidd, Gary Payton in the 90s, you know, with the Sonics. I mean, we were so spoiled, you know, with icons. I mean, of course, people know about Sir Mix-a-Lot and whatnot. And so many other different individuals, like, once again, Pearl Jam, you know, what's old dude's name that died? Alice in Chains. Bruce Lee is crazy up here.
Yeah, they all left because they couldn't support the Sonic stuff. It wasn't because they wanted to leave. It was because economically there was no reason to stay. They weren't making money. They had to leave. So that's what happened with so many like businesses there that were trying to say, hey, there's this whole economy that's developing in the Pacific Northwest. And it would have been beneficial. Like, fuck, you had Northern California, you had Washington, you had Oregon. And it was even going out to some other states. But that trifecta right there would have been amazing for those people because it was money. It was rolling in. It was about to kick off. And then the government said, hey, we want to do an antitrust thing. And, you had politicians say, hey, we want to cool this off a little bit because we don't want you to have it. And literally just all they did was shipped it over to California. California took your money. You guys should be pissed at California. You should be like, fuck you, hoes. I hope you get shot. I hope every wildfire burns all the shit you have down. You deserve Gavin Newsom. You deserve transgenders teaching your kids how to be gay. You deserve all that shit. You should be fucking furious because California fucked you guys and then benefited through the federal government. You should be pissed at Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell. You can be pissed at all of them. But they fucked you guys over. Oregon and Washington got fucked to benefit California's electoral vote process.
Yeah, the politicians really, they really did do a number on this city too. And not just the city, the state, and like you said, throughout the great Northwest in general, and just a lot of other things like you were speaking on. This is just, man, never gonna get those days back. And once again, a lot of it, like I'm gonna say there's just one more thing on that. Downtown needs to be a hot spot for tourist attraction, for various reasons. That number since has gone down, especially since 2020 when all the riots happened, and there was that mass exodus of cops leaving, like I think 1,100 some cops leaving the Seattle Police Department. Plus they had the CHOP district, or not, my bad. The CHOP zone. Yeah. Yeah, the autonomous zone where, and I think one of them kids, when I was out teaching, one of them people came up and told me that, yeah, man, one of our friends got stabbed up there, and the people that were in the CHOP zone were blocking the ambulance from coming in and giving them medical attention. And, the city allowed that shit to happen. What's that fucking faggot name? I forget that dude's name. The governor, Jay Inslee, I think his name is. He was the one that allowed all this shit to happen. So.
Yeah, you should, like I said, you should be mad. Economically, from the 90s onward, someone decided, clicking on up, California needed to be a stranglehold politically. I still think I have issues over the antitrust suit with Microsoft. I get some parts of it, but I think it could have been done a little differently. But, it is what it is. They lost. They cooled off, and they expanded globally, and then they started outsourcing massively, and then pushed for legislation to outsource. And in the end, that one lawsuit, no one bothers to look at it and say, what were the lasting impacts? And you have a whole bunch of blue-haired, something-nose pierced theory, obese white women running around saying, hey, I will suck any guy's dick as long as you have a job. And you're good. Now you have it. Welcome, Portland.
Yeah.
They're these white women are deranged, bro. They need to be locked the fuck up. Dude, the black women in Portland need to be locked up.
Yeah, you know what?
I literally walked it down in Portland. I was going to the USI agency to sit there and work on a business meeting, and I was just like, I'm going to go out for dinner. I stop off. By the time I left, I had, 5 or 6 fucking women trying to get me. They were trying to give me their Snapchat, their Instagram, all this shit. I was like, dude, I'm not in. No, we're good, man. I'm not gonna come back out here ever again. I hope not until all of you are gone. People living in parks, fuck that. Nope, we're good. You have a whole problem out there. Yeah, it's rough out here in the street.
Hey, like I said, Thomas, it's not as, hey, look, I'm not saying it's used to be, but you're looking for a snow bunny as a white man, come out here, man.
Yeah, it might be a little better. I got a trip to Poland coming up, but I got you, my man.
What's going on? Like, why can't you call black women bitches? Like, some of them are direct fucking cunts.
Of course, absolutely.
Oh, man, they're like beyond bitch. You bitch Zilla. Like, I don't give a fuck. Having you on this app are contosaurus to the nth degree. You should have been in the extinction age. Like, I can't believe that you think somehow that you're a being when you're fucking single. You had kids from different baby daddies, and you're on EBT screaming about, well, black men aren't protecting me. How the fuck would they protect you? You don't offer them anything of value. And then you're like, oh, white men are all oppressing me. Like, why is it that you can't call a black woman bitch? Like, fuck that, all right? You're a twat waffle cunt. How's that? Does that one bother you better?
Oh, wait, hold up. But my thing is, though, look, because obviously there's somebody in the chat that has an issue with what's being said. But look, I'm gonna just say this, man. Like, women, listen, all women women are beautiful creatures, no doubt about it. But there's a large sum of them in all communities that are, it's just what it is, that are bitches. And it doesn't matter if it's a black bitch, a white bitch, an Asian bitch. They all act like bitches to me, man. Like the ones that are overly, that are the ones that are degenerate for that matter. And if the shoe fits, wear it. You know what's funny? You call a black bitch, I don't give a fuck. Wait. I call it, you know what they always say? They're trying to protect us of facts. It's always those fat ones that are always like fucking the worst, the most outspoken. I promise you, Dr. Goddess is a 300-pound fucking hasn't seen her tits over a fold in fucking 10 years, but somehow or another she's sleeping.
I'm disgusted.
But think of this though. See, and this is what I don't like. And I will agree with y'all on this part. It's like it's almost like they have like tunnel vision, right? And they hear what they want to hear, right? You can literally see, like, because I guess the individual in the chat is a prime example. You talking about, oh man, you heard them talk bad about the black woman, bitch. I just called a certain white, fat, 350-pound white woman that was on here a morbidly obese bitch. But see, you have selective outrage.
Invite Dr. Goddess to the stage. I don't like when we behind walls and throwing stones, bro. Like, nah, she don't want to say.
Oh, there she goes.
Yeah, let's talk about it. What's going on?
Oh, welcome, Dr. Goddess. Everybody give a hand. Welcome to the stage.
Brad doesn't need to say anything. I don't really care about the racism in the room because I've heard all this before. I'm just disappointed in you black men for co-signing it. And that's the whole thing. Brad does not know anything about me. He doesn't know what I look like. And even if I were the description that he stated, it doesn't mean that I don't deserve respect. Because, I definitely have aunties, cousins and so on and so forth. They might be overweight, and I guess they would be, right? Because we're literally poisoning people in the United States, and especially if you live in the hood. You live in food deserts, you're surrounded by fast food stores, and you don't have access to a lot of fresh vegetables. You can't afford Whole Foods. I mean, I could go down the list. There's real reasons why people are obese. So I'm not going to, I'm just not going to co-sign his foolishness. And also, I'm well-traveled. So, Brad, I've been to West Virginia. I've been to where poor whites are struggling and where they are obese. And they experience some of the same things that we do in our community. So I really thought that this might be an intelligent discussion, and it wasn't. It just ended up being a racist discussion. And I guess I just did not expect for the black men to co-sign the bullshit. That is what I'm upset about.
Okay. First of all, let me say this. First of all, Dr. Goss, I appreciate you coming on stage and giving that eloquent soliloquy. Now, with that being said, a couple of things I want to touch on. First of all, I will say this. I don't think a person that is not capable of being able to control what goes in their mouth deserves respect, because they can't even respect their own bodies. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to the aspect of the racism, I am quite curious, because what? Because I understand this term is thrown around very constantly, especially by some of the individuals in my community. Again, no disrespect. I just want to know what you prescribe as racism, because people have opinions on stage, and I understand there's multiple alleged definitions of racism, especially within the communities. But everything that I've heard on the stage since I've been in here, okay, would not equate to racism. Okay, I don't think anybody in here despises another race because they are another race.
Well, to be more specific, Thomas, you were saying that's defending or standing inside by things being alleged towards black women. So not even racism, you said a black woman not being disrespected, and I guess we're not fighting back or either.
No, it's the entire black community. Because I sat here and I listened to you all. I listened to you all the way that you talked about the black community. I listened to you all stereotype your own communities. And like I said, I expect this from people like Brad and Pepe and the racists. I don't expect it from you all. That's my
Sure. I'll be more than happy to. The troglodyte kind of like bring my name out multiple times. So
you're the one that called me out.
I'll bring that out all the time because you're standing in the chat. Now you got your ass backed up in history. Because I remember where you're from. You're from when Rashonda, Indira, Gerard, and myself, you decided to come on and do this. I'm the queen of Black Twitter. I can set my minions free. I remember your dumbass from those days. And you walk around Clubhouse thinking you were all this in a bag of chips.
I
am. You got your ass backed up and handed off. And then you sell yourself off as I'm all the racism. And here's the thing. You're not fucking impressed. You're not anything special to look at. You're not attractive. You are obese. By any definition of the word, you have problems fitting through a door because we've seen what you look like. You can Google yourself on it. And so, and then furthermore, you brought it up that I don't fucking. Brian, you expect it because I'm racist. I call out white people, I call out Hispanic, I call out Asian, but you shut your mouth on that one. You stay silent on that shit. You stay silent on that shit because you don't have a problem. And because you weave-wearing fucking wannabe ass is sitting there going, I feel offended because I'm a queen, which just means you're queen of fucking nothing. You're queen of You're queen of nothing. You have nothing to offer, and that's why you're single. That's why you're trying to project on the black man that they can sit there and go and have this whole big thing. They gotta stand up for your dumb ass. They don't. No man has to stand up for you. You know what? I know a lot of people just tell you to go fuck yourself and leave.
This is what I'm saying.
Who's going to do it? No one's coming at me except you. You're the only one flapping. You're wannabe cocktail.
The black man.
You can't fucking. Well, let me say this, Brad. So now you get the smoke, and now you're crying. Now you're a black man. I'm rude. I'm fat. I need to be heard. I'm Rosie O'Donnell. Hey, black woman, I need to be heard. Please. I'm Pocahontas. I'm Elizabeth Warren. Not with people.
I never came on stage this way, right? But you see how he chose to
you chose to disrespect me, right? So you don't need to talk. You didn't need to talk while I was talking. So you continue. You needed to be the queen of fucking air and be your victimhood. So now you get it. And I don't really care. I don't give a fuck because you ran your mouth when I was actually trying to speak. And if you want to do that, put that fucking home down you go. I can tell you exactly.
Alright, so we're gonna do our reset. I do want guys to speak. I appreciate you. Input, Brad, let her respond because I want to give her a chance to
This is all I'm going to respond because she can't shut her fucking mouth. That telegraphy has not actually shut up the fucking mouth.
Alright, Brad, chill out for me. So what we're gonna do is gonna be Thomas, me, then you after her. Well, her first, then Thomas, then me, then you. Go ahead, Dr. House.
Thank you. So, for the record, I listened to the entire conversation. I was listening to you all talk about the different communities, the causes of crime, whether or not it was poverty, was it culture. And when people like Norm, Pepe, and others said, no, it's just culture. It was a white man, not Brad, of course, who was stressing poverty and tried to give you all an example around Bangladesh, India. And he was saying even though there's different causes and cultural norms, that poverty is the consistent factor. Cornel West also he has scholarship on this, that anywhere in the world, and it doesn't even matter who the people are, if they're white, black, Asian, etc., poverty is going to be on the rise. It is the single primary causation of crime. So for you all to sit here and co-sign their bullshit about culture is false. Like first of all, the one main thing we should do is talk about American culture. American culture, mainstream American culture is exceptionally violent. Maybe if we didn't feed our children with this constant stream of violence and degradation, and yes, I am including hip hop in that, which is primarily produced by white men. And even the people that you've heard this over and over again, and I'm specifically talking to the black men, especially those who said they grew up in the hood. You know, the trenches, hood, whatever. You know that you experience rappers who were rapping about positive things, rapping about so-called corny things, rapping about food, games, fun, all the different things that we do in our respective communities. But you've also heard many of these rappers say that when they took their lyrics to these music producers, the music producers said, no. We got to change this up. No. The people don't want that. So they're creating culture while they're trying to make an excuse that this is what the people want. And what I expect, I don't expect shit from dumbass Brad. What I expect from you all, especially you grew up in the trenches, in the hood, in the so-called ghetto, which we know was created by redlining, first and foremost, concentrated poverty, public housing, lack of resources. I expect you all to at least give balance and context to the situation. And you didn't. You just sat there laughing and then co-signing. And then you, like I said in the chat, you didn't bring up communities in Charlotte, in Atlanta, even in Meridian, Mississippi. Like you didn't bring up any of these towns and places and neighborhoods that have thriving black businesses, well-mannered people, good customer service. Like I'm not denying the issues that are in the hood sometimes, but those issues are across the country. Unless you've never met a rude white person at any of these fast food restaurants. Like, so I'm just sitting here, I don't expect for you all to allow the stereotypes perpetuated on this stage, but you did, and I'm disappointed. And then to let people call black women bitches on the stage, and you heard Brad call me out my name. It's unacceptable. That's why I'm only speaking to you all, because it's unacceptable.
Okay, listen, Ms. Goddess, I appreciate your submission. First of all, let me just say I appreciate Pepe and Free for allowing this space for us to have this dialogue. And I'm going to do my best to respond to Ms. Goddess's point, because I do believe she is sincere in what she's espousing. So I'm going to approach this in good faith. First and foremost, let me start with my guy Brad. I've known Brad for quite some time here. He is also friends with Sig and KP, some of the blackest motherfuckers on this app. Now, with that being said, I understand that their politics may not be in line with what some may agree is the aspect of, or the essence of being a black man, which I think is problematic within itself. But again, everything that I've seen of Brad within the confines of this social media chasm, I have not seen the aspects or influence of racism. The reason I say that with a straight face is because I understand what real racism is. I see individuals that have a detest for the idea of a black person or blackness.
They despise them. They want them dead. There are actually civil wars within some of these communities about whether or not it's Christian or not to hate black people. Okay? So again, even if you want to go to the aspects of some of these other creators that may fall in line to what you're saying, Brad respectfully does not fall into that line. Now, he may say things that you may like, and this is one of the things that I have an issue with when it comes to the aspect of having certain conversations with certain individuals. And I say this respectfully, they get really emotional because they don't like hearing certain things come from the other side or the other group of ethnicity or other race. They don't like hearing certain things because they say it's not their business or they don't have the lived experience to comment. And I think that's disingenuous because if there's a problem, regardless of who is highlighting it. If we sit back and say, well, this is a problem and only black folks should focus on this problem because within the black community, we alienate ourselves, and we don't. And again, I don't want to get into the whole nuance of that because it will take me a little bit off topic. But I'm trying to cover this as quickly as I can. When it comes to the brothers on stage, some of them I know, some of them I don't. These individuals I've been in rooms with, I've been in every single room they've been in, but the ones that I've been in rooms with them, I have not again heard racial or quote unquote stereotype. Now I've heard trolling. We've been on here, we'll goof around, and again, if you've been in enough rooms with us, every ethnicity has gotten like fucking dragged. Whether it's Asians, I get on white women constantly. I get on white men constantly about how they allow their women to sit back there and put them in these goofy ass situations. Okay? When they're the ones that are running the fucking country. But anyways, we get on Hispanic individuals as well. But it's only when we get on our own culture, it seems like people get really offended because these same individuals, when they come in the room, they hear us talking crazy about other people, they have nothing to say. It's as quiet as a rat pissing on cotton. They have nothing to say. And yes, we all joke around sometimes and say wild shit and unhinged shit. This is a social media app and people are contentious for the sake of being contentious. I've understood that. I don't take any of this shit seriously. I don't take social media seriously because I know the vast majority of it is fabricated and motherfuckers living vicariously through other motherfuckers. I understand that. It's meaningless in the wider scheme of things outside of this social media bubble. So I don't get, even when I'm on stage with someone that I do believe may harbor racist tendencies or thoughts, I don't get pressed. I don't get pressed because he has no power or she has no power. It's a social media app. Okay? They can't control what I'm able to produce. Now again, I'll land here and get free to mic. When we have these type of conversations, we have conversations about stereotypes, et cetera, and so forth. There's nothing wrong with highlighting stereotypes and talking about a specific problem. Because stereotypes are born from what? They may be exaggerated, but they're born from seeing certain patterns within certain communities. Okay? Whether they're wrong, whether they're right, they exist for a reason. So again, I'm not justifying them. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Okay? I love black women. Even I come in here and I salute my snow bunnies and my macadamia Asian cookies. Okay? Salute. But with that being said, I love my black women. That's why I was trying to funny because I have this picture up for my here. I have this picture up for a reason. And it's because the person that I was speaking to made a comment, and I put this picture up and haven't taken it down simply for that reason. And every time I go into a black room, it gets so much attention because they believe I only date white women. It's very far from the truth. I have a very nuanced point of view on a lot of things. And I think if people that hear a lot of this stuff in these rooms take a lot of that into consideration, that it's not that deep. And if you're curious, come up here and have a conversation. Ask us what we really think and what our point of view is. And then we can keep it pushing. I'll end it.
Yeah, that is actually perfect because I picked up literally on that point. You know, you came with a lot of assumptions that when we stand by left that veil, we're going to talk a certain way. And the best thing to do is see what we believe or believe what we believe. One, we're not hypersensitive just in general with this room, this space. I mean, to be here automatically kind of deem that because you're familiar with any other people in this space, we have a high tolerance for things that we may not disagree with and things that's considered offensive. So is that. Secondly, we also agree with some of the sentiments expressed by the people. So when they're saying certain things, it's not like it's just them saying shit to us. It's like we all in somewhat of agreement with some of the stuff that's black women have a stereotype on them, it doesn't mean that they get to escape being held accountable essentially because they're black women. I'm a black man related to black women, but if the shoe fits, it's gonna be applied. That's just what's gonna happen. And no, you a black woman, you're in this space, you're allowed to talk and interact with everybody. You can defend yourself. I think you're wise enough and capable enough to talk and express yourself, and we can get quiet and we'll listen to you. And that's what it's about, having a good conversation, see what we can, see eye to eye. And at the end of the day, at the very least, we'll just at least have a conversation. We may not agree, but we'll at least get to see where each other stand. Also, that's that. As far as the claims about the black community, what's going on with the bullshit that we deal with every day, like the link that's tied into for people that's in the room, have to check out the link. This is kind of what was shot off by the black guy who randomly stabbed some white woman. We talk about the crimes and issues in our community. Some crimes can be drawn to poverty. Some. No, and I would say not even most. But crimes like rape and murder and violence, I cannot contribute that to crime, to poverty. I think that's a load of bullshit. And I know a lot of people, a lot of researchers like to say that. I think they did it because they're scared to say the truth. The truth is culture. And black people have a very shitty culture in America. Black Americans particularly. When you see other blacks, and y'all don't know if you said when we first started this, other blacks who come from other cultures do not come here doing the same bullshit that black Americans do. Okay? And they're so on par with trying to be with American culture to get ahead, not black American culture, it's American culture, that black Americans antagonize them. That's why we have this FBA, ADOS bullshit. We're trying to say that others are tethered to some stupid shit because they don't lie with the fuck shit we align with. They come in with an agenda to have a better life and easy life. So that's why they tend to do better than black Americans, because we have a similar goal, but we just go about it differently. Okay? And we think fast, easy money is the way to go. So whether it's doing about crime, fraud, murder, whatever the fuck it is, maybe, we think it's acceptable. We embellish this based on a lot of our music, hip hop culture versus absolute black culture. A lot of young black people think the fast, easy crime life is the way to go, and it's perfectly okay, and that's a problem. Not other cultures really take on that except for us. Like not only we preach it, we live it, and I'm letting this guy be on with it. But the bottom line is, we like to see shit for what it is. I can draw a correlation to a culture and a crime more so than I can draw it from white supremacy and history dealing with the status of black people today. Because our ancestors, recent ancestors, they weren't crime driven. We grew up in poverty, like you said, some of us grew up in the trenches, the hood, and we were taught to not steal, to not take people's shit, to not just beat somebody up because it was fun or we could get away with it. We was taught to be accountable for what we fucking did, and we was impoverished. Okay. And then we had an easier life that didn't land us in jail. And without a criminal record, we can actually make it up the ladder in society. And a lot of us did, because we got relatives who live in the same household with the same education, with the same options. And they chose to do some fuck shit. And some of us chose to do the other shit. And they're where they are, and we are where we are. So I'll land on that. But you have to start being more critical, because if you stereotype us like you think we're doing, then you're going to end up in the same position that you thought we was at when you addressed us. Go ahead.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, real quick. I want to say, Blake, America, I sent you several invites, brother. Leave the room, come back and try to get up. I've been trying for a while. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, free. Can I respond to you?
No, you can wait till I'm done.
No,
let Brad go. Fair enough, yeah, but let Brad go. I did give him that.
Brad was the last thing.
This is like part and parcel of the problem. There are people like Dr. Goddess out there that believe because she's black that she needs special treatment. Because of her skin color, it's in there. It's almost as bad as the white fucking KKK members who are fucking inbreded, who fuck their own grandpas and become their own best friends and sisters. Like, I have no tolerance for this, like, this bullshit that you want to do. Because, to be fair to the white supremacists, there is this whole black racist thing. There's this reverse racism of black supremacy thing where we were once kings. We built fucking everything in America. It wouldn't exist without it. And you have no idea about their own history. And you fucking romanticize the bullshit. And then you go, I am so important. I need to be heard before anybody else. And white people cannot tell me how to live in this country. They can't make laws, and all they do is want to oppress me. And it's not fucking true. Maybe that was true. Maybe 1960s, 50s, I'll give you. Maybe even post the 70s. I'll give you half of the 70s. But really, after the 80s, when everybody was doing coke and fucking heroin, and then having drive-bys in every neighborhood, I'm kind of like, I'm done with it. Like, I really am done with it. And so is the rest of America. They're not. It's time to move on. It's time to grow up. And I'm sorry that you want to cling to something in the past, that you want to stereotype all black people to be downtrodden, to not be able to uplift. You want to hold black men accountable because they don't vote the way you want to. We saw that with the Kamala Harris shit. I'm sorry that black women don't get uplifted when they're nothing more than screaming at black men. And it's odd. It's always the single women that are fucking left at the altar. No one wants to be married to them, and they're the ones that are screaming the most. And this happens in the white community too. It's always the white fucking Karens, and you have the black fucking, I don't know what you call them, Beatrices. I don't know what you call them in the black community, but you have those Karens too. And I'm like, why are we listening to them? That goes back to my earlier point. We shouldn't be listening to people like Dr. Goddess. We shouldn't be listening to the Martin Luther Queens. We shouldn't be listening to the KKK, or whatever that guy fucking idiot is. Hopefully he's dying of syphilis. Like, we shouldn't be listening to any of these people anymore in terms of society. We should just be removing them and saying, you know what? No, we're done. Like, stay in your lane because you really aren't educating anybody. You're not educated. You just want to preach a spin, and then you want to cry about it. And when someone like me who comes up and says, fuck that narrative, like, let's change the narrative. It's 2025. I can't live in the past. And no, I'm not going to pay you reparations. No, I'm not going to apologize for slavery. I had nothing to do with that shit. I didn't oppress anybody in this world. I didn't fucking do any of that shit. So spare me with your whole fucking, black women need to be protected at all costs versus every other demographic. If I was going to do that game, you would still fucking lose in the end. It's the most retarded shit I've ever heard, that you, of all the women, just because someone speaks on black women, you get really offended. But you had no problem in the chats earlier talking about white people as a whole, as a monolith across all of those. You went off on that shit, and you're the biggest fucking hypocrite on this app, or at least this stage today.
So Free, is it my turn?
Yeah, can I say something real quick? Just real briefly, because
and were you the first person? Were you the first person who spoke?
It's actually his own Goddess, but Goddess, you want to yesterday.
Right, he can go. I just wanted to put it in order who spoke, because I thought it was Free, and then I realized it wasn't Free who spoke first.
Yeah, it was Free.
Okay, all right, go.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say this, Dr. Goddess. Based on what you were saying in the chat, one thing that people can't have is cognitive dissonance. It's no disrespect, but you can't sit up here and cling on to one situation of someone talking about black women when there were a whole bunch of other demographics being talked about prior to that subject being brought up. Because there was white women that were being brought up. There was white women on stage that were being cursed out at one particular point or another. So the whole point that I'm addressing to you is that, because you're going after the fact that people are saying things about black women and whatnot, or having disparaging comments about the black community, specifically a certain wrong, does not mean that they're talking about the entirety of the black community, or speaking of all black women. It's just that there was a certain topic that was brought up, that was being brought up towards a certain particular group of black women, which is a large part of the community that people were just talking about, and people universally agreed on, just like people universally agreed on certain white people doing certain things. And other demographics, I think East Indian people were being brought up. All right, so, or even Jews were being brought up. So the point I'm getting at is that, when you have to hear the whole entire conversation and situation with people and their takes, and everybody has their different takes up here, right? So when you hear certain things, you have to hear the entirety of everything to actually give a full judgment of something. Because if you just cherry pick one aspect of somebody's conversation, sensationalize it to whatever you're feeling at the time, that's not the best, that's not the most conducive way of judging a situation. So that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, well, thank you. I was trying to remember everything that Free said, and you, so I'll go backwards. So first of all, again, I'm talking to the black men on stage. because I really don't give a fuck what Brad thinks about anything. Okay? Brad is a stone cold racist, so I don't give a fuck what y'all say. That man is racist to the core. Just because he's not the white domestic terrorist type of racist that became the number one threat to American democracy on the FBI list doesn't mean he's not a fucking racist. Okay? So I'm not speaking to him. I don't give a fuck what he says. What you said, y'all keep going to the black woman. I am offended by the way that black women have been talked about in this room and by you all and what you've allowed. But again, I started off with the entire black community because I do love black men and I do love black women and I do love the black community. I also love other parts of humanity. However, I can see plainly how things are. So these people are going to sit up here and criticize the black community. I'm laughing because you heard racist Brad. That's going to be his nickname from now on. You heard racist Brad give enough credit to white racism and the deleterious effect that white racism has had on the black community, and he stops at the 1980s. He stops at 1980s. No, you don't get it. You don't get the liberty to stop at 1980s when crack was introduced into our community in the 1980s. We survived the crack era, and barely, along with the rise in the prison industrial complex and for-profit prisons. So you don't get like I mean, I know that y'all were just waiting. Y'all were giving everybody the opportunity to speak. But from now on, since I'm not literally gonna be here, when these motherfuckers bring up shit like that, you have to check them. Don't let this racist ass white revisionist history continue to exist. Crack devastated our communities. And when you talk about black men who this is for free, but this is for all of you. When Free talked about, well, black men, they think that they need to, they only want fast money, they only want quick money. Then I'm going to bring up Nigeria as well. The reason why a lot of people think that is because when we go the legitimate route, we have been sabotaged. I mean, let's not deny the very clear racism that has existed. Ida B. Wells' friend Thomas they were thriving during Reconstruction, at least very happy that slavery was over, and said, okay, well, shit, everybody, we just want to get educated, we're going to find our families, we're going to put our money in the Freedmen's Bank, which white people stole, by the way. And then they appointed Frederick Douglass in the last 2 months of the existence of the Freedmen's Bank to make it look like it was black incompetence as to why the bank went down. They said, okay, we're going to do our best, okay? Thomas owned a grocery store right across the street from a white man. And hey, this is supposed to be capitalist. You're supposed to be allowed to have competition. But Thomas did something that the white man didn't do, and Thomas allowed for layaways and paying later because he knew that you're dealing with poor people. They only get paid a certain amount of time. They may not always have the cashier. All that to say, he knew his customer, if you want to say that. Were they all black? Sure. But at the end of the day, just like some of you have said in the past about just somebody doing, I think it was Sig, just doing good business, whether you're black or not, he did good business. They accused Thomas of raping a white woman and they lynched him. Everybody knew that Thomas did not rape anybody. This is part of the reason why Ida B. Wells said, and I'm just summarizing all the history here, she said, if I could grab my people and fly away, I would. Tell my people to go west. There is no justice here. That is part of what started the big, the smaller migration to the west. The first one was the northern migration, but that's what started that smaller migration to the west, and that's the third group of people that ended up in Tulsa. You already know what happened in Tulsa, and there are many other Tulsas. Tulsa was just the big one. So it's just like we're playing games. I'm not going to let anybody, black, white, or other, play games with our history. We create the black businesses, and there's always sabotage. What we want is for white people to leave us the fuck alone. Shut up.
Or what?
You see, you can't keep off the mic.
You stop. Go ahead.
So what we want is to be left the fuck alone. Every single time. It is either systemic racism, it's the lack of loans, it is outright violence. It's all of these things as to why we've been under attack. Even most recently, what is it? The Freedom Fund that was created by Black women to give, what was it? I think it's only 5 or 10 women of color. It wasn't just Black women. It was Black women, but it wasn't just Black women. Lover, you stay on mute, motherfucker, okay? So even that, we could not come together and pool our money to allow for 10 women of color to get scholarships to do work in Silicon Valley, which provides less than 2% of Black businesses, which includes the Nigerians you were talking about, Free. Like, let's not play games, because I know what you're talking about, and yes, I do want to. Now we have to reprogram, these young people, and especially these young Black men. But at the same time, let's not pretend that we didn't have role models and setups and businesses and thriving, and that we were literally attacked, and not by other Black people.
Well, let me bust the bubble.
Wait. And the crack era definitely devastated our communities. And so the last piece I want to respond to, because I don't remember everything everybody said, but be quiet. The last thing is be quiet, lover. Stay on fucking.
I said let the very one speak. I was trying to agree.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you want to call me. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Stop doing that.
So, Free, you talked about other people coming from other cultures and that they come from poverty and they don't do the same thing. You cannot compare the two. First of all,
why don't you let him talk?
Would you please shut the fuck up, hub?
She's the same Black woman that talks shit about Black.
Brother, shut the fuck up. You always do that.
Guys, 60 seconds on Goddess. If you could wrap it up, guys. I don't want to rush you or whatever, but I think you probably got it. I feel you are, and I appreciate it. Go.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that a lot of the Nigerians that come over here in particular, if you come from a community where your family is not constantly under attack, you're practicing your culture openly. I can't even tell you how many festivals, and it just goes on, right? And you end up with a stronger family foundation. I'm not saying that there's no remnants of colonialism or corruption. I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying that if you come from be quiet. If you come from an all Black space, and then you arrive here with your degrees, because most of them come with their degrees. It is the equivalent of you're measuring people like they come from a charter. Would you shut the fuck up? It's like choosing people for a charter school. If you choose the best students, of course you're going to have high scores, and of course you're going to have the best grades, and you're going to y'all are so, if you hug and love it, y'all are so immature. Don't be like racist Brad. So you're going to have the higher scores. But if you are in a public school and you have to include everybody, the scores are going to be lower. That's what happens. That's what happens.
Let's chill.
That's what
but this shit is taking a long time. No, it's just fine. I think she's finished.
I'm just saying, that's what's happening with the.
I guess she explained herself. And I'm not arguing. We're going to get back around to who's next in the queue. 1 second. Sig is next, bro. Chill out, hug. Sig is next. Okay, Sig was next. All right, Sig. It was Sig, Lover, Brad, then Trap It Up.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the Black communities having an issue. This is the same bullshit
said that was incorrect, see.
As far as protecting black women, you brought up in the beginning of your monologue, you brought up the fact that people are on stage talking about black women and we just let them.
That didn't happen.
Who cares? Who cares? People have a right to say what they want and think what they want and have whatever opinions that they want, Dr. Goddess.
Okay, so people could be on stage calling with black women bitches and y'all just fine with it.
Yeah, because guess what?
Thank you.
Because most of y'all, guess what?
Whatever,
it's called mental insanity to get your mind so wrapped up in what strangers on the internet are saying and trying to police and control and narrate the fucking tone of the conversation, Dr. Goddess. That's called mental insanity. So
did I call any names?
Who did I call a name?
No, did I call any of you names?
Why are you asking that question? What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Because tone and respect or whatever, it can be brought into a conversation. I don't understand why white men are up here talking about black bitches and y'all are just silent.
Because they have a First Amendment right to talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about.
And so do you.
And if you think, right, that's why I'm not the one complaining about other people's free speech. You are. You're the one that has a problem with it, not me. I'm trying to help you out here to maybe give you a little bit of mental clarity and a little mental peace. That if you spend all your time trying to tone police and chase people what they say or what they think or how they feel about something, you're going to drive yourself nuts, for one. It's not mentally healthy to be like that. Point number 2, Dr. Goddess, is that it's a very low IQ way of thinking, and this is why we're having the problems we have in the black community, because there are other people who are from the outside looking in and they see viable solutions. It's retarded as fuck to cut people off simply because of the color of their skin or what's between their legs or whatever the case is when they have viable solutions to problems in your community. You should be open ears to anybody that's bringing forth any type of solution to help you thrive, sustain, and move forward in a better condition.
Who said I was cutting anybody off?
What are you talking about?
Like you said we should be open to anyone.
Well, you're doing it right now. We just all have to shut the fuck up.
Trap, please be quiet.
You and your fucking cuddling of language and your fucking trauma dumping and all the white man stuff. You just made me and shit.
Let her actually have a dialogue, guys. Let her actually have a dialogue.
You can say whatever they.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, she's cut me off to get clarification on something I said. That's fine.
I'm sorry they chimed in. I was just trying to get clarification from you.
No, you're good. You're good. No disrespect taken at all, Dr. Goddess. I like the organic back and forth. But Dr. Goddess, like the mentality that you have, I'm being genuine here. I'm being 100% honest. No disrespect, not even being funny. But this is why we're having the problems in our community, because we're so short-sighted and focused on just superficial things that don't matter in the grand scheme of things. So what I see is a lot more progress in our community when men like myself, men like Free, men like Thomas, men like Ray, who are able to have a conversation, exchange ideas, and not be the first one to try to get offended in order to shut the conversation down. I've noticed with men like us that there's a lot more progress that takes place versus other people that have the same mentality that you have. It seems like people with the same mentality you have, which sounds like this victim mentality, which is, the crack epidemic in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Like, I get all that stuff, Dr. Goddess, but at some point, man, we get to take an accountability. We had a choice. When they dropped that crack off, we had a choice, Dr. Goddess. Every time I go into the hood in Detroit, I see trap houses left and right, and I see nothing but black people rolling up every fucking 30 seconds, buying fucking drugs from other black people that are selling it in their own community and destroying their own community. They wake up every day, Dr. Goddess, and make a choice that has nothing to do with white racism, white supremacy, has nothing to do with Brad being on an app and telling how we see things, nothing to do with Pepe being on an app telling us how they view things and see things. We have our own problems, and we have our own decisions that we need to start correcting before we even start including anybody else, Dr. Goddess.
And I said that, right?
But when you say that, it gets drowned out and gets cloudy and muddy with all the other bullshit that isn't going to help the black community.
But is it bullshit that America, and specifically the American government, introduced crack into our communities? Be quiet, Trap.
Trap. Let them go back and forth, bro. Let them go back and forth. Give them 2 minutes, Sean.
because I know the history doesn't mean why do you think that if somebody cites the history, it means that like there's nothing else we can do. There's no accountability. Like we can't do it. Like we know we're resilient. We have solutions. So why did you take me citing the history as like co-signing a lack of accountability and then calling it bullshit as if it didn't happen?
Well, because the bottom line is the bigger point is that we still made a choice to interact. And the reason why history doesn't matter right now, Dr. Goddess, it's the same thing as if a house were to catch on fire. The firemen don't show up and want to have a discussion about the history of that fire, the history of that house, how it possibly could have started. When they roll up, they're just worried about one thing, and that's putting the fucking fire out, and then they figure out everything else after that. So we got to kind of have that same mentality. We've got a fire in our community, and the number one fire that we have in our community is the millions of black babies being slaughtered every fucking year due to abortion. That's not the white man. It's not the Asian man. It ain't, it ain't the KKK. It ain't Donald Trump. We have our own black women every day making their own decisions to walk into abortion clinics and slaughter and kill black babies. So that's the number one thing we got to take care of, Dr. Goddess. That's the number one thing we got to take care of, Dr. Goddess, and it has nothing to do with history. It has nothing to do with the crack epidemic.
It absolutely has. Sig, are you aware?
She's still living in the 80s, bro.
Be quiet, please. I'm talking to Sig. Sig, are you aware that black women who choose to have their babies have a higher rate of maternal death in these hospitals?
Shut up. I'm just curious though.
There's a negative birth rate.
Guys, shut up, lover. So, I mean, first of all, answer this. So yes, black women. Hold on. Sure. I can answer this. And the question is, I don't know. Hold on. And the answer is, I don't quite know. But can you tell me why do Hispanic women, why do white women die at twice the rate due to birth complications in comparison to white women in comparison to Hispanic women? I don't know. I mean, is this white supremacist country giving preferential treatment to brown women over white women too? How does anybody know the fucking answer?
Well, there's easy ways to know the answer, and that's people have studied this. There's a film out that this film just came out. It literally has been touring. It's called The Ebony Canal. If you all want to Google that, you can watch the trailer or whatever. This country is also very sexist. So the reason why white women would have struggles as well is because the healthcare system has not catered to women in the same way that it has catered to men.
Why do Mexican women, why can they get birth and have half the chance of dying of a white woman?
Honestly, it might be. I'm not quite sure, but my guess, because of the people that have been around, my guess is they don't actually use hospitals as often as we do, and they don't have a dependence on the system.
Where did Mexican women give birth?
Well,
I'm talking about in the U.S. Let me rephrase that. I'm talking about women in Mexico.
Well, I mean, sometimes at home, sometimes at home.
To say something about the Ebony Canal, like a literal false fiction, goddamn ass.
It's the title of a film. It's the title of a film. I didn't make it up.
Shit that
it's not anything made up. You need to read up on black women. Anyway, I was talking to Sig. You were saying you were talking about abortions, and you were saying that it's all made up and that it doesn't matter. And I was saying to you that yes, the reason why black women are having abortions, it does matter. History does matter. But in addition to that, even the black women who choose to have children have higher rates of maternal death.
What percentage of black women do you think get abortions because of the statistics that they're more likely to die than white women? That is like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever.
Well, no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that black women's maternal health is the causation for abortion. I'm saying both of those things are happening at the same time.
You don't think it's kind of common sense? They impulsively have sex and with a man that they're not ready to have a child with, and then they end up having to do an abortion because they didn't, have take the precautions necessary to not get pregnant. The overwhelming majority of women in general, why they get births is just because it's, they just don't want a fucking child.
Yeah, I mean, because we live in a society that has not created the type of infrastructure where healthy families can thrive. Two, we live in an oversexed society, all of us, right? We live in.
Goodness great. Can I speak yet?
We're thriving longer than any people in history, to be honest. We're living
But that's not us thriving longer. Us thriving, of course we are. This is still a first world country, so we're not going to ignore that. We're talking about our problems.
Isaac want to speak? I'm waiting.
By the time I got you guys understand that she did engage with Pepe, so that kind of changed things a little bit. But let Pepe say wrap it up with, and we'll move on. So hopefully, maybe 2 more minutes. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, wrap it up, please.
Yeah, I can look it up in terms of the disparities, because I'm not quite sure. It's just something that I have to. I know, obviously, I know more about Black women because I hear about Black women, I read more about Black women, so I'll look up around Hispanic women. But I also know, there's a running joke, if you will, a social media joke about the We Do Not Care Club, and it has hit women all across the United States because the issues around perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause, it's just understudied, and it's undervalued. And so, there's a whole joke around, we do not care if you think blah, 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 blah. And it's popular because of that. So
do y'all care about me? Can I ask that question?
No, wait. Talk about real quickly. Sid, was you done engaging with other guys?
Yeah, I'm talking
free. I have a question just for
No, I thought it was trap security.
I just want to ask her.
No, I don't want to continue it on because she's going to go on for it.
She had kids. I bet that was it.
It was on Logan too, by the way. So go ahead, Logan. What's on you?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Miss Goddess, do you have any kids or a husband?
Well, my personal life is none of you all's business.
So, no. Okay. I do, and I have 3 kids. I have a 7-year-old daughter, a 5-year-old son, a 3-year-old son. I've been with my wife for 12 years. So he's in it. So you have a barrenless womb and you've never had any children.
You're making assumptions that you know nothing about.
I figured out. So go ahead.
Yeah, you're not right. So whatever you want to say, it's fine with me.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to say, as a younger man, I heard her say something about the younger men need to do. Man, we're not. I'm sorry. All this fucking race, goddamn crying and screaming about some shit that never happened to us. Probably it never fucking. Bro, I'm sorry.
That never happened to you.
No.
How old are you?
I was born in 2004.
Okay.
So no, that ain't shit that you talking about happening.
Did you grow up in the hood?
Not a motherfucker part of it happened.
Did you grow up in the hood?
Listen, I think, wait,
did you grow up in the hood? I'm asking.
You don't have to cut me off, but I do not want to enter. I do not want to have a dialogue with you.
No. I got us on that. That is true. It wasn't true. However, but since he doesn't want to engage, how late is he?
I'm glad that the people remain one interrupting. I'm dying, but go ahead.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I heard her try to say that younger men need. Nah. I want to tell y'all, a lot of these goddamn race conversations are about to die down. If you guys don't know, we are in 2025. So we're not inside a divided nation anymore. Matter of fact, you have more immigrants coming over here now. You have more divested communities. You have more interracial marriages. So all this race shit is about to come to a fucking end. And I want to see what the community does then. When everybody's mixed up in this motherfucker like a box of crayons, literally like a box of crayons. Yeah, I want to see what the fuck us and the Black community will do then. I want to see what we're going to do because for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years, 60 years, they've been crying instead of actually building, functioning, processing, making change, all this fucking crime. I want to see what the fuck happened when everybody looked not just straight niggas. Cause that's what's gonna happen. I mean, other kids won't get fucking killed, and that's a wrong goddamn decision. That shit sounds crazy to me. You know how much black women I know? Like, I know so much black women who cry about men who are melanated on divesting, and that brother just said something so amazing. Like, y'all killing our kids. What the fuck am I? Like, who's signing up for that? Do you know how much niggas I know men right now that I know who actually fit into that category? Like, they wanted a child, they were preparing to like change statistics or help change, and the lady completely like slaughtered his whole like his whole lineage is gone already before it even like actually started. You see what I'm saying? So like all this crying and complaining that it's not helping nobody. It ain't helping you. It damn sure was not helping us, because like y'all motherfuckers like complain so much that now y'all parenting like that shit got cut down to a minimum. It's like there's so much things that happens when you guys worry about other things outside of the things that actually matter. Like, how many people do you think have fucked up their real lives worrying about situations that do not fit into their fucking life?
What do you think is important? What matters? What should we think?
Well, hang on one second, Norma. So, Trapper, are you finished?
I mean, I guess I am. I see you're anxious.
I mean, I'm not rushing you.
I mean, you're anxious. Go ahead.
No, I'm not anxious. No, I'm not anxious. Go ahead. You can finish, Trap.
It's open. Go ahead.
Yeah. So bottom line, I just want to, because again, it's really after a certain age frame that this mindset will get cut out. But I want the older people, because again, I'm Gen X. I want the older people to realize, like, you cannot force people to want to be racist. You cannot force people to be pro-black in quotations. You cannot force this. You have to understand that. No matter how much talk, you cannot force men to, what do y'all say, like, protect random ass women that they don't fucking know. Just because they're women.
Her generation will be dead soon.
Yeah, but that's what's going to happen, though. And then, like, all the wonderful things that we do, even though it's not going to be, like, perfect, all the ones, they're not going to be, like, a part of it at all. Then we're going to look back at their generations like, what the fuck were they doing? And then we focus on trap without, like,
wait, hang on. No.
They're going to be the people talked about and shit, like how we talk about
stopping
abortions. Like how we talk about Adolf Hitler and how we talk about the Babylonians and like the Roman. Y'all going to be the next group of people to be talked about like so bad because y'all were stuck inside a mind frame that did nothing for y'all.
Who's the y'all?
Not a fuck thing.
If your generation, Dr. Whatever
you can talk about what.
My name is Dr. Goddess.
Yeah, like the 45 to 65-year-olds are going to be dead the next 10 years.
We're not talking to you right now. I'm talking to you.
Because the majority were.
Lover. So, Trap, what's important? What should we be focusing on?
Abortions.
No, what we should be focusing on is first thing, I think everybody should be focusing on being self-sufficient, because men and women acting like they have to have all these gender roles and all this other shit, like all these crazy ass ideologies and narratives to get in a relationship and start a family. You know how much people
is that side focusing on education? Would that help us to be self-sufficient?
Listen, I mean, you can focus on education also. I mean, that's what comes with like putting into a unit. You know, like you should want your children to be educated. But first thing, like a lot of these people need to figure out, are you putting into the next generation? A lot of you guys, I know you guys hear on this app all the time, people tell y'all that, well, you guys, a lot of you people don't deserve to put into the next. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you, you should want to put into the next generation. You should want to have your
Norm, let him. I hit the response.
Yeah.
Can you let him land?
I'm helping him to clarify it.
I mean,
what does
just
that
let
mean
him
to put into the next generation? He's speaking. What does it mean to put into the next generation?
Procreate. And I'm talking about do it like, it's nothing perfect again, but do it the best way possible in your mind. You feel me?
Have babies and educate them?
Yes. That's what you should want to do.
Stop killing your babies, Norman.
Yes, yeah, you should want to like try to generational wealth shit that we talk about so much, and you act like you have to make it by your fuck. That's what the fucking shit is for. You know that?
Okay.
That's what the team is for. I paid him and educate him. I get it now. I'm down with that. Thank you.
Okay. So Trap,
It sounds like a hurry.
I hear you say you were born in 2004. So first of all, I just want to say to you, history does matter, but so does a vision for the future. And what you described about people moving out, not caring about race, marrying one another, living with one another, that's actually the beloved community that Martin Luther King was talking about. So I don't think that, nobody's trying to hold you back if that's what you want to do. That doesn't require you hating the Black community or hating any of the goals of the Black community. And also, many people in the Black community agree with you. The ghetto is it's a sociological experiment. It's not natural. So that's why we have a reverse migration.
The ghetto is not natural. That they always fucking existed.
No, the ghetto has not always existed.
Where did the ghetto start? The ghetto
started with redlining.
Originally, where did the word ghetto come from? It started in Venice. Started in Venice, Italy, with the Jews.
Yeah, impoverished neighborhoods.
Slaves was the Eastern European Slavs.
Nobody is denying that. I'm the one that.
Well, that's where the word came
We're talking about now.
That's how we talk about it.
Jesus Christ, guys, no.
I'm responding to Trap.
Can you do a favor and make it as concise as you
Yes, I just stop being interrupted. Absolutely. I usually have my thoughts in order before I'm interrupted. So, Trap and everybody else, there's a reverse migration of African Americans moving from the north, from these ghettos, back down to the south, where the majority of us actually live, because we like fresh air too. I'm trying to speak.
Can I go after her, please?
No, that was just me Trap that speaking to you.
We like green grass too.
Yeah,
we like having trees. Be quiet, I'm responding. We like the trees and peace and quiet and shit like that too. We don't want to be piled up like rats either.
Amazing.
So, and then for people to ask, how was the ghetto created? We're talking about America. I'm talking about America.
In America, whites lived in ghettos before blacks were even free. Think about that. In the industrialized north, the ghettos were filled with ethnic whites that are Europeans. Okay.
Conditions were way worse than
like all of the ghettos.
We were talking about black people.
Okay. Shut up. You're trying to. All right. You shut the fuck up. Like we're literally. Okay. The ghettos in the inner city before redlining. Their ghettos. New York City had ghettos full of nothing but white people.
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm just
Yes, they did.
Wait. Not just white.
Oh my God.
Wait 1 second, Pepe. Let's get it correct. You had Italians living with Italians.
They're white.
Irish. No. This is
the Irish are white too.
Yeah, the Irish had to become white. The Italians had to.
No, they're white because they're Europe.
No, they're not. No,
yes, they are. Jesus Christ! You don't know who you're talking. You don't know who you're talking to. Okay, first of all, I did these kinds of debates for fucking years. Do you know why the Italians and the Irish were allowed to move to the United States? Our very first Immigration Act of 1790 said you had to be a white man of good moral character in order to be considered eligible to come to the United States. The type of mass migration we had that the northern industrialists wanted to come in first it came from Central Europe, a lot of Western and Central Europe, but then they specifically went after Eastern and Southern Europeans and wanted them to come here. And these people were allowed to come here because they were considered white. That's why it was not until 1965 when we changed with the 1965 Immigration Act that we allowed non-whites to come here in any kind of large numbers. They were allowed to come here because they were white. They were not miscegenation. Yeah, the miscegenation laws did not say that an Englishman could not marry an Italian because they were considered white. They were always considered white. European equals white.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. So,
it's synonymous with white.
Can I ask Pepe a question? Thank you. Pepe,
doctrine. No, you don't need it. Okay, I'm telling you flat out. Okay, those dirty nicks, those filthy, greasy guineas, they are still white, even though they were considered, I don't know, a lower class or tier of white. Okay, but they were considered. Yes, but they were considered white. Amazing.
And so it's
amazing. So it didn't start with black people. So that was my whole point. So no more questions. Go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead, Isaac.
No Irish should apply.
Thank fucking God, because I was trying
No Irish should apply.
Yep, got it, beautiful. Anyway, as I was saying, here is the actual truth, because the missus did say something that I kind of laughed at. So she was basically trying to use age against trap. Shout out to you for at least having a good enough education. I know that the teachers didn't really give y'all shit. Sorry to hear that. But I am 32. I was born in 1993. I saw the violence of the late 90s and early 2000s, and the one thing I can only say of why a lot of people died back then, it wasn't because of the fucking cops. It was because niggas wanted to nigga. That is the truth. The higher the crime went, the more the cops got aggressive, and the more people died. That is all that happened. So every time I hear the ghetto this, the injustice this, the blah, 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 this in the 90s, the blah, 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 that in the 90s, my question to Gen X is always the same. Why were y'all niggas making it worse? We weren't doing that shit, we were kids. Yeah. Y'all were the motherfuckers making the crime worse. The killing, the murderings, the extreme gang politics, the violence, that was all you guys. Literally. Okay, so every time I hear this bullshit about the hood, the ghetto, and Gen Z doesn't understand because they weren't around, I was around. Still remember the motherfuckers who were responsible. Half of them are dead. You want to know who is dead? A lot of kids. A lot of dead kids. A lot of dead kids. I mean, graveyards filled with children. Yeah. That had fuck all to do with police because the police weren't really killing kids. They were shooting you niggas, but they weren't killing kids for real. The breakdown of the so-called black community, yeah, you can blame America up until the crack epidemic. That's the last thing you can blame America for. Because they did incentivize crack being sold.
Incentivize?
Ma'am, please let me finish because I wasn't even talking to you. You sound like you have some conversational etiquette, so I just asked you to actually have it.
Well, you did the same thing.
As I was stating, the people, on the other hand, if they decided not to take the government's crack, like the Latinos and some of the Asians and a lot of the Indians and other racial groups that also got that same deal, guess what? We probably could have saved some of Black America. Could have. But no. No, that's not what happened. Niggas wanted to sell drugs, which increased the crime. The crime created gangs, and it created the cycle that us 90s and late 80s babies saw as time progressed. So, the excuse needs to be killed. You niggas that did all that shit fucked up Black America. You niggas basically put the nail in the coffin that your parents started. Because the boomers might have started it, but you guys were the ones that made sure that the coffin was nice and tight. Big ass nails. So every time I hear this bullshit argument about what we gotta do, we were fucking children. We ain't gotta do shit. Gen Z, they were born after everything was fucked up. So until y'all niggas actually start putting some actual work to fix the mistakes your generation made, I'm with a trap. I'm with Gen Z. Fuck you. Because we ain't responsible for this shit. You fix it. Because we didn't fuck it up.
Literally the safest, most least violent violent, fucking, safe fucking world we've ever fucking had. You guys are like, it's all fucked up. Y'all fucked it up. No, it's actually the greatest fucking time ever.
Is that true?
The lowest terrorist rates, lowest fucking murder rates per capita, lowest violent crime rates ever in fucking history globally. Not even just the United States. You guys are like, oh, you all do this fucking bill like 20, 30 years ago. No, it's not fucked up, you idiot. It's only you think it's fucked up. Like, look at the fucking numbers. Look at the fucking terrorist bombings in the early 1900s where they were trying to kill all the senators and the fucking president. You know, fucking terrorist fucking activity, terrorist shootings, and all this kind of fucking shit happened like 100, 200 fucking years ago. Look at the violent crime rates 200 years ago, you fucking idiots. I'm wrong.
Yeah, so
It's windy in Texas. Fuck all y'all.
Hold on. What I wanted to say is because I hate the fact that I hear this shit so often by older people. When y'all keep mentioning this crack era, the crack epidemic. Sir, now, whoever is fucking trying to cling on to this, you cannot tell me these bullshit ass.
Yeah, ain't nobody doing crack. They're all doing fentanyl.
You can't tell me this bullshit. Like, I can't go fucking search up or read on this shit my motherfucking self. I don't have to be born during that time to know what the fuck is going on, being put on the fucking news, on the articles. My grandmother was born in 1940 now. That's somebody who's been around, right? So again, even her experience and words will tell me that most of these people who be saying certain things, either you weren't fucking born around that time for real, or you're literally just bullshitting. No, the government did not stop the crack that was getting put inside the communities. They didn't put them in the communities.
They literally put crack in our communities.
Shut the fuck up. No, they did not. No, the fuck they did. No, the fuck they did not. No, the fuck they did not.
You're too young to know that.
No, the fuck they did not.
No, he's right.
They did not.
That's just a fact. Like track.
They did not.
No one forced.
You cannot be right.
Yeah, no, they did not. I'm sorry.
He's right. It was made up by one journalist.
They literally put it in our
morons like Dr. Goddess, who wants to be the queen of black and Twitter. She wants to be Roseanne Barr of fucking the internet. Lied about this shit. First off, no one held the crack pipe to your lips. No one did that. No one ever.
No.
And secondly, if they drop a pallet of crack off, like from the government, with all of, they just keep oppressing us. We've had to learn these lessons. Tulsa, Tuskegee Airmen. Why the fuck would you take a pallet of fucking crack from the government and they did it to us? Either you're a simpleton, you're basically telling the rest of the world that black people can't fucking have critical thinking, they can't think for themselves, they're sheep, and they're mindless zombies, and they're nothing more than animals because they went immediately for the crack. And that's your label that you're giving black men and women because that's what you want to have. So you're perfectly willing to give this derogatory fucking label across the board and then demonize it and make it pathetic like they're a complete victim. And all they had to do is say, you know what, crack is whack. I'm not going to fucking do it.
Can I ask a question?
And they did it.
I want to ask a question.
Like, that's fucking bullshit.
Who were around and crack epidemic.
Blacks weren't doing heroin in the 1940s, in the 50s. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They've been doing drugs. Everybody's been doing drugs.
How do you say that?
I've never done drugs, bro. No, I'm saying in general. I'm not saying everyone.
Who is responsible for the opiate crisis? Tell me that.
Pill doctors. The opiate crisis actually started out by doctors doing this whole thing and pharmaceuticals. So your dumbass is trying to correlate crack, which was never prescribed in a pharmacist's office.
I didn't say it
was getting prescribed by doctors and mass clinics, and stupid people like you try to draw this dice coalition. Crack was an illegal substance. It wasn't even allowed. It was basically burning cocaine. Cocaine wasn't a fucking allowed. So, like, this idea that somehow the government said, you know what would be great? We just want to keep the black man down.
They
you know,
did.
The black man fucking crack. Crack. We're just going to put you in front of the top. You know what they did?
How about crystal meth? Crystal meth's predominantly white people. It ruins their lives. Only 1 in 500,000 people. Only 1 in 500,000 people who use methamphetamine.
No, my bad. No, because I wanted to ask a real question. is Nicaraguan, how do you say that?
Nicaragua.
Is that the government?
No.
Okay, so again, when I know about the crack epidemic and like the shit that happened there, that's who.
Bolivia Pink, Bolivia Blue, yo, that's Colombia, man.
That's who drugs those were. And it was rebels from that way. Wait, pause. That's who drugs those were.
Where they get them from?
Wait, pause. Wait, so they think that I'm an idiot. They think that they can run around and say a whole bunch of shit and leave off context, and we're just gonna jump to their defense. Like we can't go fucking look up the shit ourselves. Like only an idiot runs the fucking doors. Only an idiot runs. No, wait, pause.
Just like this is how we're gonna opiate crisis. There's a specific family. Literally, because I know I'm
this is facts. What I'm about to say is facts. So when I say Nicaragua, how do you say that word? Nicaragua. So when you say that word, and then you know for a fact that the cocaine, the crack, the drugs that was around during that time was theirs, like the rebels from that side. How in the fuck did you get the government fucking dropped it off, gave it to y'all, and like forced it down y'all throats and forced y'all to give it to other people to try to like come up with money and like, so where the fuck did y'all get that from?
Yeah, so you may want to go ahead and Google.
Where did you get that from?
Because some lying journalist made up.
So Trap, if you really want to know the answer, you should Google things like the Iran-Contra affair, Ronald Reagan, the Black Panther Party, and what happened
with Black You had no idea. Like, who are you crying for? You don't need that help. You had no idea. You had responsibility. You had no responsibility to back up your squad. There's nothing they needed to do. I mean, actually bullshit coming out of your mouth. I don't give a fuck. You had no truth to anything you said. I ran your truck, Holly North, all of that shit, Ronnie Reagan, nothing had to do with targeting black people in fucking crack.
I'll probably have Dr. Reagan and
Why is there a bunch of people talking at the same fucking time? Like I'm hearing a bunch of people.
How ridiculous it is. Furious. Hey, Sean, hold on.
She's a beautiful thing.
No, you're not. You're fat.
Even if I work fat.
I have a picture of you. Your LinkedIn and your Twitter is all there.
So even if I am,
you are very obese. This is a whole part where she gets off on this. The Iran-Contra had nothing to do with
this is what I was trying to get to. This is what I was trying to get to. Doctor, hold on. This is what I want y'all to really understand. Black people only say that the government was involved with X, Y, Z because the government did not stop all the shit that you chose to put your
that's not true.
No.
You just don't. You don't have to listen to me. You don't.
No. Be quiet.
It is your responsibility to fact that I track. He really needs to know the truth. We're not talking.
Everybody chill out. Wait. Hey, let's stop. I'll tell you what. Let Trap. Hey, let Trap on your ass. Wipe it up.
Whatever racist brand.
Hey, let Trap finish. Let guys respond and let them have it back and forth. This is a 3-minute back and forth between them two.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the problem is a lot of the younger people with this like this information so like accessible to us. Like we are not just taking your word for it. That'd be ridiculous, right? Even the Bible tells us not to just take man's word, right? So I'm going to try to do more research research on the things that you guys tell me. Your little fucking anecdotal experiences of what happened during blah 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 period or blah blah blah. I'm not going on that. You probably was on these fucking same drugs that you claim the rest of the fucking goddamn community was on. You ain't gonna convince me that everybody was on crack and your little happy ass wasn't. You ain't gonna fucking convince me. So I don't. Most of the shit that you be saying just be sounding fucking crazy. Most of the older people should be. How the fuck the crack epidemic was so goddamn? How the fuck was it an epidemic and everybody was doing crack and you weren't involved? Explain. So I'm not. So I'm gonna do some research. When I do the research, and when I start seeing shit like, well, they said the government did this shit to them. The reason why this man is on the fucking road, 60, 70 years old, hung up, strung out on drugs, he said the government. I want to know, is this true? Let me see. Because I'm tired of hearing everybody always saying the government did this, the government did that. The government ain't never did a motherfucking thing to motherfucking me. You feel me? Since I've been born. Except for like, when I actually did shit. And I can't blame them. Shit. I do something that I deserve to get locked up for. I do something that I deserve. I mean, like, bro, I'm a grown ass man. You feel me? Like, I don't put my hand on the stove and don't expect not to get burned. You feel me? So again, when I'm doing this research, I'm looking and I see Nicaragua and all this other shit and Red Bulls and I'm like, where the fuck is the government in this? Then I finally see it. Oh, the government did not stop this right here when we decided to put our hands inside the fucking bag and nobody told us to. The government did not fucking come grab a whole bunch of fucking black American hands and say, hey, yeah, there's rebels running around here with fucking drugs trying to goddamn get people to goddamn take this and try to make some fast money. Like, you should not partake in that. The government didn't do that, so the government is fucking wrong. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Let it get it. Let it respond. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. So, Trap, I hear your frustrations and, quite frankly, your ignorance. And I just want to remind Free and Thomas and Sig and Ray that this is your responsibility to teach Thomas the history and how we got here. For the record, Trap, everybody was not on crack. It did devastate our communities, but everybody wasn't on crack. So I mean, that's something else that you really do need to know. You could actually exist. And I mean, I was just a child, so I don't know what to say to you about that. I definitely grew up in a low income community, and I saw people ravaged by crack, even though I didn't really understand it at the time. But as I got older, the crack and the violence increased. So definitely we saw some overdoses and things like that. But no, the majority of the community was not on crack. It was introduced by the government, and that's something that you have to wrestle with. I understand. Like, I didn't make an ageist assertion against you or anybody else. You came on and you made an ageist comment to me and said I was just born in 2004, and I said, okay, fine. So I mean, there's certain things you're not going to know because of when you were born, unless you like history. So history matters, but also accountability. One second.
You're bitching and you're
Listen, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Quiet.
What are you doing?
I'm not. Just be quiet.
I thought you're not going to do anything.
Self-control.
All right, guys, come on. Let's finish that. Jesus Christ.
I'm talking to Trap, the person that actually knows she's talking to Trap, the person that
I understand. I just want to show you your respect. Come on, brother.
Okay. So, yeah, Trap, you just need to get the information. And when you do, you'll see. And it's okay. Like, it's okay. And at the same time, yes, we as a Black community have to hold ourselves accountable for what we participated in during the crack era. There is no change. And as I said to you before, we like fresh air and the lack of violence too. That's why there is a reverse migration, right? Every time I say this, y'all interrupt. What's going on?
Because you keep going on and on and on saying,
no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm really trying to just get my head out.
She's focused on
Talk to Trap.
Yeah, I mean, if you like
Can I talk to Trap for a minute, please?
how do you even do it?
But I keep getting interrupted, don't I?
All right, guys. All right, listen. Let her give her last 2 minutes and probably listen if Dr. God is if he can be concise.
1 minute. Trap, I need you to look into the history. And as I was saying, Black people, we want decency and peace and calm too. That's why there is a reverse migration from these northern ghettos to the American South. That is happening. And these are Black people making the choice. So it's not, we're not trying to revel in the foolishness or the violence. We like peace too. That's the point.
Okay, so I just want to say something like very quick to what she said. Me as a younger man, I'm gonna tell you that's not what I see. I see for the most part.
You muffled your
We're talking about, yeah, I see for the most part, especially inside of certain generations, like you guys are trying to convince us to pick up where you guys in quotations left off. You guys are trying to make us like cling on to fucking talking points, standpoints, all types of narratives that we simply cannot, like, we can't comprehend, we can't fathom it, we can't see it. This is not our reality. We cannot fight grandmother's fight. You feel me? I'm sorry. That's not. What the fuck? What the fuck do I look like? Like what the fuck do I? I'm sorry. It's not happening. It's not like I'm speaking for the generation as a whole. I know we can't really do, but these niggas not doing that. They're not. They're fucking not. It's just not happening. So since we're not doing it, I think we need new talking points. Like we said, like if there's problems inside of it, let's fix the communities. First, y'all need to be fixing y'all motherfucking houses and goddamn fixing what's going on with y'all selves before y'all start talking about all these goddamn worldly problems. Because people got a whole bunch of personal problems, and focusing on worldly problems ain't gonna do you no motherfucking good if you a fucked up person all around the fucking clock. You know, this is some real shit that we got going on. This shit is getting ridiculous. The kids are surpassing the adults. That's not okay. I mean, I know evolution is a thing. That's not. I'm talking about at the scale that this shit is not okay. 20 years olds are doing the same shit 40 years old are doing. You feel me? The only thing these niggas is missing is estates at this point. Like homes, actual homes in their names. That's the only thing these young niggas is missing at this point. Y'all niggas need to stop like complaining about a whole bunch of shit. It's been like keeping you guys back. If you guys don't see
Trap, what you're missing, and this is something I've learned, and it's thanks to Siegfried Thomas. It's like a whole list. Gerard walked me through this for 5 years. He hates this woman like with intense fervor. Like he got her canceled off of Clubhouse. That's how.
I've never been canceled from Clubhouse.
Just shut the fuck up. I tell you what, sit your ass down and I'll put you to work.
Don't lie on me, bitch.
You need it or what? Listen, cunt, you don't got anything.
No, you're the fucking bitch.
You're the one that's like, you're trying to lick at. You're trying to lick at.
Guys, let me finish.
Yeah, I know, right?
I understand, but let me finish. I'm saying you didn't call names too. I prefer y'all not to do it, but just stick to having a discussion.
I mean, this Ray, she's a lot. I'm speaking to everybody else but the Ray.
And I've never been kicked off the Clubhouse. Never.
I don't give a fuck.
You just lied. You just lied. You racist brand. You're a fucking liar.
Kicked your ass into a gym. You should have done that Stairmasters. You should have did anything. Pick up a Richard Simmons tape, for fuck's sake. So, where was I? So, Trap, here's the thing. People like Dr. Goddess don't want to actually see Black people excel in society. They don't want in America where there isn't a racial divide. They really do want to have this race-baiting, race-hustling thing. They're the Benjamin Crumps of the world. She's known for this. Like, she went through, she self-proclaimed Queen of Black Twitter to get her peoples to dox and cancel people when the lockdowns first started. She was trying to capitalize and grift off of BLM. This is who this person is. This is who she really is. This is why I'm vehement against her. She's a perpetual liar. She does not know history. She does not have any credible standing. She has been removed off areas. She tried to go on news networks and said, hey, I am this. So now she's on Clubhouse. This so-called Queen of Black Twitter, Dr. Goddess, with all of her proliferations and knowledge and her importance to the Black community, is spending the majority of her time 24/7 on where? Fucking Clubhouse. So that should tell you something right there, that she is more about making a perpetual victimhood out of Blackness, and she needs Blackness more than you do. Her skin color is more important to her than anything else, because she wants to appear both the abused and victim
victim while saying she is important. She needs to be elevated above absolutely everybody. She would have black men huddle and fucking drop to their knees in front of her if she could, because she don't care about you. She don't care about a black family. She doesn't care about your potential. She'll tell you that black women are far exceeding black men in colleges. Meanwhile, that's right. You are signing up for college at a much higher rate than black men. However, your asses are dropping out of college at a faster rate than black men. Black men are actually graduating higher than your fucking dumbasses. But we can play with those things. And she'll tell you all sorts of those. She'll talk about the crack epidemic and tell you, oh, it's related to the Iran-Contra, which is really not. But she's going to do that straw man to tell you how bad the government is. I'm not one to tell you the government's not bad. It's indifferent. It just does what it needs to do to keep going for the next years, and whoever's in charge, it doesn't fucking care who it affects. But Iran-Contra had nothing to do with putting a crack pipe to some fucking idiot's mouth on a subway car. The government, with the CIA, were not going down into fucking homeless areas on Skid fucking Row distributing crack pipes, nor were they doing heroin, nor were they fucking doing, I don't know, the fucking opiate crisis. Now, you can make a claim for opiates because it's affecting black people, Hispanic, and white people at very high rates about the fact that pharmaceuticals were prescribing pain meds at a fucking rapid rate, and that pharmaceutical companies were pushing it. This is something a little different than the cracker taking cocaine and smoking it. And no, some fucking fake-ass reporter made a conspiracy theory and put it in the LA Times and said, hey, this is where crack cocaine came from. The CIA pushed it into the community. I have never heard such a more nonsensical thing in my entire life than the government forcing crack into someone's bloodstream. It doesn't happen. They don't do that. And that wouldn't even be the way to, quote, keep the black people down. What would be the purpose of that? Because in all honesty, here's what the crack era cost us. Trillions of dollars years later. It cost us billions of dollars in infrastructure management. We had to fucking funnel. We had to expand prisons. We had to hire more judges. We had to pass more legislation. We had to enhance cops. We had to have measurements. We had to do vast arrays of shit to combat the crack epidemic, as well as the gang violence that was occurring as a direct result of it, including fucking going after and building the very institutes that Dr. Goddess likes to bitch about. So while she'll sit there and say, oh yeah, the government did crack to us just so they could build prisons, it's really funny how it ended up costing the government more money when they really wanted to spend more money overseas. The crack epidemic was not something anybody really wanted in their fucking backyards, including the very urban populations at the time. So stop listening to fucking women like this, and I get why black men in mass tell these women to go fuck themselves off a cliff and just they can't wait for them to pass out, because quite frankly, I get it now. I tell this to all my black friends. This type of woman exists in the white community. Those snow bunnies, careful, because you have this Karen, this fucking weed-wearing Karen in the white community too.
And to Brian's point, this is why. Yeah.
Well, no, we're not going to do to Brad's point because he went on Isaac, he went on a long rant, lying about
You guys.
So I have to
Let us be.
rebut what he had to say.
That's fine. You can just got the eyes, please.
Jesus Christ. As I was saying, this is why you see a lot of millennial black men, I don't know what some black women doing, basically telling these race baiters to go kill themselves. Because this is bullshit. You mean to tell me I'm supposed to be loyal to your nothing fucking acts? Nothing. There's no jobs. There's no industries. There's not even a fucking nonprofit to pay someone $13 an hour. This is the niggas we supposed to be listening to? Nah, fuck it. Fuck no. Fuck all that bullshit. Exactly. This race shit is gone. It's done. I am glad. I am ecstatic to find more and more black men telling everyone talking about race, except for the old people. We understand why the old people are racist. They actually have a fucking argument. They went through actual oppression. They actually went through the fucking Martin Luther King marches and everything dealing with Malcolm X.
Street College in 1971. Shut your bitch ass the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up. Racism died, okay? That's what happened to it. You can say it's still here. You can say it's still in the system. Well, whoopty fucking shit. There's still a bunch of old motherfuckers like you living around. So I guess it's still gonna be a bit fucking aggravating to deal with. But no, trap. Exactly. That is why anyone fighting for this black beauty, racism, and we need to unify. No, fuck your skin color, fuck your bullshit, fuck your nonprofit. The race shit is dead. You want to help black people? Start teaching them how to operate in America. Okay? The main thing I am laughing at is that black women are still in poverty, yet black progression is a talking point. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, the most impoverished woman is historically at number 7, still the most impoverished woman throughout history. Black fucking woman. Whoopty fucking shit. Yeah. Fuck the race shit. It's done nothing. Our grandparents fought that fight. It's over. You want to talk about black progression? Learn how to operate in America. And then be useful in it. That's how it works. That's it. Almost every single black man on this stage can tell you. That's how it worked. There was no community. Some of our parents didn't even do this shit. We had to get the fuck out at 18 and figure out, how can I not die in America? And you know what we learned? It was no longer racist. It's unfair, but it's not racist. If it was, we wouldn't have gotten this shit. We wouldn't have gotten anywhere. I wouldn't be living in a town that the average person makes $428K a year. Yeah, I wouldn't be living in that town if it was racist. Rap wouldn't be doing what he's doing. They would not have what he has. There are plenty of black men on stage that can tell you right fucking now, if race still existed, none of us would be in a position we're at. So 100%, I say Gen Z got the right fucking plan. Fuck the race shit. We need to learn how to fucking survive. Because this shit old people saying, it don't work. Because it don't exist no more.
Yeah, thank you, Isaac, for that very ignorant rant. I can say that first of all, race still matters. Trap, don't believe this. But you should research for yourself. That's what I'm saying to you. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe anybody else on the stage. I do charge black men with having to be quiet, racist Brad. 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 Be quiet.
Time you wash your neck, like if you use a toilet bowl right there, you get and you get the whole Black Lives Matter. That's just shut.
Yeah, I mean, y'all know I stay on mute free, but this is just be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet, racist Brad.
Hey, Quisha.
Be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet.
Alright, guys, I don't know. Do you guys want the violence? Because I'll start using slurs and I'll start doing all kinds of stuff, being very mean. But like you guys I'm starting to get annoying, and you guys know I do the violence part. But you know,
he won't stay on mute.
Well, okay, Brad, please stay on mute while she says what she's gonna say. I mean, I obviously disagree with her too. You know, just let her say.
She talks too much. Yeah, well, Judy, you don't talk enough. How about that?
Disgusting. Are you friends with James Andrews, who has over 2 million followers? Guess what? James Andrews is a friend of mine too. I was looking at your profile. I see your friends. I'm actually shocked that those people are friends of yours, because I know those people actually very well. I'm shocked at the people you actually have that are friends of yours based on the way you talk. You're a CNN news broadcast. Everything you're saying is nothing new that anyone in this fucking stage hasn't heard before. Your goddamn talking point. So can you stop talking unless you have something new to actually bring to the stage? Because you're boring.
Correct.
So listen, guys, to be fair, and I'm gonna let you finish, guys, too, real quickly.
Yeah, sometimes
shut the fuck up.
The beautiful thing is like you can't stop who I am, and I understand that my sheer existence is a threat to people like you and race and brand.
She was one of the colors from Black Lives Matter. You're one of those.
All right, guys. God damn. Okay, just let Dr. Goddess finish what she was going to say. And I see Judy wanted to say something, and we haven't heard from Judy, so go ahead, Dr. Goddess. Please don't make it like super long.
Sorry, I'm definitely trying not to, for sure. No, I was saying to Trav, you have research to do, and you should do it. You don't have to take my word for anything. If the information is out there. And I just charged the black men on the stage, especially because Trav seems to have a similar ideology. You all should teach him. You should teach him his history, because history is still important. We don't live in some type of non-historical utopia. We have our president, right? He's using laws that go back to the 1700s, but you all want to pretend that history doesn't matter. It does matter. So, that's just one of the things that I wanted to stress. And then I think the other thing is, I don't know where I guess I do know. It sounds like there were some struggles, in your community. And listen, the black family is definitely struggling right now. But there's only roughly like 30% of us. I think it's 27% of black people who are in poverty. So I hear what you're saying when you talk about people making progress, and that's what we do. We're resilient people. In 1865, was it 98% of us were in poverty? In the 1960s, it went down to 60-something percent, and now it's at about 27 to 30%. So we do make progress in spite of everything. That's why I was saying, if these white racists could leave us the fuck alone, we would have even more. We would be doing so much more. But we still have things to do. We're gonna hold our community accountable. Excuse me.
Hold on, guys. Just let it go, because I don't. These back and forth just make it like. I know. She said she was just about to land. She said she was just about to land.
I listened. I mean, you heard my finally.
You just have her put her teeth in, have her circles, and just like.
All right, she's wrapping it up. Let her wrap it up.
Yeah, so I'm a threat to people like racist Brad because they hate people like me, okay? They hate people who can tell the truth, who have a very strong sense of who they are.
No, you're not. You're fake.
Be quiet, racist Brad. Be quiet, racist Brad. You said all types of shit about me. I'm allowed to defend myself. You're telling me who I am. You do not define me. You do not define me, racist Brad. You do not define me, racist Brad. You do not define me, racist Brad.
Racist Brad.
Racist Brad.
Racist Brad.
You are racist.
Yep.
I wasn't done.
She wasn't done.
I am almost done.
Alright, god damn it. Just let God, to Brad, I get it. Like, dude. Hey, gee, of all the people on this app, I run my mouth, but just let her finish.
Yeah, I gotta applaud you, Pepe, because I know you could be violent too. I applaud you. So listen, racist Brad doesn't define me. He's upset because I am who I am. And so that's just a fact. I'm not talking to you, racist Brad. I'm talking to the black women.
Black woman who's crying.
Excuse me. See, Pepe.
I know, but you are saying his name, and that's gonna trigger.
No, but he said my name repeatedly.
Okay, so
but I'm just saying, like, he talked all
But you don't engage him as a warning. That's true. That's true.
Right?
But you understand, yes, correct. But you understand, once you engage him, he's going to re-engage you. I'm just saying, what comes with it.
But he stood up on stage and said all types of shit about
I agree. I understand.
Just let I defend myself. Because
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's just a fact. And I'm speaking to the black men on this particular stage. Y'all know this is why and you are the ones that I actually care about. Right? So all I'm saying is that I want you all to engage yourself, tell I say be quiet, racist Brad. He won't.
No, be quiet, thinking it's black woman.
Can somebody put him down for a second? Can you put him down for a second?
Come on, please. Come on.
Put him down for a second.
Hold on.
Can we get this wrapped
Yeah,
up?
we have to have a queue.
Just put him
Yes, thank you.
Hold on. All right, we have Judy.
Yours is on over.
No, we have Judy.
racist Brad down.
Oh, okay, so yes, you can go next to me.
Thank you.
Chill out, man. You just gotta land.
Oh, I want to ask Doctor a question.
No, you couldn't ask her.
1 second, because racist Brad won't let me speak. You're the motherfucker.
I know, but I'm trying not to move people. I'm trying to civilize it. Be civil. Civilize the world.
Not civil.
The people.
Okay.
There's so much sexual attention going on.
Yeah, with racist Brad and Doctor.
I'm not even talking to him. I'm literally
Martin Luther Queefum is just.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to finish what I'm saying without racist Brad.
I bet you got those dollars.
Oh my God.
I know. Here's the problem: is you keep on referring to him as racist Brad, even when he was not fucking interrupting it. Then it's like, yes, he's gonna end up saying something, and it's like, holy shit. I'll give you 20
black bitch on the stage by racist.
Okay.
I don't even care about me calling him racist.
I don't care. I know. Hold on.
You want me to
Hold on. Maybe my mic's low today. I don't know.
You want to be an Asian?
Wow. Hold on. God damn. Wow. Right when, like, I'm obviously not a respected moderator, because you guys are like, fuck this moderator. He's muted. Talk right over him. Now, guys, yes, I'll give you 20 seconds to wrap it up, Doctor. And please, Brad, please don't prolong it, because we do have Sabina who wants to talk. She's a Nubian queen that hails from Somalia, and we'd love to hear what she has to say. So,
All right, I'll let Martin Luther Queefa go on her fucking.
Okay, but she called you racist Brad now.
Racist Brad.
Yep, okay. Yep, you called her name first, dude. She did.
And he
That's true. She's right. He did. So I like black bitch, so I'll call her a white.
All right. Let's not call bitch. Let's not call anybody bitch on the stage. Come on.
But we can say what.
She defends herself well.
Yeah,
Yeah, so go ahead. 20 seconds, Doctor.
Yeah, so I'm just speaking to, especially to the black men on stage. You saw how I came up, even though I was critical of you all. You saw what I've done, what I've shared with you all, and I really understand that people like racist Brad cannot take me. I understand that, but we should be able to still have a conversation and be able to be quiet, racist Brad. See, you cannot
call him racist Brad.
have no self-control.
You want to continue to have
All right, we got it. All right, we get it. I'm gonna move on to Sabina. We get it. People like racist Brad.
No, what I want to say, Pepe, hold on. I'm just saying that we should be in community with each other.
Can I get it? Yeah. Okay, so I want to make a comment. Oh, sorry. Is that okay?
No, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so hi everyone. Yeah, I wanted to make a comment because someone Beaver put it in the chat too, and it's something I've been noticing, and I spoke about it with. I have white liberal white woman friends that I like very much, and I warned them, and I said there's something going on that's shifting, right? And Beaver actually put it in the chat too, Doctor, and I think you need to understand. I think black men are delineating a way, right? Because you can be from the same race and you can have higher power than the men of less power than the men of that race, right? So the way Beaver is saying is that it's like white men and black men will be at the top, white woman and black woman will be at the bottom, right? So and I've seen Brad attack no offense, Brad, but I've seen you attack white women too. So I think this is shifting, right? And if you look at other cultures, like Middle Eastern cultures, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them, the men don't have the same rights as the woman. Like, society can exist where the men, I think that's what Isaac's saying. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not born a female. I'm born a black male, and I don't feel oppressed anymore. So it's a you thing type of thing. So I wonder what you think about that, Doctor, because I think that there's a segregation going on now, and I think it's just it's male versus female now. What do you think about that?
I agree. I mean, the manosphere was created because these white men in particular were very, very angry about the feminist movement and women's rights. You have to remember that women couldn't even get credit.
Black men too. That's what I'm saying.
So hold on. So white men created the manosphere and then black men followed them. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So anyway, that's what they're. Excuse me.
I think Arab men did. Arab men did. Yeah.
Alright guys, alright everybody chill out. Firstly, the manosphere was a cultural thing and not really race-based. But go ahead, guys, this is on you.
Yeah, it was definitely a cultural thing because they were very upset about the gains that white women in particular made during and after the civil rights movement. Remember, white women could not, like, even while black women were enslaved, like, if we were to talk about, you shut up, racist Brad. Shut up.
Well, to be fair, the manosphere, I mean, if you go back to like V. Rausch, he was popular like over a decade ago. He's some maybe Persian origin. I don't know. Didn't Rollo Tomasi has been popular for a long time. He had Neil Strauss. He had a lot of these.
Yeah.
V. Rausch, R-A-U-S-H. He was. Hold on 1 second. So he was like the manosphere. It was never a race thing, but it was, I would say, in America, probably predominantly white, but they didn't have a racial focus. And it was like it was kind of an amalgamation of the pickup artist community. You had the, I guess you'd say the red pillars, like Rollo Tomasi, which they all kind of dabble into each other's areas, like pickup artists.
What about Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah, I was going to say that Tommy Sotomayor really led a lot of black men into the manosphere. So, there's some people that are together.
I'm honest, I go on stage all the time.
There's a gender war. There's definitely a gender war.
Have you seen me on a show before?
Pepe, I just want to jump in here really quick. You guys, I was there, like, from the beginning. I joined YouTube back in 2009, and I spent my whole career online. And those guys used to harass me. So I do know the history. It did mainly start with white guys, period. It was like what Pepe said. It was like pickup artists, red pill guys, and men's rights advocates. That's how Tommy Sotomayor rose in the ranks. He started there. And then there was a break in the manosphere. It wasn't because they were all white power all the time. But they were racist. Some of them were racist. Like, check your Twitter feed. It'd be like that casual racism you see on X, right? But the black men got tired of that, so they decided to spin off into their own. And that's where you had, like, the father of it was Tommy Sotomayor. And then Obsidian Ali. I'm sure all of you guys are familiar with him. And then there was O'Shea Duke Jackson. Then there was Angry Man. Then it was Hardcore Tito. Reg the bad guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. Kevin Samuels. Yeah.
Kevin Samuels was the last. He would have been the third rail of the manosphere because that would have been the one that would have gone mainstream. That Kevin Samuels arm of the manosphere is like mediocre tutorials. And Fresh and Fit is new crop of the red pill, but this is one in 3 phases. So, I wouldn't know these names if I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, that's exactly what happened. Sorry, Brad, it's true. But it wasn't because they were like, the white men were just casually racist. I'm not saying it was good. I would have been annoyed too. I would have split from you two, to be honest, if you're just going to be calling me a monkey just randomly. So, yeah.
Do you think that pink pill, like, this is kind of how I get it? I can kind of see why, like, with the casual racism and even, like, maybe believing in, like, racial differences and that kind of stuff is, it seems like it would draw the exact same crowd because you have people who take on this evil evolutionary psychology viewpoint when it comes to the differences between men and women, and they also kind of will, like, extend that to races and other stuff. So, like, the red pill community and to be a pickup artist, they also lean very heavily into the evil psych component of it, where it's like, well, women are women behave and think a certain way. It's in their nature, so you have to, you have to give off these cues and carry yourself a certain way. They're biologically hardwired to be attracted to certain things and behaviors, and it's kind of like in a way.
I mean, I would say that the pickup artists are just a bunch of sociopaths that are just teaching regular men their true nature. They're just teaching them how they are naturally. But are you trying to say that? I'm not sure what you're asking me. Are you trying to say that like the spin-off of the Black Manosphere should be the same, or
no? I'm just saying, if you notice, like whether it is, I hate even putting him in that category. I don't even really want to put him in the manosphere, but yeah, he kind of can fit. It would be Andrew Tate. You can look at Myron Gaines. No, but Myron Gaines, I would say, when it comes to race, what do these black, Tommy Sotomayor, another one, do they say anything really differently, or anything different than white supremacists?
No.
I mean, they're horribly racist towards every race, including, blacks.
Especially black women. They're the number one. The Black Manosphere is the number one racist group against black women online. Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, but how successful are all of these people you just mentioned at coaching the men they coach to
Not
get
very.
laid? To get
Not
laid.
very.
How do you know?
Well, okay, because a lot of people, because they don't have success stories that they regularly tell. What I do see is here's what happens, is that a man or boy will stumble upon red pill content because maybe he's had a bad breakup, doesn't understand girls, is sexually frustrated, yada, yada, yada. And so you go down this rabbit hole because there are other people like you who are having the same types of struggles in which you bond. But a lot of the normies actually grow out of it. So they will go through this phase of where women are just horrible and we should all just, be in a, bumping butts with each other as men and then they grow out of it. They realize they try to use the practices of being uber controlling and misogynistic towards women that they try to date. It falls flat on their face. They get hurt. Maybe they found a girl who was like a really nice girl, but they pulled that red pill shit into his head and he lost the girl. And that would be the moment that the red pill would come on, and then they realize that where they're going is toxic, and they want to heal from that. That is the hero's journey of the red pill content consumer.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brad. I was waiting for you and Goddess to get through your little love affair.
Please.
But I can promise you, Goddess would probably still be the love one.
I ever saw Brad, so no.
Well, yeah.
So you wouldn't be nothing. That guy in your fat ass would probably
Disgusting person.
You two, I waited for you.
Guys, let Ellen go. Let's let Ellen go.
Thank you very much. Well, Pink Pill and Goddess.
Matt, I want to run you and Pink after this.
Both have very valid points, but you're missing one important one. That in a male journey, it must happen with men. A woman cannot teach a man how to be a man. Only men can do that. If I can acknowledge, Goddess, and I'll address you directly in a moment. If I can acknowledge that the experience of women and girls growing into womanhood is something that is unique to women, then I hope you can acknowledge the same about men. And Goddess, I'll say to you directly, no, your existence may threaten some people, but your existence does not threaten men. We applaud you for what you've done.
for bringing the history that we wouldn't have otherwise known about into the light. And we applaud your perspective. But it is, in the end, only one perspective of many. And its time has passed. It is time for men, and that's what part of the red pill thing was. Men trying to figure out their way in the world. And men have to do that on their own. You cannot do it for them. They must grow into being men, whatever that means. They will define it on their own. Women will not. Men will. And you have to let it happen. Because a man who doesn't make mistakes on his own, learn from them on his own, or with other men, is not the kind of man, is not the kind of men or man that you want. And that's the bottom line with that. So again, thank you for your contributions. We've moved on. We're figuring it out. And guess what? We'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Just let it happen. Position is 9 points to the law. It'll be okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. Brad said he wanted to address something in Blakely.
To shut up, racist forever. You shut up, racist forever. You shut up,
Just let Brad, you want Brad? I know you wanted to address, but I said it. Okay, let's just focus on that. Come on, guys, no, stop doing the back and forth. Just
need to get a room, bro.
don't even go there.
Brad's turn. Let Brad fucking go. Jesus. What the fuck happened to freaking free?
You talk about the creation of the minister and some of the racist shit. Yeah, I get you on that one. Like, I can see it. But actually, you have to go back to war and fall. You have to go back to 1967, 66, when you started having the women's liberation movement and the feminist pro-wave, second wave. And Warren Farrell is responsible for this, basically the creation of a political second wave feminism. Oddly enough, second wave feminism is really started by a fucking guy. Because women like us couldn't do that shit. So you had him and his manpower and others associated with that really were anti-masculine. They really started to decimate it and kind of code it up. And then they brought a whole bunch of women to like their 3 times a year conventions and they said, hey, you know what, you're going to be safe here. This is how most of these guys were gay. They just were secret about it because those were the times. And they just didn't want to outwardly express. So it was a bunch of gay men and women who were saying, you know what? I didn't get hit on at this event. The right shit to the wrong guy. They were fucking gay. They wanted dick in their ass. They wanted dick in their mouth. They were gay. So, like, this whole idea that these are the men that helped create second wave feminism, and then push the narrative and started to say, hey, this is how
how men should be. We should be stuck in the field. And this guy is partially responsible for that, a good chunk of that. But in response, there was an opposition to my client. And mostly it started in the black community where they said, oh, fuck no, we exchange this shit. And they started to rise up and other groups in the community, et cetera, to go through this list. But then it started to go to the white male community because they were a little bit slow to respond. It was a little difficult in the white male community. We are slower to respond to political shifts, especially cultural shifts. And they started to grab onto this one. They took what was being taught in barbershops and bars and job sites, and they started to say, hey, here we go, especially to have civil rights. The 70s, 80s was a blending time where people started talking more openly about issues they were facing in their own communities amongst their gender partners at home. And this has created what you have is a kind of rise or a pushback against what we saw. Unfortunately, this MLM movement made more sense and gained more power than the Manosphere Project that started to take off a little bit later on. The Manosphere Project is most likely going to win out because the MLM is not winning. It's actually collapsing. And so you have this because you see the rise in black men, you see the rise in men, and you see the rise of women who are saying, no, I don't want all of this shit. I don't want to be a man. I don't want to be equal. I want my perception. I want to be that way. And so you're seeing a trend. But I mean, if you only want to read one side, that's fine. You have to read the other side to see how this grows into being.
I wanted to say something. I just my look at this one is this divide between the man and the sexes is just another way to continue on the conversation about nothing really. It's about a bunch of fucking people who spend too much time on the internet, not spending any time in the real world. And you have children and fucking offspring of people who do too much fucking, which we have done too much fucking and too much jacking on to pornography and all this fucking degenerate nature that it's Western society. Like that's what it really is. It's just a bunch of fucking rabbits fucking and dealing with the consequences of all that fucking. That's what it really is. Like you got relationships have no meaning, have no fucking substance because we were used to getting easy pussy, and that's what it's been. Like getting pussy, nothing. But what comes out,
could be back up.
Sorry, real quick, I don't know if there's a cue, but I feel like there's been sexism in other societies for a very long time. Like, if you look at like churches from England, the stuff you would say to women, like if a woman would say, oh, you're drunk, like, we would be like, yeah, they'll just be like, oh, well, you're still going to be ugly when you wake up. I mean, that's what he said to a woman's argument. Like, there was no, like, what we're seeing today now. And I don't think it's just America. I think it's also the Me Too Hollywood type of thing that broke off from that as well. You guys notice there's a bit of that as well. And I think it shifted the whole culture where I do think they're creating like a hierarchy, and I do think like men, and then it's going to be like women. And there's many other places that's already like that. And I think some black men are just saying, hey, should be united, so I feel like they're hurt by it, and I understand because a lot of them look how hard they work for, black men, right? And they want it to be like a unit, they want it to be together, so they're hurt by it. And I feel like white liberal women are losing it because they've never been subjected to the type of sexism that other races like.
No,
No, but other places like when they talk about sexism here, I'm like, I don't want to register it because in other places it's sometimes worse. We don't even register it here, right? Well, this is still not sexist to the level where other places are. I don't think Europe is as you know, the way America was. Well, America was just strange with this navel gazing and this, it just wasn't sustainable. And I was like,
I told you. You need I got brains. I ain't just lost my spirit. Listen to me, that you prove up. You should kill him now.
You know, I would say mediocre tutorials is not that bad. Like, yeah, I mean,
That's what I said this up, which is ironic. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, I feel like he's not calling women derogatory names all day. He's not like trying to, push his muscles and swing his penis all over the place. Posing for a fancy car and looking cool and performative. He's like the nerdy, masculine type who's quiet, outspoken, and it's like he went to Howard or something. Like, I don't know if he went to Howard, but he gives me like the Dr. Guy feeling what I'm talking about. I think he looks like he went to Howard or Morehouse or something.
Right. So the reason I asked you
out of the car, so you say?
Which one I was getting at, it seemed like you guys want guys that are super soft on the issue that's kind of passive, which is ironic why he calls himself mediocre tutorials, because he doesn't do anything outstanding. He kind of does it to where it's just a safe zone to where someone like yourself will like. And I find it a problem because there's real issues in the dating market in between the sexes. And if I can narrow it down to pinpoint in a corner, if you will, to actually address it, then we're not going to fix it. And we got someone like him on he does talk about it, but he talks about it in a roundabout way, in a very passive way. And those other guys, not that it's kind of similar, but when you look at guys like Thomas Hardy or Kevin Samuels, the guys that got really popular off of it, I think people gravitated to them because they're actually find solutions, but to accept, but not to accept what to look out for, how you deal with matters, etc. And I think when it doesn't favor the women, when they see that it is something that don't, it's something they can't get over with. I'm not saying I agree with everything that's been said and done, but the truth is to try to get into a position where you can win in this space. And I'm not saying just win alone, it's not just winning as a man, but winning as a collective. Meaning that if I engage a woman, this is for us, not just for me. And some of the girls sure as fucked up and stuff looking for just to do some fucked up stuff like, oh, I can just cheat and she has to tolerate what the fuck they give her. Not that shit, I think that's stupid. But guys who actually look at good relationships, actually build families, actually, that traditional peace and prosperity unit. And I think when women see guys who take the aggressive approach, it turns them off. But it is not for women, it's for the men. So I just want to put that out there.
I would. So you're asking me, and in my defense, I am a woman, so I'm not here to be, grown men's business. But I will say that some of the most powerful leaders are fucking, not all of them are bombastic. Kevin Samuels was not doing any of the things that we see these other manosphere guys doing. And he was still effective at what he was doing. And he still, I'm sure you would agree, helped men be more manly men.
Yes.
I've never heard that man raise his voice. Or, pound his chest like a gorilla or anything like that. So.
Agreed. And lastly on this is somebody that I've been listening to that's very effective in my opinion. He's a clinical psychologist. He's known for a lot of other things, but in this space he's not recognized. Jordan Peterson. Okay? He took on the plight to address incels because he realized, and you guys may know the viral clip that he cried on, I think it was Pierce Morgan, about that group being kind of left behind. And the incels are not necessarily part of the ministry. They're kind of like that sub-French group. But because the ministry is mostly guys who kind of already got it together, like they can actually talk to girls that have been on dates to have relationships, etc. The incels are guys who just don't have any success in that space. But this applies to both the ministry and the incels because Jordan Peterson does a great job at breaking down the psychology between men and women in relationships. He has done books on it. The reason I encourage him to be a good option because he's
on all the bombastic shit. He's not trying to appeal to opinion. He's going at it from a clinical psychologist perspective, but he puts it on layman terms so you can understand it. And I think it's extremely effective, and I wish more people would listen to him because he makes it all make sense. So, yeah, for any guys listening, check him out. I think he's really good.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is good, but there's also a new guy, and he's black. His name is Ask a Brother Podcast.
Yes, that guy, the one.
He went viral. I feel he's married. He does tell the truth about women. He is a clinical psychologist, and he sees patients, and his primary patients, I believe, are black men. So I'm gonna knock mediocre tutorials from the top and say it's Ask a Brother Podcast because it seems like he's really trying to help, while also like acknowledging the things that men are frustrated with and, quote unquote, putting women in their place. But he clearly likes women. He's married. He talks about his hero's journey from being like a fuck dude to a husband. So yeah, I think people like that should be put forward because these YNs need some daddies.
I agree. Actually, I'm not saying anyhow. I do agree with those guys, but the hard shit is also necessary too, because some people, men and women, need a kick in the ass. And it may not be for you, and it may not be for some of the men, but some of us need a hard kick in the ass. Some of us need to know that, hey, this is stupid, or this is unfair, or whatever the fuck the case may be. But the bottom line is, all of us need to gravitate what fits us best, in the sense that it actually shows progression. Not that I'm just comfortable because I want to be surrounded by yes men. I don't think none of us should be. But we need to be surround ourselves with content that actually show us that we're making progress. We're actually getting closer to our goals. So I do agree those people are good options.
You know what I really like about Jordan Peterson is that he openly says he's Christian, right? And my thing is that a lot of people think he lies or whatever, but about being Christian. But the thing is, I think the reason he wants Christianity because the church would be where people would get what you just described free, right? That's where people would get, because if you don't, not everyone has parents, not everyone has good parents, right? And so then the church would be where people would get that kind of like dose of reality. But then people are not that religious, and it's fine. You need something to replace it with. But the guy I was looking for, I put it, he's half Iranian. He was before all these guys. His name was Rush B. Yeah, this guy's a bitch. This guy promotes rape. Okay, that's why he was banned from going into different countries. Like because Jordan Peterson, there's been attacks on women in the city of Toronto, like a van attack and stuff. Jordan Peterson, and he supports his daughter a lot. He's not sexist, and again, it depends on what kind of like what you consider sexist, right? If you're a white liberal woman, you might consider Jordan Peterson sexist, right? But it depends on what you're climatized to or whatever. But yeah, this roof guy is a bitch. He promotes rape and stuff like that, and that's why he's a different breed. And he existed probably before Tommy. I don't think I've ever heard Tommy Sotomayor say anything about rape or anything like that. Like this shit is sick with this guy's thing.
They go back like almost 20 years ago. I mean, this is like when I first encountered these people. I think he converted. He actually disavows, I think, all of the stuff he used to say. He like converted to Eastern Orthodox or some shit. He's, I don't know. It's besides the point.
Oh, is he better now? Like he
he just disavows like sleeping with women and being a player and stuff because he's religious now.
Oh, amazing then. Yeah, he's cool then. Like I mean, people could change and you could forgive. Yeah, so that's cool. It's just I remember hearing that about him back then, but yeah, if he changed then cool. Yeah, I guess he can repent. Everyone can be forgiven.
I will. I was just gonna say, man, like again, like it's kind of this move hearing women try to critique the fucking manosphere space. Like it's called manosphere, not pussy fear or vagina fear or woman's fear. We communicate differently. So, if you want some comfort and cotton balls and bunnies and rainbows and sunshine, like go to the woman's sphere where they talk about manifesting your star signs with your earth signs and all this other bullshit. That's where you go for comfort. But for the men's department, man, we don't say things that are comfortable. We just call it how it is, man. It is.
I would say this, in the, my online journey several years. I don't actually, I won't get into it, but there's a place called Purple Pill. I think I might even have like the largest, most responded to post on there. But you had, so it was called like Purple Pill. So you would have a mix between people that are quote unquote normies. Then you would have the blue pill people. Were actually the blue pill people are the normies. Then you had the red pill people that were on there. Then there's other pills, but then you also had like the women's equivalent to the manosphere. And so like who are these bitches? Female dating strategy. These bitches are such cunts. But they would promote things like the dark triad traits, like a approach to like dating, which is like Machiavellianism. What the fuck is it? It's like
I just said the manosphere did the same thing. They started it with the pickup artists. All they are is a bunch of narcs and sociopaths who are giving their personality traits to people who are normal.
Sure, but I'd say there's definitely like women that are like this, and it was really funny watching this hit the black community, where it's like all of a sudden you see all of these black women talking about hypergamy. And it's just like, oh, amazing, you guys discovered a new word. But it was like, what I thought was really weird, and I'm just being dead honest. If you were to like look up hypergamy in a YouTube video, if I recall correctly, it's nothing but black women. And it's like, I'm not pinning this just on black women, because I think these women were of all races in the female dating strategy space. But they were just basically all about shit testing men. They have to be quote unquote high effort when they first meet. Basically shit testing them. They basically want all of these high standards, and they unapologetically say that, well, we focus only on the benefit to women, because they felt that focusing on, trying to find a balance between like finding someone you like and kind of focusing on both of, the man and the woman as the woman, like that was wrong.
Yeah, so first off, I do want to say that the women's sphere is super toxic. I agree. But the reason why you saw so much hypergamy content from black women is because, statistically speaking, and you can check this for yourself, we don't usually do that. We're not cultivated for that in our community for a variety of reasons I don't want to get into. But it was like a new word for a lot of us, because we were just not encouraged by our friends, family. Look at any Tyler Perry movie discourages hypergamy. I mean, Tyler Perry's movie, his entire mission is to discourage black women from hypergamy. So it was their perspective. But it is trash. And while these women are saying they are the table, I'm going to say, no, you are not. You're the mattress. So, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's funny. Because it's true. Tyler Perry movies, the guy that's rich is always evil and has AIDS or something like that. And then the girl is like, oh, God, yeah. I know this is the most crazy thing. Or the guy's like, have you noticed this?
I think what's funny, though, and I've said this before, like, one of the differences I see between the black and white community is that we understand women. The more money you have, the more financially stable you are. Generally, the the better of an option you are for women. Like that's just an understood thing. I think you could pick up on that as a kid. But white women, and trust me, I know these ladies in real life, and so white women are at least taught to at least appear humble and not say anything out loud, to basically, and definitely not make any kinds of demands, like, I deserve this, I deserve that. But I can't tell if it's like out of protest or these women are brainwashed, but like, it's like I'll see these black women say, yeah, I'm leveling up, hypergamy is about me, it's a yada, yada, yada. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, you're basically carrying a red flag and like waving it everywhere. Like white women are the last thing a guy that's successful or has money wants is to be used. That is the absolute last fucking thing they want. And so they will never go for a woman that demands this. And I see some of these influencers, and they're not all white. Black. I'm gonna say a lot of them are ethnic, in general, and they're like, yeah, I will only date a guy that makes this much, and she's like basically bragging, and I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, he's gonna see your video eventually.
Yeah, I don't.
And how's he gonna take you seriously?
I do not get it. I do not get it because they are putting this out there for everyone to hear. But I will say there are some rich men who will take these women up on their offer temporarily. They will have fun with you. They'll take you out on the yacht. Sure. They'll take you out to Eddie V's. They'll take you on a trip. But when they're done with you, they're done with you. So it's like a lot of times the women who are in these spaces are having these experiences with men in that they look good enough or sexy enough to be on the yacht for the weekend, but they're not the girlfriend. They're not the wife. They're not interested in them that way. As soon as they know. And trust me, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I've dated a few millionaires in my life. My fiance is one of them. And they are very, very, very sensitive about their money. How do you think they got so much money? They did not.
This shit is how you gonna say millionaires?
No, what she's saying.
No. She's saying it like millionaires as if they all have this dichotomy of being pretentious with their feelings and some shit about their money. It's not fucking true, right? And I just don't believe nothing you say, Pink. But I just think you're just a hateful black woman that comes on these stages.
Oh my God. She didn't say pretentious. She said that they're like basically guarded.
Hold on.
Oh my God, no, I'm getting out because she's about to try to start a fight.
Come on,
Hold on, Pico. Hold on.
And I'm trying.
Oh, she left.
Right, but you can't say you can't. Don't try to silence my voice because I differ and I'm calling out something that I see. Right? I've been.
But you're attacking directly. Come on, dog.
And she was talking.
You're more about her and it's also the point.
And she was talking about the men she dates, though.
I know, right? But this is the bullshit that I hear every time. Millionaires have this certain type of attitude about their money. It's not true. It's not true at all. You don't know who's wealthy on this stage that has a certain thing. You don't know. You don't know. For you to say I dated millionaires and they have this thing about them, that's not the whole fucking bowl of soup. It's not. And I just think that shit is unfair for somebody to get away with saying shit like that. That shit ain't true.
I don't think you listened to the whole conversation.
I heard the whole thing.
Okay, but it sounded like she was agreeing with me. I know people.
I was agreeing with him. What is your problem?
I'm not talking about. Your problem is that you don't want to hear what people say. You just want to.
Okay, now you're
like whatever your
He's uneducated. He does this whenever I go somewhere.
And this is what she does in every room.
He does this every place I know.
She was speaking, so time out. Let her and Pepe was talking. Let her finish her point. You can respond to it.
Yeah, so I don't understand why this man, every time I'm on the stage with him, he comes after the minutia, anything that I say. I never said that all rich men were the same. That is not what I said. But what I will say is that rich men will have a tendency, there will be rich men who will pick the woman who says, I'm just out for the money, temporarily, just for fun. And this is not, I don't even know why you're arguing this. You're only arguing it to be contrarian because you don't like me. But every man on this stage will say that what I'm saying is not only plausible, but true. Now, what I did say was that millionaires, wealthy men, that these women are obsessed with, did not keep their money by giving it to every hoe that encounters them. This is basic knowledge. But because I said it, and you are insane, that is what you have a problem with. I don't even want to talk to you because you are rabid, sir. There was nothing that I said that was wrong. You're insane. Leave me the fuck alone.
Okay, don't kill yourself.
God damn it. You're in the Matrix, Doug.
I was going to say, too, she was...
You guys are just going to let him say I should go kill myself? Really? You want that content that bad?
I moved into the audience. It's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, she was speaking in general, and It's not every whatever in the bowl, or she's not speaking on every swinging dick, bro. It's a general statement. Yes, people with money, the reason why they have money is because they're very picky and watchful. The ones who aren't picky and watchful and frugal with their fucking money, they end up broke, man. They blow it just as fast as they fuck.
You know, sorry.
I would say this. I mean, I think a lot of people. I've only known, a couple people that have and I was not even close friends with them, but one of my best friends, it was his childhood friend from before we met. But we met as teenagers and everything. But you probably heard of PF Chang's or Payway, the little store. Basically, the first PF Chang's, it was his family that opened it. And it went from one restaurant 25 years ago to being all over the country. So as you can imagine, they have a lot of money. This dude was he would go out really out of his way to not let people know who he is or that he has any kind of money. It's not just because women, but just people in general. When they find out you have money, it's like they want, a lot of people are going to try to leech off of you or ask you to invest in something or, whatever. Or they're just going to ask for money. But yeah, I think Pink Pill agrees that these women who say, oh, you need to get a man with this kind of money and that's all I need. I don't see these women ever getting wifed up. Who the fuck would agree?
Because they don't. And I just recently saw a report where a girl got killed by her 50-year-old sugar daddy, and she apparently was a fan of the Sprinkle Sprinkle lady. So this is not only stupid, it is dangerous. I do not understand how people think that you put that kind of negativity in the world, where I am going to be so mercenary, I am just going to use these people strategically, exploit them, feel nothing, give nothing, and I'm going to get it all. What does that sound like to you? What kind of person does that sound like to you? Does that sound like a good person to you? Sounds like a freaking psychopath.
No, but some of these girls, I don't know if you guys remember, there used to be a show called Millionaire Matchmaker, right? But that was like an actual TV show, right? I always wondered, some of the girls who do the hypergamy stuff, is it possible that they're trying to be like Myron or Tate or whatever, someone who does a podcast, right? And then because some of them will write books and is it are they really interested in getting a rich man, or are they trying to be rich themselves by selling this content? Maybe that's what I think they're trying to do themselves, be businesswomen. I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying some of the content creators, because I know one of them, she literally said oh, my marriage was terrible and I don't want to get married again. She just does this content for her own, she makes money and she goes to talk shows and all this stuff. You guys know what I'm talking about? Her name is she's Russian, I think. She's not black. She's not one of the hypergamous black people. She's Russian. What's her name? Let me look it up.
Is it Anna Bay?
Yeah, Anna Bay, exactly.
Wait a minute,
yeah.
She got divorced already?
Yeah, she got divorced, and she's yeah. Well, she's a nice girl, and she teaches people.
She's still. I knew Anna Bay before all of you. She stole my content. I found her.
I knew she did. I knew she stole yours. I knew because I've seen it.
That was me. I love to see it. She's been married for 5 minutes and got divorced. Couldn't have happened to a better woman.
Yeah, because she was selling content to become famous on her own, and she was, and on top of that, she was stealing it. Because I do remember she was stealing it from you and some other person called her out on it, and I think she was living a lie too. But anyway, she wrote a book and she was doing talk shows and everything because she sells that image, right? That she's like a Russian, almost like this man-eater. Yeah. Out of all the content I liked during the pandemic, my favorite was Kevin Samuels, only because he was fucking hilarious. That was Sotomayor was funny too, but yeah, I can't stand Myron and the other whack
was funny.
What we're seeing here is a evolution of every movement, as it always happens, where the movement started with a good cause and it always evolves to some other shit where the offspring of it is some other monster. So at the beginning, guys, MGTOW guys were basically saying the market is shitty, we don't pretty much participate in it. They had guys kind of respond to what's happening and why is this and other. And now you got this little monster that's coming out of it with these younger podcasters and saying super stupid shit. So Myron Gaines, the first fit guys, of course they'll say some good stuff, but then they'll say some super stupid. And I'm glad other guys in the manosphere will call them out. Like Andrew was on there. And I guess we can consider Andrew. I don't know if you guys know Andrew. He always smoking a cigarette. He does the crucial blunt. He knows his channel. And he'll confront them about stuff. The whole idea of men should be hypergamous and all that, not hypergamous, but promiscuous and all this other shit. And basically, just saying it's pretty stupid. You're encouraging men to create more of the problem because it's good to have experience with women, but to constantly go out there and put yourself in a space where you can have, have children and catch these STDs and pretty much be responsible. That's not a good counter to the culture at all. Like guys can get those skills without making those dumbass decisions. So it's just stuff like that they're doing now, and it's not what it once was.
He's talking about Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, that's his name.
I used to talk to him and debate him on Discord.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, that's good stuff, yeah.
But that's not who's really waking up men, especially young men. So what really woke up young men was, and Pink, you're not going to like this, was single mothers. And mostly in two communities, would be the white and the black community. Because how many times, if you look at the divorce rate, you look at who's filing for the divorce, and you look at who is getting the overall children as the primary custodian, as well as the financial gains out of the divorces or whatever, child support, whatever you wanted to, it was overwhelmingly women. And women have been allowed since, I would say, the 80s to pretty much take control of that and have that all the way up until about right now. Now judges are kind of saying, hey, hold on a minute, we're not going this way. And you have a lot of judges saying, hey, slap it back, saying, no, women, you're not going to get child support and have the kid half the week. No, you're not getting any. You're going to have to pay. You're getting it. So you're starting to see judges revisit. But what's happening is a changing of the laws. What you have is young men who are waking up saying, I was raised by my mom. My dad was ostracized, and I'm pushing back on this because this is creating a problem. This is creating a narrative, and I don't want it. So these young guys that are growing up and entering the manosphere are coming from a negative childhood experience in which their fathers were ostracized, villainized, and oppressed. And they, at their own detriment, and many times suicided, because let's not forget, those men were often killing themselves. Those are the highest rates of suicide of divorced fucking men. And they will, these young men are growing up from that and saying, you know what, I'm walking away. I don't know if the Andrew Tates and Jordan Petersons are going to fix it. I don't like Jordan Peterson for obvious reasons. Some of the things he says is okay, but overall the man can't put it into practice, so I have a difficulty respecting him for that. But he's Canadian too, so I don't really like the Canadians to begin with. And so what I think you have, they're getting grifters who are grifting off a movement that's organic in its own nature and coming to the realization of, hey, I don't want to live in a society like this and I want to change it myself. And they're grifting off of that movement, trying to spur it, just like BLM, like Dr. Goddess and BLM, a grifter. And that's why I have that smoke that I have for her, because many of you don't know who she was when she first came out in the ad. And people like me, this woman used to vilify, I find it fascinating that now we're all buddy-buddy with them. It's amazing.
I just wanted to set the record straight. I still, like I said, I'm moving on from it, but yes, I do have a history with her. She did bully me along with a group of other Black women when I tried to call attention to the outer West operating the Black community because I was married to a white man, and they thought that
you and Alma both faced fucking crucifixion against this woman.
I was trying to brainwash Black women to have all their baby dads be white men in some weird way. I don't know, but yeah, that is what happened. But
she shut down Alma. She did a whole cancel campaign against Pink. She had rooms about how dangerous Pink and what were some of the like Alma's and Sarita, another of other women. There was a whole campaign. This is Dr. Goddess promoting black neighborhood and black solidarity, was to attack other black women who were saying, I want men with morals. She didn't really think, in any of those rooms, it wasn't like diversified just based on skin color. Go from like a fucking Pookie and Ray Ray to a Chad in the fucking next room. Like they go with another fuckboy that's just gonna live off you and, you know, put his hands in your pocket while you're paying for shit at the fucking grocery store. No, it was diversify from your thought process. Diversify and look for guys and men with fucking morals, character, and values that are willing to uphold yours and actually treat you with the respect and honor you deserve. And fuck race, fuck culture. You can mix cultures, you can blend with different races and still have this outcome and achieve the goals. All you have to do is find it on that line. If you can't find it in the black community, find it in white. If you can't find it in white, go to the Hispanic. If you can't find it there, go to the Asian. And if you can't find it there, then fucking, I don't know, buy yourself a dog and go on a fucking 2-year hiatus hiking around fucking the moon. I don't fucking know. But that's pretty much what you guys went through. And you guys got decimated by her little fucking dang green following. You know, her pro-abortion fucking every Tuesday.
I didn't even know. I'm glad I missed it. You know, I thought maybe she might have grown since 2010 and 2011 because we go back that far. Indeed, we do. You know, I just wanted to set the record straight about the red pill, and quite honestly, like the C word is like the N word for women. So that's why I was like, right, what's up with them using the C word? That's the N word for women.
You know, I know who she was. You forget it was me. Like, she came in after Krishana and Dira and all these other black women. Like, I have my own issues with Krishana and Dira. Those are personal, but I don't need to bring them to the clubhouse. Krishana, who is a very religious person, albeit I have my own personal issues with her. I don't think the rest of you can make your own decision. She's a very religious black woman who has an opinion about how culture should be raised. I was very close to Krishana. Dr. Goddess attacked her, literally jumped on her throat, tried to smear her. And Dira, the same one, did the whole side neck docking. Dr. Goddess went after Gerard, a black man who married a black woman who lives in Atlanta, who was bitching at that time, because I didn't know about it, was Freaknik. And he was complaining about Freaknik and the unsuitability and the way that it was displayed and carried on post the pandemic and how it's carried on today and how he's disgusted with the fact that this is the elevation of where black people live. It's not an arts and music festival. It's not a culmination of black accomplishments. It's how can the fat obese girl work on a fucking hood of a white Nissan Altima from 1990 and somehow think it's a fucking good characteristic or representation of black achievement and culture throughout Georgia and Atlanta history. And none of that is expelled on it. And Goddess had an issue with that. She wanted to promote the whole degeneracy, and Gerard went back and pushed on her and basically made her leave. Bro was another guy who said black people do not need to be associated with oppression and all of these things. Like, we are our own worst oppressors. That was Bro's big fucking point, was that black people are their own worst oppressors. It's not the white man. It's not fucking Hispanics. It's not Pepe. It's not me. Sure as hell ain't me. I ain't got that kind of fucking power. It is black people in your own thoughts and minds of your creation of allowing a narrative to be something not achieved beyond a certain limit in that white man or there. I can promise you, I'm not limiting you. I can give a shit less. I want you to be president. Go be dictator of the fucking moon. I don't care. But like, as long as you're able to manifest your own destiny, I don't give a shit. I don't like that doesn't matter to me. Just keep the same ideas and principles that you're arguing for. Don't fucking shit on it and don't cry to me and say, oh, well, 3,000 years ago, XYZ happened. So 400 years ago, ABC occurred. Now DEF, you owe me fucking cash. Like, no, that shit's not gonna happen. I'm not going to buy that.
You know the biggest slap in the face? This is the biggest slap in the face, and it gets me more and more angry, and I've been thinking about doing a video about this, is that the black people alive today, these millennials mostly, are actually more angry than the people who actually went through the stuff that they are complaining about that they have never experienced. Ask me how I know that they would be so ashamed. They would be so ashamed that we would use our inheritance in this way. Ask me how I know. Because my dad was born in 1922. He fought in World War II down in North Africa. My grandfather fought in World War I. They both enlisted. They love this country. My country has been here since 1792. Love this country, but face so much oppression. My grandfather was a sharecropper, but they always maintain that their dignity, their integrity. They wanted a better life for their children. They fought for their right to exist amongst other people. They were grateful that they were able to pass that along to us, and all we do is still complain. That is, to me, is the biggest betrayal of them all. It's not that legacy and that gift. All we have done is complain, and none of us have gone through what actually happened to get us so mad.
Hey, tell me what a black person cannot do today that a white person, like, where is the difference? What certain laws are preventing black people from achieving that? What is there that's this big inhibited wall?
There's no laws. Listen, there's no laws.
Like, there was no massive response to BLM from the white community or the Asian community or the Hispanic community. It wasn't like a whole swath of them said, hey, I get you're burning down cities, you're terrorizing people, you're taking over territory in the U.S.
Because we weren't burning down cities. That's why.
Yes, you were.
No, we weren't.
That was a real fucking big ass lie. So,
Yeah,
the whole point of, like, fucking, this whole thing, there wasn't a crucial response to BLM. It wasn't like white people coming out and fucking wrecking entire neighborhoods. White people weren't going down and burning down the suburbs in protest to BLM, because BLM was burning down, guess what, black neighborhoods.
They were marching with us.
With Dr. Goddess with their
They were marching with us.
Anti-fucking black people because they burnt down their own fucking community.
That's not true. This is just completely
You profited off of that. You tried to get it. You did. We had the facts. We saw it. Billions of dollars worth of damage. How many people died? How many women raped? How many? Because it was all in the spirit of summers of fucking love. But you are retarded. You are
you can't help but to keep lying.
You know what?
You cannot help but to keep lying.
Again,
that's all you can do is lie and lie.
You're like the idiot in Chicago saying we don't have a problem with crime, but we have 50 fucking people shot today. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're a grifter. You're nothing more than a grifter. You're a fucking solid of a hemorrhoid on the ass of society. You really, I don't give a fuck. I'm not calling black people that. I'm calling you that. Because what I see today, you are a fucking bitch, obese woman with big hair. You're a cunt, and you have nothing more to offer society. That's why your ass is not married. That's why guys don't want to be with you. Why you advocate for women to have abortions. Why you advocate for the destruction of the nuclear family. Why you try to impose on black men. Why you try to impose on black men. Like, holy shit, this fucking cuntosaurus.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, you're just a fucking...
You're a racist piece of shit.
That actually has more fucking melanin than you do, alright?
You wish. You wish.
Yeah, I do.
That's why you talk to the black men on the stage like you do.
What are the black men? Why are you calling for black men? Why are you calling for black men? They didn't do shit. They don't owe you shit. They ain't better than you.
I'm only talking to black men. Don't tell me what they owe me or what I owe them.
There's no man that needs to stand up for you on a talking that.
You don't know anything about it.
But you don't stand up for them when they're getting in trouble. You ain't going after them. You went after Pink.
So
when
you
she
must
was like trying to do her thing. You went after a whole sort of women trying to do your calculation on there. You fucking piece of fucking fake ass normie.
I'm gonna bring you back up because you guys know each other a lot. Time out real quick. If when you two gauge each other, I'm gonna have to put one down and the other up if y'all come on because I just want y'all to get through y'all piece. So
can I just
finish? Yeah, absolutely. I'll bring it back.
You don't have to. I mean, again, it's like no one wants to keep having gonorrhea infected. Like you're supposed to get that once and you cut it off and done. So like this whole idea that like people like Goddess were to continue a racial trope. Again, there was no repercussions to BLM. In fact, there was no severe anything, and we're still trying to deal with the fallout because we're now having problems in communities, not because of guess what?
police, we're having problems because of the fucking criminals. And who didn't see that shit coming? And now everybody's bitching about it. So now people like Pink are saying, we told you this. We told you this was the wrong pathway. She's getting attacked. You had Sig who sat there and said, hey, we got to clean our shit up. We can't be sitting here having this. No, you had the Dr. Goddesses win out. And what you have today is a direct result from these BLM bitches losing their fucking minds. That's what it is. These fucking cunts that fucking went up there and advocated for a change in society. And guess what? You shouldn't have listened to them because these women weren't married. They won't be married. Men don't want them, and they're not procreating. They have no idea how to talk about your children. They fucking lie about history, and then they go through and extrapolate a whole bunch of shit just to say, hey, we're oppressed. I'll land there.
I wanted to ask you a question. So, as usual, Racist Red has to lie about Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, we can hear you, sweetie. Goddess, is you know, Marlon, her, you know, so she, matter of fact, okay. Go ahead.
Brad said something that I thought was interesting about what barriers, I'll say it like this, I'll paraphrase it and say, what barriers to wealth do people have now? And you were, I think, alluding to the fact that there are no barriers to obtaining wealth like they were, say, prior to 1950 or whatever.
What laws are on the books that say that a white man can do something that a black man can't do? Or a black person. That's very specific.
Okay, laws. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. However, when it comes to equity, I think there is some issues that prevent the accumulation of wealth.
Equity you're referring to?
Equity would be, for example, same house being sold for different amounts of money.
I would agree that there's an equity division because of bad decisions that black folks make.
What did he say? Can you repeat that?
The equity is because of the decisions black people make. You buy in shitty ass neighborhoods. You don't take care of your fucking properties. So of course there's going to be a difference. Because you're not taking care of yourself. You're not buying in these good areas. You're buying in the hood. What do you think you're going to get?
I'm crying. That's not what I was referring to, sir. I'm talking about like for like in every way. And getting a significantly lower price. That data is documented. So it's not my data.
How are you staging your house for sale? How are you staging your house for sale?
Are you talking property value solely across? It doesn't matter where it is, location, states, rural versus urban, quality of areas, materials, new age. You're extrapolating.
I'm talking about same identical house, okay? Same quality of care. 2 streets, 3 streets over.
Okay, how are you staging your house for sale?
How am I staging my house for sale?
Before.
So I want to get away from me and just say that one of the things that. Okay, so one of the things is that in some cases, it has been noted that the black family will have to take down all the pictures. And to get close to the same price, they have to take the ethnicity out of the home.
All photos out. Doesn't matter. Every realtor tells you to take your pictures out.
Yeah, that's not really. But what I'm saying is, if you read the data for yourself across the board, you'll see that there is an equity issue. Now, if you dig deeper, some of those things that you guys are bringing up probably are. Are you laying around me on those things?
I just want to, are you drifting to cumulative data, or are you going back to the two households that you're using as an example? Because you use two properties as your primary example, and then saying cumulatively, this is representative of the issue at large. And I would have to look at what data sets you refer to, and particularly those two properties, why there's a difference, where they're located, what would be the rationale for it. Also the history of the house. Like, if you had a murder in your house, it's going to sell less. But unless you had a ghost sighting, that actually increases the value. Amityville Horror, anybody, that actually can increase your property value in some locations. So it just depends on why a house is listed the way it is. So you have to look at both of those.
I understand that. I'm just saying, all things being equal, it is an issue. If you want to add all these anecdotal reasons, I'm not saying those don't happen. Like things like anecdotally, there are things that happen, but you have to knock them. In statistics, those isolated instances, you would have to consider noise in the data and just try to deal with the raw data. And the raw data still suggests that the values are significantly lower than the exact same property, say, across town, or, exact same builder, the person, and this whole idea that Black folks don't keep their properties up and all of that is a little, I think, biased, and I don't know where that comes from, but, because I didn't see it in my neighborhood. But, I'll try to find some data for you and put it in the chat. And I only said that to point out.
Sweet pea, other people have put it in the chat. Keep going. The evidence is right there.
Thank you. So the only point is there are equity issues when it comes to obtaining wealth, and it doesn't have, and it's maybe not law driven, it might just be bias driven or racism driven. And I'm suggesting it's racism driven.
Well, it's the offer. What is driving the exception of those racist offers? Why don't they negotiate better or not sell to the person who's trying to lowball them?
White people are that's just not.
Well, look, it's a known fact that if a white person moves into a house that was previously owned by a black person, they stop listening to Christian music and start listening to music with syncopations in it. They stop putting raisins in their potato salad. Okay, and they show up late to their appointments after that. So that's a valid reason why white people can't, buy houses that were formerly owned by black people. And you can take that to the bank.
That's it's funny how people.
I'm sorry, this just needed to be lightened up a little bit. I will point out that, there are many factors that go into. There may be some validity to those studies. On the other hand, I think there was the study where they changed the names, I believe, I'm getting that mixed up with the resume one. There were so many factors that go into buying a house, and that even when they say, well, it was a similar house just around the corner, no, there's no such thing. The house around the corner may have been very much, a much better property than the one that they used as the test one. So I will discount that, but I won't say it's hard evidence either, especially when, we all, or many people, no Gildas on this app. He was talking a lot, and I had conversations with him directly. He may be willing to reveal it, and he talks about his experience buying a house and what he went through and his attitude in doing that. And attitude when buying a house is extremely important, both buying and selling. So I'll make that submission. I'm not disagreeing with anyone, and I'm not agreeing with anyone either about it. But I will say the process is way too complicated where one can just say overtly, in this day and age, it's racism.
And yet it happens.
If you could just read the study, Alan, this is not this is very basic.
I have. And that, it's, I will go back to that if racism can be proven, there are laws to prosecute people who engage in that.
Well, you can't force somebody like
I'm kind of late with this. What years you talking about? You talking about right now, this present time, right?
Yeah. And I don't know, when did
See, this is the issue I have, Sweetie P, with that argument. And it's going to be anecdotal, probably, because I have the second best property in town. And my equity is more than the first property down.
what? So when I talk about
So
equity,
when I bought my house, it was the second best property. Now I have more equity than the first.
okay,
They want my house, and during the pandemic, realtors was coming to me and saying, "Hey, you want to sell because your property is worth more than the original first."
Do you mind telling us where you live, generally?
No, I'm not telling you that shit.
No, that's fine. I mean, no state or anything. I'm just curious about the market.
Remember this one from the beginning.
Then shut up, Brad. Shut up, racist Brad.
Oh, please, how many years you should live? I can tell you, I live in Canada. How about that?
KP, don't get your letters out.
You know what? All of this.
I didn't ask for all of that.
Really
I have to stop where Brad is, actually.
Yeah, all of this
No,
is
Brad, no. Brad,
you
no.
got.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Alan, you was going to play. You was going to say the question I asked you about racism, or to you about racism. You was going to say dated all the way back to slavery, weren't you? Right after slavery ended, correct? I'm pretty sure you was going to say that.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to go back to the 60s.
Real quickly, because when you finish, and then you should hop in there.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Free?
I'm trying to make sure you guys will finish on the sheet.
No, I wasn't finished. I mean, the reason why I asked Kate where he lived, I mean, it may not be relevant, but it's like, Kay, your individual experience does not belie the data that this is a common experience of Black homeowners. You're not trying to do that, are you?
No, I'm just saying that as a Black homeowner, my property value is more than all the white folks around me. If you want to pull that card.
No, it's not even a card. It just sounds like you're an outlier, and that's okay. Yeah, we applaud you. You know,
and that's why I say it's an anecdotal experience. That's why I said that to me.
And then earlier you also said like, stop buying in a bad neighborhood, etc.
Correct.
I mean, but you do realize that people buy where they can afford it. I mean,
and I get that. So you take care of your property, you build it up, and your wealth goes up. Stop selling your house when grandmama died, you take that house.
Give me a second, guys. Go ahead, Alec, get in there.
Yeah, what's the saying when white people get the cold, black people get the flu? When it comes to home ownership and real estate and property, most people are uninformed, and that's the nice word I'm going to use, uninformed about what it takes to get into real estate, maintain it, and negotiate it. And perhaps black people are being taken advantage of in a ruthless business that I can even concede that. But the fact is, if you can buy a property, buy it. Because once you have shown you have the means by which you can buy a property, even if it is in the shittiest part of town, you have won. You have won. And yeah, again, I'll say it. Yeah, to the outsider, and all of those studies, it may seem what was done was unfair, but you were talking about a business that is brutally ruthless, not just to you as black people, but to white people and to anybody else. There are huge regulations surrounding real estate and home buying because the potential to screw people over when you're talking about large sums of money is so great. So don't think you're special just because one study came out and said, oh my gosh, they were treated unfairly when it comes to getting appraiser. You want the solution to that? Before you go, first of all, go to multiple banks. That's number one. Number two, before you try and get a loan at a bank, you call them up and say, oh, by the way, what's the appraisal company you use? Then you call them up and you independently, it doesn't cost a lot of money, $600, $700. You say, hey, I'd like to get an appraisal on my property, and this is just for me, I'm just curious. And you say, please, and since you're paying for this, they'll do it, please give me the highest appraisal you can. Then you spend a month, and I mean literally a month, cleaning that place up to the point where everything looks in it like it's new, both inside and out. The appraiser comes, he gives you a high property. Then when you go to that bank for the bank loan and they say, oh, well, we think this, and let's say you get I'm in California, so these are real numbers. Let's say you get a $500,000 appraisal. And then you go to the bank, and the bank says, well, we think it's only worth $400,000. You say, well, gee whiz, I got an appraisal by the same company you regularly use, and they think it's worth $500,000. What gives?
Yeah,
welcome to the real world.
Oh, okay. So this isn't about.
And then I can roll that price into the seller.
This isn't about what black homeowners experience across the country. This is about Kay's anecdotal experience, Pink Pill's anecdotal experience, and Alan advice around how to deal with the banks.
But your anecdotal experience
is spite of the and here's the thing. Here's the thing. One second. The irony is, I believe it was Barack Obama that got a law passed, or whatever. He worked on something with the fair housing, and that's the only reason why we can even come up with the data around these appraisals. That's the funny part about it. I mean, I don't know why y'all are doing mental gymnastics to deny that racism exists. It does. Like that doesn't mean that. Here's the thing. Wait. Let me just say. Well, Alan actually sounds like it. But let me just say, just because there's racism does acknowledging a barrier that is in front of you doesn't mean that you're not going to back up and run as fast as you can to jump over that barrier. And I kind of feel like maybe some of y'all, if we talk about racism or talk about the way that history has affected the Black community in a number of different ways, it seems like some of y'all think that it's an admission of submission or that it means we're just going to fail. But here's the other thing. We're not superhuman. So, like, as human beings, things do happen. And just like they happen to white people, too. And now, exactly, the Hispanics are seeing it. What'd you say?
Can you give me a definition of racism so we can start?
Sure. It's very simple. Racism is the system of white supremacy in America that affects all areas of people activity, be it the law, labor, entertainment, education, anywhere people activity is, that's what it is. It began, as you all know, in America. It was refined. It began around the racial idea, the racialization of the people, and that
that's all it is.
Which no, that's not all it is. If that's what you're saying,
that was the original definition.
No, what are you saying?
One race is superior. One race is superior to another race.
No, that's not. That is not all it was.
Now it's changing it so much now. It's getting bloody up.
This is the problem. Okay, if it was just one race, the idea of one race being superior over another, we could have surpassed that a long time ago. That is not what racism is. It is a systemic issue.
There's not. Well, I got you. I hear you. We heard you. I'm about to tell you what I'm talking about. So, firstly, that's cool. Sweet Pea, I think you brought this up too, so you can chime in also. So, on the study right here with the housing discrimination appraisal thing, do you know if they use the same company or a different company?
Oh, I don't even remember. I just know it's
accurate. I'm from Sweet Pea too. That's fine. How do you know it's accurate?
I know it's accurate
so the point I'm getting at, so why I'm making this long.
In place was to stop. You realize that we didn't have all the data, or Black people kept saying.
No. I'm talking about the source y'all referred to. Got it. Racism was tied together at one point. Yeah. Right. The reason I'm bringing this up is a recent incident. They like to use it, say it's still happening, and it's not. So the appraisal, I get it. I just said you know it before, so you don't have to say that. I got you. The appraisal process that you guys are referring to, Washington Post, I read the story a lot of times after during COVID, is a bullshit story. They don't specify the company or companies that was involved. They don't specify the appraisers that was involved. The reason being, when you get something appraised, you use different appraisals, you're going to get different results. That's a fact. That's whether it's a car, a truck, whatever property you have. It's also, if you took something to one pawn shop and to another pawn shop, they may value it differently. Okay? And it may be vastly depending on how much they value what you have. So this is just not a good study. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist or this position is not a racist thing. You can't conclude it based off the evidence provided. They just see it different in the numbers and conclude it's racist. And that's why we have these issues, because you guys' standard for racism is so fucking low that anything you don't like just becomes racism. Like, do you know what's intended?
Thanks for your
attention. I'm actually a statistician. I know these numbers are real. I don't have the methodology on which they were gathered, so you do have a point there. It is important. But the point is that this is not something that's not unknown, and you guys are fighting against it like I just made it up.
Here's the issue, Sweetie. Well, this is why. When you have an issue, you want to verify this actual issue. Otherwise, we'll be fighting ghosts, right? And not only that, worse than that, we'll actually create a new issue to where we're actually demonizing people or system or this country, essentially, because the issue doesn't really exist. So we need to substantiate the issue, because we're going to make laws and change policies and get people out of position. Because, for example, if this company did this, that's a bad company. They have a bad practice. They could be civilly liable, criminally liable, etc. But when you have it so vague to the point you can't even call out the bad perpetrators, then the question becomes, what is your agenda? Are we trying to fix a problem, or are you just trying to carry a narrative? And it seems more narrative based than actually trying to fix a problem. So that's why it's essentially getting to narrow these things down.
Yeah, so, we were just in conversation. I wasn't like prepared to come in and have a debate about this in particular. It was brought up because someone had mentioned that there's nothing going on, and maybe he said laws. And so I can't debate the law part, but the practices part is where I take issue. And the same thing occurs with getting loans.
Well,
The same type of thing occurred.
But when they mention a company, think about it. We can start there. If someone did something racist as a racist, say, hey, this person did it, whether they work for a company or an individual, because we have all these pictures of posts online about neighbors and regular people doing the same shit racist, we dox them. But right now in this post, during the time when doxing is prominent, we won't even say the company that did this racial appraisal, which points to me that it's bullshit, and we took a narrative and ran with it. They can't even put their company out there to say they actually did something wrong.
They actually sued several accidents.
I'm sorry, second. Too many people talking again.
So I was just trying to get it. There's a number of laws that had they put the company out there, that company would have been investigated and all that. That's why, again, I would say correct. There's no company outside there. It's the same thing with this overwhelming, like, oh, hey, we changed these narratives just to prove a point. It's always a narrative. It's always a vague whole. Stats can be manipulated a whole bunch of ways. I'm not saying there wasn't oppression. I'm not saying there wasn't discrimination, bias, prejudice, sexism, misogyny, whatever ism you want to fucking throw out there. You got it. You had it. Fuck, we had a policy for 75 fucking years straight, an anti-Chinese exclusion policy, in which we basically anyone who had features that resembled Chinese, we threw them out of the country. We literally had that as a nation. So I'm with you. We had slavery. We had a whole bunch of shit. But what is weird is that you have people who I call the Benjamin Crumbs of platforms. They want to grift off of and create a perpetuating narrative, because without that narrative, they're held accountable to actually saying, hey, I have to achieve this. I have to be answering for education of my kids. I have to be answering for why I don't pay taxes at an alarming rate. Why is it that, I don't have businesses? And if you are upset over businesses and talking racism and prejudice, then we can stop supporting black businesses. We can do that, because last time I checked, I don't see a lot of white women being employed at black hair salons. I'm just checking that one out. I'm pretty sure that's probably not a thing. I'm sure there's maybe one or two anecdotes, but I mentioned there's a lot of them that aren't there.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and it's largely because white women don't tend to know how to do black hair. But here's what I want to say, and where there are mixed beauty salons, because I've been to them, as a matter of fact, my hairdresser is white. However, I don't want to get into all of this. I only questioned this whole idea that there was nothing out there that could impose on
I just asked for the law. Just give me the law.
Just give me a second. All I can do is I can tell you that as recent as 2024, 2025, let me see. There was who was it? I missed it out. Let's see.
You're looking at the city.
National City Bank in 2023 in the DOJ reached a $31 million settlement with City National Bank for redlining predominantly Black and Latino neighborhoods in Los Angeles from 2017 to 2020. The bank will fund loan subsidies and outreach programs to affect the communities, and this remains an issue today. In 2024, the DOJ and the state of North Carolina secured a $13.5 million agreement with the bank for avoiding lending services to Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Charlotte and in Salem.
Can you pause there for a second? So it sounds like the law protected black people, got compensatory damages awarded, and sent out for that. So I'm confused as to which law is preventing black people from being on the same footing.
Well, it's not egregious, Brad. You're an idiot. Like, what is wrong with you?
Okay, I just looked it up.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I'm asking what you're reporting.
You're just a fucking idiot. Like,
You want to go with the gun or whatever it is.
Anyway, go ahead, Al. I'm
thank you for that information. I just looked it up. There are 4,462 FDIC insured banks in the United States right now. So let's see, you did 3 studies divided by 4,462. That means 0.06723442425% of the banks in the United States engaged in discriminatory policies which were caught by the government. I think if we're looking at less than 1% of banks that engage in discriminatory policies towards potential clients or homeowners, I think we can discount racism in banks as an issue having to do with black people today. Unless you're looking for an absolute perfect score, which I don't think. You could argue that that's what you want, but I don't think that's reasonable. So let's move past this banks are racist narrative, since we keep hearing that from even with the examples you give, the percentage is low, so low that I would advise anyone, if they are black, to go into a bank, do your due diligence, but don't worry about racism because it's not a factor in this day and age. Thank you.
No, you would be setting them up for failure, Alan. Okay.
No,
so first of all, just so you're clear, in our community, we still keep going. Like that's the thing that y'all are missing. We know that there's racism. We still keep going. So we will still do our due diligence. But for you to tell us to take on a racially blind attitude and not be on the lookout, like you can still go in and have done your due diligence and still be on the lookout and make sure that everything is on the up and up. Just because you criticize one study, that doesn't mean much at all. You're acting as though you don't know how these banks were even created. You're acting as if you don't know that black people are routinely targeted. Y'all are mind blowing. The denials are amazing.
Doctor, I know that you believe that. I
don't just believe it. These are actual facts.
I know that you know it. I know lots of facts.
No, I'm not lying.
Okay, I know that you haven't presented one fact yet.
Can I say something?
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what
Yes. Alan and God is finishing up. Haley hopping in next. I think Kate was trying to get into.
Yeah, I do know that it is a stated fact from critical race theory that one should assume that there is racism in everything every day. I do know that that's what you seem to be echoing. I do also know that if you are your average bank manager and a client comes in with a hostile attitude, you're not going to get a loan. Congratulations.
Where's the requirement that you have to be nice?
Where's the requirement? It's called common sense.
No, but under the law.
Yeah. Under the law.
People that get loans. Stop the cap.
No, I'm not stopping the cap.
There are plenty of
everybody hates you. And that's not only some advice for getting a loan, it's also advice from life and everything else you do. But
yeah, Alan, this is beside the point, Alan.
I'm just
Alan,
Let me get the final response to try to be concise.
All right, let me give you the real information, Alan, because you're just trying to
you can
sugarcoat
give me information. Don't qualify it by saying real.
Well, it is real because you
It's
don't
some
know what you're talking about.
perspective. It's
You
not
don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to make it seem as though black people, if they just have a smile and a good attitude, they can surpass racism. Now, on an individual level, I can see that, right? Like it certainly happens. Like if you're polite, absolutely, you may get better service, or you may not. So the irony is, there are people out there. One of my relatives was one of them who partner up with white folks, and they go out. They have the same resume, and they go out and do interviews. They test people. They do this for a living because they know that racism is out there. Now, according to the law, there's no discrimination in employment. That's at the bottom of every application, right? But when they went out there and they presented both their resumes, the black person continuously got discriminated against. That's why a white man who graduates from high school will get a job faster than a black man who graduates from college, regardless of the smiles, the attitudes, or any other way they want it. I'm just not going to let you try to sugarcoat and deny racism. Can we adjust the attitudes and so on and so forth? Sure.
It doesn't need your permission one iota.
It's shut me
Guys, moving on to Big Bill.
Nobody said no.
Guys, holy shit.
I will not shut up. That's the
Okay, all right. Well, please, okay, doctor. Jesus.
Dr. Gardens, will you please just allow for me to speak? I know you don't like Brad. I don't like Brad. You guys have your history, but I gotta say something because it needs to be said, right? So, Dr. Gardens, you are not wrong in saying that racism still exists. Anybody who has an X account can see that. But I think that the issue where I'm frustrated as a Black person is that we have Black elites, and I do put you in that category of Black elites, who by every chance they get want to remind the community that racism exists. It beat it on the head heavy with it. And as a result of that constant narrative, I don't think you guys realize the shadow side of that part. I don't think you guys realize the damage potentially that you're doing to people and that you take away their internal locus of control. When you tell somebody that no matter what they do, that racism is going to be the key defining factor from the time they wake up to the time they go to sleep, you terrify a child. Now, I just want to say, you terrify a child. It's not just you. I'm just talking about the whole elite. The thing that I find ironic is that the people who are responsible for carrying on these narratives are, again, our Black elites. But what makes them elite is that they made it. So they have some sort of internal locus of control that, despite knowing that there are challenges that are outside of them, that there is something in them that can affect the change. What I would like to see more from Black elites is less emphasis on what Black people can't do and trying to emotionally manipulate people, make people annoyed by us, ignore the things that we need to take responsibility for by making excuses for Black people that we know we should not make excuses for and blame it on something else. I think that I would like to see more of Black elites talking about how they made it, because clearly they have. And I'm talking about superstars. I'm talking about politicians. I'm talking about, they all want to remind us how bad it is. Tell us how sort of give the gain to Black people, but clearly it's not enough. Most of the narrative is that we can't make it. And I really think that that is damaging. So I'm not saying, I'm talking in general, Dr. Goddess. I'm saying that you are part of a group of people who does this, okay? And I know you pretty well. I mean, well, I don't know, but I know your politics. I know your politics pretty well. So that's why I'm talking to you.
I'm not even speaking until that's speaking.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I will say for the both of you, I will say, both Dr. Goddess and the person speaking. Okay, but I'm listening to you speak, and you did also say that you were a statistician, and that is not somebody that did not get an education. So you are part of the Black elite. Okay? So what I'm saying is that the shadow side of that is that you discourage people. You make people afraid. You make people suspicious. You make people hate other people for no reason. You make people not be able to understand.
The whole point of this narrative. The only reason why I said it is because of the question that was put to the floor about wealth attainment. And if there were any disparities. That's it.
I did hear you.
You did hear that? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
I can come over here like that. The narrative that I just responded to a question about to call out whatever there is that is currently going on here in America from an economic viewpoint that is not equitable because of racism. And I mentioned equity in houses. That's it.
Yes, and then we found out that it's like less than 0%. And it also has to do with, it's like, how much are we terrifying our children about the police when only a small percentage of Black men actually have this experience, like a small one. But we want to make it seem like, and I'm just saying, I'm speaking as a Black woman, obviously not in the clique. I'm just saying to you that, and to people who carry these narratives, that just understand that there's a shadow side to what it is that you're doing. That you think that what you're doing is trying to protect the community and advocate for the community, but understand the psychological effect that has of telling somebody that they can't do something, or that everywhere they look is racist, or you can't trust these people. It does have an effect, and it is alienating. In a time when we live in a global society and we have to learn how to get along with each other. This is not the 1950s where we can just be over there and we all have to exist next to each other. Okay? So that's the only thing that I'm saying.
And I agree with you. I do agree with you. I'm not advocating for some woe is me narrative. I'm just speaking about the facts and the reason for the inequities economically, and named one example in this room at this moment. I don't go out here doing no woe is me type of trope. And I would agree with you that that is very dangerous. So I don't want you putting that on me because it's not who I am. It's not what I do. It was just an example for this room and this conversation. Okay?
Okay, that's fine. If I'm totally honest, I will say it's directed more towards Dr. Goddess. I mean, I would just be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't for you, sweet pea. But respectfully, Pink Pill, you don't know what I teach. Respectfully, right? Like, you're not out here. You don't know what I say to young
I didn't say
people.
what you taught. I said I know what your politics are.
Yeah, no, but
I know what you know.
But I don't think that you know everything about my politics. Shut the fuck up, racist Brad. Free, now it's my turn. It's my turn to free.
Please, right, yeah. I got you, Hippie. Told y'all to move if you keep cutting off.
All right. So no, I don't think that you really know about my politics. And for the record, I believe because we are the global majority. So when I'm actually telling people, I say the world is our oyster. I want us to get beyond the system of white supremacy. But at the same time, it does exist. I'm not going to have my people out here being blind. So I put an article in the chat on racial socialization, and it's actually the people that are not prepared for the world, they are the ones that get blindsided. They're the ones that end up failing because they're not prepared. The people who have racial socialization are the ones that actually succeed. So when you ask me, how did you do it? A part of it was racial socialization. So let's take when it comes to education. My mother, who understood about racism, as well as my father, they said, get your education because you have to be twice as good in this society. Therefore, I value education. Did they deny racism? No. Did they say, so therefore you can be lazy and chill because racism exists, you ain't got to do nothing? No. They said be twice as good. So they armed me with high expectations, and I went out to the world with high expectations for myself and others. That's what racial socialization is. Being honest with our children and giving them a charge is not holding them back. What's actually holding them back is not preparing them.
Yeah, I mean, my parents prepared me too, but they also taught me to not harbor hate and anger. Like, these were people who actually experienced the things that you talk about are still so prevalent, which is not true. So the people who actually experienced all of these horrific things were my parents. My father was a sharecropper's son, and my mother picked cotton in the summers when she was out of school. So my family is very familiar with this, and I can tell you, yes, it's an anecdotal thing, but they did not harbor anger or hatred. They wanted us to win, and they wanted to use the inheritance that they sacrificed for, not to complain, but to do better. And I will say that, yes, that is what my parents said to me too, exactly what you said. But here's the deal. We cannot deny that there are people in our community who will make these excuses and say that I don't have to bother. If that was not the case, then we wouldn't have so many of us who are not finishing high school, who are not finishing college. And I'm talking specifically about the men. So if this was the message that was given to the girls, I don't know how it got lost in translation for the boys. The boys are not okay. So, and not
message, he's fine.
Well, my brother got the same message. I mean, my brother got the same message as well. But that does not mean. I'll go back to what you say. That's anecdotal. But it does not mean that the boys are. Does he have a chip on his shoulder? Absolutely, because my parents. But hold on a second. That's because my parents didn't raise me to hate white people.
Nobody is. First of all, if somebody does hate white people based upon their experience, then it just depends on their experience. But for the most part, the Black community actually doesn't hate white people. In fact, if the Black community treated white people the way white people treated Black people, this would be a whole different society.
Can I push back?
We're very forgiving.
Yeah, please push back.
We're very forgiving, actually.
Okay.
So
I do want to. First of all, I mean, I broke down. I think the link's still up there. The crime statistics, and I would say just based on statistics, there's a reason why I would say people should feel wary around particularly Black men, young Black men. Now, with that being said, I've only been robbed twice.
Should we be wary around white men?
Well, all women should be wary around, especially a group of.
No, I'm not talking about me as a woman, although that matters. I'm saying should Black men be wary around white men?
Not more than I would say less so than they should be wary around other Black men.
And that's based on the FBI stats.
Yes.
That's a fucking hate culture.
The number one killer of young Black men is other Black men. That's a fucking fact.
The number one killer of white men is other white men. It's about proximity.
No, it's not. We died of other No, when I say that, let me rephrase that. Hold on. Yes, of course it does. The leading cause of death for young black men and teenage boys is other black men. The leading cause of death for young men, young white men, and white teenage boys is not homicide. That is the big difference. So I would say, yes, black men. This is just statistically true. I mean, you can try to spin a narrative all you want, but even I've been robbed twice. Both times it was a black man, and I was a kid when it happened to me. Now, I don't hate black people because of it. Did that even? And to be fair, the second time it happened, there was a black girl I went to school with, and I guess she kind of knew the dudes. They were in their like mid-20s. And she's like, man, that's fucked up. Give me your shit back. And, she actually got my shit back. She was actually putting up the fight. And so, I mean, obviously, I don't paint all black people with the same brush. But,
I wouldn't, because if we painted white people with the same brush, we have stats too, Pepe. There are stats.
What stats do you have?
You want to run down? White men kill their entire families more than anybody else. White men are the number one threat to American democracy, according to the FBI. According to the FBI.
Which year?
Every fucking year.
No, it's not every year.
It is every year.
I don't think. Okay, Dr. Goddess.
Excuse me 1 second. Black men are also.
No, that's not. That's not how it's worded. That's not how it's worded. Now, hold on, Dr. Goddess. As you know,
I will put the studies.
Sure. Okay. Let me finish. Yes, let me finish. Doctor. Okay, let me finish. Goddamn. Jesus Christ. Okay, so obviously I had very strong feelings and have done these debates for a long time. Now, I understand what you're trying to say is that they were considered the biggest domestic terrorist threat in the United States. Yes, that happened for a few years. Now, do you know who was listed previously to that? I think up until maybe 2018, 2019, it was black identity extremists that were considered the number one domestic terrorist threat. So it's gone back and forth.
That was a fabrication. What's his name?
The FBI lied. Okay.
No, it was nobody. It wasn't.
I've never seen somebody hot-footed this much and try to go.
Shut the fuck up, Brad. Nobody is talking to you, Brad. Nobody is talking to you. I am not talking to you. I'm trying to respond to Pepe because we are having a conversation.
Hold on a second. So hold on a second. Okay. If we want to get
him down,
but no, I'm the one talking. Jesus Christ.
But when I respond to you, he keeps talking. I can't get a word in edgewise.
Nobody else can get a fucking word in
edgewise.
edgewise.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Okay, Brad, hold on, because I want to answer some other things. Now, because I've been listening to this, and okay, first of all, we can just look at the very unpleasant realities. If you were to ask, I would say the average fucking teenager, whether it was the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, okay, they know which groups of people are generally going to be the people they have to watch out for. Now, that you can break that down by sex, you can break it down by age, and you can unfortunately break it down by race. It's something that it's a pattern recognition that everybody fucking has. Now, for you to, it's really bizarre when statistics back this up. It's like, I don't really hear. I don't hear people, especially doctors or anybody like that work in academia, deny the fact that young black men do have a violence problem. They more or less argue why they have the problem.
Yes, they absolutely have a violence problem. When earlier in the room, it was actually a white man. Thank God, he was literally the only person that was pointing everybody to poverty. Yes, it's not just any black man. It's not like wealthy black men are going around shooting people. It's not even middle class men. You're talking about people who are struggling with poverty, who have been disproportionately
also in the FBI stats. Black men are arrested more, but they are arrested, and many of them have false accusations against them. So don't forget that fucking stat. So yes, they feel very hostile. They're let out of the economy. One second. So I'm not talking to you.
Hold on, let her finish.
Conversation with Pepe. So yes, black men, young black men who are left out of the economy, who definitely feel hostile, who are targeted in school to prison for-profit pipeline, hell yeah, they feel hostile. Yes. So that's a fact. However, okay, so if you want to talk about stats, they're not going up and shooting up their entire fucking school. They're very angry. Why are white boys shooting up their entire fucking school? Why are white men killing their entire fucking family? So we can talk about stats.
Yes, we can talk about
them. Just stick on stats about young black men.
Sure. So it's interesting because when it comes to mass shooting, and I believe if we only look at school shootings, whites are still per capita. They're not. They might be just about represented. It's nothing that they really do at a higher rate. And there's like, if you look at some of the more recent ones, yes, some of them were white, but a lot of them are Asian and Hispanic as well. There's at least one black Nazi that literally described himself as a Nazi that did some kind of killing recently. But let me ask you this. This is another.
So wait, because what is it? LL and Pink Pill. Nobody is saying that we're not taking accountability. I'm responding to the stats that Pepe is talking about, and I'm saying that one, we need to set the record straight for one.
Yes.
That just because I'm setting the record straight does not mean that I'm saying that there's no accountability. Y'all keep running to that shit, and it's some bullshit.
All right. So there's some other misconceptions. Who do you think is more overrepresented for being serial killers, whites or blacks? And who do you think the deadliest serial killer in the United States was? Was he white or black?
I mean, the deadliest person. I don't know who the deadliest person is. I do believe that more serial killers are white than black.
No, black people are actually overrepresented as serial killers. In other words, spree or thrill killers. In other words, not people who do gang stuff, but people who like to rape and torture and kill and do it for their own sick perversions. I forget his name, but the serial killer with the most bodies in the United States is a black man. I mean, there's a lot. When it comes to familicide, it could be. And when it comes to familicide, because a lot of people like to say that. A lot of people like to bring up, well, let's talk about the funny stuff you guys like to do, like touching kids or something like that. Once again, blacks are overrepresented. No, we're underrepresented.
No, white men are.
No. I looked at the stats. No, we're not actually. There's one sexual offense that whites are overrepresented, and that is child pornography. When it comes to child rape or child molestation, blacks committed at a much higher rate, about double the rate of white men. So once again, like a lot of these stereotypes that you just said that. What did you say? Child molestation or something like that? No, that's not. Child pornography, yes.
Yeah, because I knew about the child pornography. Listen, before To Catch a Predator, and thank God for that man. Before that, you never saw white men being addressed, and you never saw white men being arrested in those numbers. You always see black men being perpetuated as criminals in every aspect. So it's just like the stats alone the stats, they mean something, but they don't mean everything. And the fact of the matter is, all these white men who are engaged in child pornography, it doesn't just stay there, Pepe, and you know it.
Well, I would say this. There's one. First of all, somebody who's lived in majority, mostly majority. I was born in D.C. I lived in Maryland. I guess those are the only two, like, not majority non-white states I've been in, places. But as an adult, though, it's Alaska, Montana, here in Arizona. I don't know how to put this?
Well, let me just say something.
When white people commit crimes, okay, we throw, like, they are made an example out of. In fact, you would way rather get caught doing a crime in Maryland than, in, let's say, in Montana. Your sentence will likely be many years less. Now, there was one example I can think of that was gang related. It involved nothing but white people. And this happened maybe a decade ago in, I believe it was Waco, Texas. You had two outlaw one percenter clubs. In other words, they're a gang. The Banditos and the Cossacks. They were at a Twin Peaks with a big outdoor patio. And Twin Peaks is kind of like, I guess, a knockoff of Hooters. But anyways, one gang rolls up, one motorcycle club rolls up. The other club sees them pull up. What do? They start beating the shit out of each other, start clubbing each other, start stabbing each other, and they start shooting each other. Now, what ended up happening is there was about a couple hundred people involved in that I guess you could say gang violence. Well, Texas, they gave none of them bail. They said, fuck them, throw them all in jail. You want to do that where people are out with their families, you pieces of shit? Fine, fuck you. You want to do your gang shit out in the middle of public? All right, fine, fuck you. No bail for all of these motherfuckers.
Right.
And white people. Hold on a second. And white people, you did not hear one white person bitch. No, free Roscoe, free Roscoe. Yeah, get a boy out of jail. No, there's none of that shit. Now, hold on a second. Okay,
go ahead.
Now, I think most of them got off because they for whatever reason, they did not snitch. And so they didn't have enough information. But with that being said, white people absolutely will throw the book at gang members and people that are, could bring out blatant violence like those bikers did. Now, when it happens with black people, it's like, I feel like what we get is this, all these black men in prison, it's so sad. Oh, free Pookie, and it's like, the school to prison pipeline, and it's like, well, how do you expect us to, actually, how do black people in some of these neighborhoods even fucking live in a functioning place when they have to deal with these fucking assholes? White people don't have to live with them because we lock them up.
Yeah, so
what are we supposed to do with the violent blacks?
Let me know when I can respond.
Can I speak because I haven't spoken?
Wait. Me and Pepe, let me just respond to Pepe real quick.
Well, I know, but I just
spoken,
and I've been listening, so I just want to make two comments. You're making an assumption that every black person has to deal with a Pookie and Ray Ray. That's your first mistake. The second thing is, I went and I looked up what you were talking about, the child molestation and how white people, of course, they deal with child pornography. I looked up the stats for just child abuse alone between whites and blacks. It said that white people are guilty and have more cases of child abuse than blacks. Blacks are second to white people. Now, then I went and said, well, what is considered the abuse? They included sexual molestation, neglect, all of those things. So when you put something very small in and try to say, oh, it's child molestation, that's a very small.
Okay, ask them per capita. Ask your chat GPT or whatever it is per capita which group commits the abuse more. It's going to obviously say black people.
It's blacks.
No.
And it's also underreported in black community.
It's underreported everywhere.
No, it's underreported because
We're looking at the Epstein files right now. You talk about underreported.
That's an antidote. Look at the
It's not anecdotal.
That is anecdotal. It's literally one fucking dude.
It's not anecdotal.
And black people have been pimping for a long fucking time. I mean, what the fuck are you
We've
talking
been
about?
fucking subjected to black fucking codes. There were never any white fucking codes.
So
what? You want to talk about the relationship between black people and criminality. And let me just address this really
violent
quickly.
Criminality.
What I heard when I first came in the room. So when I first came in the room, y'all, generally speaking, we're talking about, and some of the people, a lot of the people aren't even here. But what y'all were talking about on the stage was, black crime. It's just their culture. It's a cultural issue. This is just get the entire fuck out of here. That the origin of black crime is a cultural issue. If y'all left us the fuck
origin of black crime. Listen. The one saying the origin of crime is I don't know what you just said, but it didn't make sense.
No, they said it was cultural based. It was based on
correct.
exactly
Correct.
what
Yes.
said.
No, agree. Yes, I said that. Yes, the current
And
state
it's
of
not based on black
it
culture.
definitely is. It is.
No, it is
And
not.
the reason being, yes, we got you. I'm sure you didn't let it talk. It is. Let me explain. I'm all right. What the fuck? So yeah. So the reason being because we
You
have
cut me off.
facilitated.
Go ahead.
You're not gonna let this black king talk?
Hey, stop.
Go ahead, black king.
Yeah, but I know I did, Doc, and I just want to address that. Yes, and the reason why it is because we help facilitate. We support it a lot. It's in our music, it's in our politics, it's in our entertainment, it's in everything. So many politicians and even entertainers who are not rappers will tell you they came from a gang background, or they have family members, or they had to sell drugs or some shit like that. They're talking about how they help facilitate that. Right now, in just general social media, when you go to TikTok, you see so much of our youth committing crimes and doing criminal shit, and that is them. That is coming from them not having good homes where the parents and the people involved in their lives help them actually get them guidance and start them pulling away from their lifestyle. So we just it's just like a repeating shit that keeps the criminality up in our communities. That is culture.
First of all, the culture of the
Wait, hold on, because I let you go before me, so let me just address this. This is what I mean about when you don't understand your history, you literally don't know who the fuck you are. And this is a problem. And you don't know, and white people, when they deny American history, not only do they not know who they are, they actually think far highly of themselves than they should. So, following slavery, there was a thing called the Black Codes that were instituted. Do you know what the Black Codes are, Free?
I'm familiar with them. Well, I'm gonna let you finish because
This is gonna be a monologue. What did the Black Codes do? Because I really need you to understand. What
please
is
go
the
for it
Black
because I don't have time. No, just make your point because I want to respond because I have to take a step away from this.
Okay. So, all right. So does any black man on the stage know what the Black Codes are? Lover, you always have something
Get
to
on
say.
with the damn story.
Don't look it up. What are the Black Codes?
I said get on with the damn story.
Exactly. Because you don't fucking know.
Nobody gives a fuck.
This is the problem. No. If you know, say it.
They have less fucking rights, basically.
No, it's not about having less rights. Like this is oh my god. Like this anyway.
Just make your point.
So I'm gonna put a link in the chat. Y'all motherfuckers, you take the time to read some shit for a change. Because without the Black Codes,
they wanted cheap labor, all of that shit.
And literally, Pepe, there were no white codes. Just so you know.
1864 and 65. We're talking about today, honey.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay. And that's why the Black Code. What's the purpose of the Black Code?
To have a bunch of cheap fucking blacks that basically have nowhere to live, and so they can work on a fucking plantation for next to nothing.
Oh, not just a plantation. Not just a plantation. One second. I'm talking to Pepe. Not just a plantation. What was it for? If you were found guilty of a black code, what did you have to do?
To oppress black people.
No, we're not. No, I'm not gonna let y'all get off with the.
It was basically this once they used black people as farm equipment, and once they were freed, it was basically a way to force them through laws or codes to make it so that they kind of didn't have much of a way anything else to do, but they'd be exploited for either very cheap or forced labor.
Enforced labor how?
Yeah,
what the fuck does this have to do with 2025 and having black presidents? We've had 2 black presidents, and you want to point back to 150 years ago. No, just hurry the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say.
I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna give you a couple seconds. Go ahead, guys.
And you did not know.
We've had 2 black presidents.
Oh my God, don't make your point, please, guys. What's your fucking question? Please.
I'm trying. Like, I gave Lover the opportunity. He was silent then.
I didn't know what the fuck it is. I don't give a fuck. Hurry up.
I know you don't give a fuck. I
don't give a fuck.
Stop. You're making it last long. Stop.
History today. So the black
I usually like it the last.
Shut up. Let it finish.
To feel
Anglosphere?
Because in the 13th Amendment says, except for the punishment of crime. Except for the punishment of crime.
Okay, but what do all Anglosphere countries do the same thing?
The American Constitution. The UK's Constitution doesn't have shit like that. That's why America's the fucked up.
No, they work for free in Australia, Canada, and the UK as well.
They don't have any type of slavery or anything like that. I'm saying that the 13th Amendment is in the American Constitution. So you're gonna sit around and make excuses for people that didn't want to give up slavery, that then said except for the punishment of crime, slavery will be abolished. Then you have people making up fucking crimes, like walking down the street, looking a white man in the fucking eye. You could get arrested for that. Not stepping off of the curb.
What does that have to do with today's judicial system?
Exactly, because it's bullshit. No, guys, this is no, it is bullshit. Listen, guys, you didn't address nothing. No, you didn't address shit I said. Everything, guys, all right.
This is why we should like
Just hold tight. All right, so just hold on, because then you're being a fucking child. So the bottom line is, I'm bringing back up, guys. I said about today, the current culture. Everything you fucking said had nothing to do with culture today. Let's just pretend everything you said was true. What the fuck has to do with black people actually going out committing things that they are crimes? Promoting the shit. Talking about jugging people, which is basically saying I'm waiting outside of a bank for a person to cash their check so I can rob them. Talking about running off on the plug and all this other shit that we talk about. Just tons of fucked up shit. Selling EBT, your food stamps, and all types of shit we say in our media and our entertainment. And we have fucking platforms from YouTube to Instagram and all these other things where we advocate for criminality. That has nothing to do with the fucking black code laws. It's about a culture that thinks it's okay to do deviant shit. And you won't fucking address it because you want to make excuses for it. I'm not making excuses for what white people did, but that shit is old as done. They're not still doing it now. You keep trying to bring this shit up like it's relevant. They're not fucking with us like that. No, they're not. It's a lie. That's bullshit. Okay. No, bullshit. No, stop. I'm almost finished. Stop. I hear you. Stop. I'm almost finished. If white people aren't fucking with me, how does that in turn make me commit crime against my own? Make that make sense? I'm waiting. You want to talk, so answer that. Exactly, because it's fucking stupid.
Hold on. No one said that makes it okay for another.
But that's my point, though. No, but that's my point. Address that. Why are we doing shit towards each other and fucking up our communities based on something they did?
But Free, that's not our culture. Decent.
Yes. We advocate all the time. No, stop. Truth. For the last 20 years, you wasn't a real nigga unless you went to jail. You couldn't be a dude without a criminal record. You're lame. That's been part of our culture for the longest. Man, you ain't never been in jail. What kind of shit is that? So I like it's not part of our culture.
It's a part of American culture.
No, the white community don't brag about going to fucking having a criminal fucking record.
It's true. They don't suffer.
We do.
That's for sure. You're right about
We don't brag about going without a father, having a stable family. We do that stupid shit. That's all God. But they're not complaining about the outcome. There's a difference.
Yes, they are. That's why the men.
No, they're not. They're not playing victims for being victims of fucking cokeheads. No, they're cokehead.
Doctor, first of all, you said they're not facing the same consequences. Now, I think what you don't realize is that generally, when white people commit crimes, like they break into, when they rob somebody, they seriously assault somebody, kill somebody, steal somebody's car, it's almost always there's a white victim attached to it. Now, I don't know if you get this part. White people do not like being victimized. White people are not going to side with the white criminal over the white victim. That does not exist. White people are always the person that was victim. Hold on. Stop. Oh my God.
They chip it out.
Let me finish. Okay, so when you steal a check and stealing this nice old pensioner's $5,000 from his checking account these white cops that show up, they're going to feel a very funny way about you. They're going to say, wow, you robbed an old man. You slimy piece of fucking shit. How dare you? The judge is going to think the same thing. The white jurors are going to think the same thing. And they'll say, and they're going to say, I really don't want those kinds of things happening to old people. Yeah, go ahead and send them to prison. That is how it works. White people are not soft on people who mainly victimize ourselves. That's not a thing. We don't take it easier on white people. Like, this is so fucking stupid.
But you take it harsher on black people.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
Listen, but even if they did, why the fuck?
It's amazing how many black men are running around with 37 criminal felony arrests and never get any fucking prison time. Then they have to go out and murder 5 people, then they finally get sent to prison.
I was speaking. It's not your turn. I was speaking. I was cut off at 3. I was cut off.
Yeah, my bad, Alan. You know that is.
Yeah, tell him solo talk. Let the good white man, clean white man.
No, he told Alan it was her
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
quiet lover. Shut up.
Whose turn is it?
It's your turn.
I did say it was Alan. Yeah, I did say it was Alan. Alan, do you want to let her land for like 30 seconds, or do you want to just go? Okay, please, guys, keep this us.
I was speaking of goddess.
Oh, no, I thought it was Goddess. That was you, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry, Truth, go ahead. That seemed better because I think she's running faster. Go ahead.
When we talk about the disproportionate sentencing laws that were against black people, and he said white people, they don't play the victim when something happens. They played the victim when there was this epidemic of drug crisis, when it began to affect their households, their children. Oh, we have to put a stop on these drugs hitting the street. But when it affected black people, it was a crime. But when it affected the white people, we see now we need to get assistance. This is a epidemic. Come on, y'all acting like y'all don't see the difference. We can see all of this stuff in society. And you talking about slavery doesn't exist. I'm trying to find a term because I can't remember what it was, but I think it's called Pinocchio or Pinocchio. It's a term that where they show that enslavement it still exists some places in the South. And what they're doing is through debt. So if you owe a debt, because like she said, in poorer towns, you have to get stuff on credit. You owe a debt. You are now sentenced to a labor to the creditor. So that still exists, and it's called slavery. It's not called, oh, you owe a debt. That's what it's called still to this day. I yield.
Okay, so thank you. I'm going to make 2 points. The first of all, you were making the issue about culture. I'm going to thank you, my good friend Sig, for bringing this video to my attention from Tashiki 69 called Gummo. Now, maybe some of you are aware of it, but the lyrics are along the lines of kill an N-word, silly N-word, 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 N-word.
Oh,
now,
Takashi 69.
Okay, whatever. Okay, thank you, lover. Show me, I would like to know the equivalent of kill a pecker wood, dumb cracker, kill a cracker, silly cracker, kill
Alan, I want to interrupt you though.
I would like to know where culturally
Pepe, I want to hear Alan. Takashi 69
is not black.
Okay,
That's
but
terrible.
yeah, but
okay, hold on, Alan.
He's not black, bro. You can't use that reference.
Alan, Takashi 69 is like half Mexican, half Puerto Rican. He looks like a straight up he looks like any other Mexican that would cross the border. He's not black at all.
Yeah, and who's in the video with them? Watch the video, folks. Sorry, you don't get off just because he's Mexican. All right, and that's just one, and that's just one video.
What about the parole and stuff like that? How y'all talk about each other and killing and taking drugs and stuff like that?
Are we talking about killing black people?
And they call it what it is. Yeah, they call it what it is, and they don't act like it's not what it is. They don't make excuses
some shit like that, it is what the fuck it is. That's the difference. So it makes we try to many sides out of it. So it makes it more authentic. No. It makes it more authentic, meaning that we don't have to lie for them because they're not gonna lie for themselves. But we don't cover our fuck shit, and that's the problem. Do you understand that?
Yeah. So well, that's my first point. The second point is Dr. God is.
Well, your first point didn't land, right? You're aware.
No, I made
This is a Puerto Rican song.
How many other hundreds of thousands of videos with black men and women using that same word and portraying that same criminal lifestyle are there? Oh, excuse me. You used. I didn't use the right example.
So hold on.
Not a lot that aren't portraying that
Point.
Let me answer. Hold on, Alex.
I'm done talking to you. I'm calling you a black ass. Goddess, I'm calling you ass out. Because you were using, you are shit. No,
It was rhetorical. He wasn't looking for a response.
I know you have a memory, and you can respond to them when I'm done. Okay? Second point, you're shilling all the points of CRT. CRT is inferiority complex in blackface for black people so they can get more money. How much more money do white people have to give you for you to feel equal to white people?
That's not fair.
Yeah. Sorry.
Somebody give them 40 acres of yield so they can shut the fuck up.
Chill out, slow it down, let Alan do his thing.
Thank you. I even waited for Goddess and Truth to finish before I started to finish. Thank you very much. So the whole point of CRT, and look up everyday CRT, you are looking for racism in everything. You assume racism exists, and then you go about proving it. Well, look, CRT, it's a great system. It's a great theory. It's not the only theory there is. And though it seeks to explain the racial disparities, not only race, but there are race crits, there are queer crits, there are gender crits, there's all different umbrellas for critical theory to bring people in, which is just another form of Marxism, but we won't even discuss that. They're all there, and they're all looking to get everyone to focus on, in critical race theory, to focus on race 24 hours a day. And they do it in a number of insidious ways, to the point where if you look at teaching for social justice, you have third grade teachers saying, well, Johnny, who's white, got loaned at 5% for 1 year, and Jerome, who's black, got loans for 7%. Do you think it's how much did they pay in interest? This is an actual math lesson. How much did they pay in interest? And do you think it's fair that Jerome had to pay more for his loan just because he was black? And then there's a discussion about how racism affects black people and their interest rates in a math lesson for 3-year-old children. I'm sorry, Dr. Goddess, but I also have some experience, and I remember the 60s and I remember the 70s. They taught hope, they taught love, and they taught that the world was going to be a better place. And proponents of CRT teach hate, They teach capitalism.
Only the black ass motherfuckers interrupt you.
Shut up, and they teach, and
He's almost down. Let him finish. Go ahead.
and you can hear it in my voice. Thank you very much. And they teach inferiority. I am tired of listening to dumbass black people who don't know what the fuck is going on. And yeah, this is a white man. I just corrected your ass. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. And listen, don't actually bring us
You need to calm your mayonnaise ass down, Alan. All right? You know what? Calm the fuck down. All right. That's okay. Go ahead. Relax. You be in loose spaces and everything.
Can I respond to that? Look at all these hit dogs hollering.
All eyes on KP. All eyes on KP.
Hit dogs gonna holler.
Look, he wants to trigger us anyway. Y'all let him.
God damn it.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it.
All right, KP, it's on you.
Yeah, how was the KP part? I never got a chance to respond.
What the fuck? Hey, Free, what's going on? I didn't you respond to him. Hold on. Okay, all right, to be fair. Okay. But guys, we let you go to March to do it.
You don't want to hear the fucking response.
No, oh jeez. Go ahead, guys. NKP didn't fucking. No, I'm sorry, 400 NKP.
Yeah, so for the record, dumbass Allen, you don't have to have a specific white equivalent to a rap album made by a Dominican boy to say, where's the white person that said nigger? First of all, if I wanted to point to somebody like that, I could easily point to somebody like Eminem. I could easily point to any of these dumbass white rappers that are out here with these other dumbass black rappers that are out here. So that's like, first of all, white people are producing this so much of this music, the majority of the fucking music. They're taking advantage of unemployed, uneducated young black men who write these lyrics, and they're producing them. So if you have an issue with rap music, go to the white fucking producers. Go to Liar Cohen and ask him what the fuck is he doing. He literally was on The Breakfast Club and just said, hey, we gotta make money too. That's what he fucking said. So no, white people are not holding white people responsible for the music they are putting out. Now let's look at the romanticization. What was the number one show between 1999 and 2007, Alan? Real quick, before you need to look it up. What was the number one television show in America? Not black America, all of America. What was it? So the television show was, excuse me.
Yeah, I've got an interview tomorrow with another local newspaper.
I'm not seeing that.
Let me come cover that.
The next interview, I'm going to bring up how Darren LaHood won't sign the discharge petition to bring about the Epstein Transparency Act, and he's covering it for pedophiles and abusers.
You're gonna have to bring up some rule of you taking advice from a rabbi on Cobas. Now you gotta give the Jews a little hot tip and let them know. Bro, I would be very tempted to pay for you to give you a fucking donation. If you from Clubhouse some Clubhouse reference. Anyway, Frankie. Yo, what's up? What's going on? Why'd you delete Telegram? Bro, it's better. It's like a waste of time. I want to delete stuff. Nigga, this app is okay. You think so? I think everything is a waste of time. Yeah, I swear. You're right. I mean, I was missing you. I was alone the whole day and I was studying. Nothing. That's the thing, like. crazy people.
You're done dealing with crazy people?
Yeah.
I don't.
Like, I don't fucking tolerate this shit, man. I don't deal with this shit in my real life.
You have a lot to do in your life?
Yeah, I've got fucking stuff. This is half the problem. You know, I've got a lot of shit going on. I'm currently working on the biggest fucking project that we're, you know, finishing up. That's this is obviously just a fucking distraction from that. You know, but I'm also, you know, I've got other things I want to build in the future. You know, even once this project's over, which will be soon enough. So the demands of my time are only increasing. You know, the last thing I fucking need is, you know, fucking Nora's running around there.
Yeah, I can remember. But man, if you make it, help us. Don't be like this, you know?
Don't be like what, Nora?
No, don't forget us.
Don't forget us.
You motherfucker, if you make it, at least. Ask us.
I'm gonna be real fucking quiet.
I hope so, brother. You know, if you make it, we all make it. This is what I say to all my friends. One of us make it, everyone make it, you know?
I'm gonna be real fucking quiet about what I'm doing. You know, it's a need to know basis and no one needs to fucking.
Yeah, no one needs to know anything. Keep it secret, it's better for you.
There's no benefit of being specific.
Yeah, no one needs to know anything about you. The best thing you do. You tell people about what you do, then you're lost already.
It just use against you. That's amazing. So, what are we going to do? That's the question. What are we going to do, Mr. Kitover? Congress.
I don't know. I'm reading this article, but this fucking guy wrote up a lot. I thought it was just going to be audio. That's pretty amazing.
Did you not get an audio?
He didn't even use my name in the tag. He wasn't very nice. I mean, he was nice, but like the fact that he wouldn't let me live stream it, I was like, dude, I drove all the way down here, you know, to create some content, and we're just doing audio in your write-up. I'm like, but he's like, nobody's ever asked me if they can live stream. Let me go ask. He's like, no, they don't want you to do it because of liability reasons. I was like,
What liability?
I had no idea what he was referring to, but anyways, I'm going to do a fundraiser here on this app. Scott Kent Jones is going to host it.
I don't understand. What the fuck would be the problem? You actually just live stream.
I'm not sure.
Do you think he would have refused the interview if you did?
What was that?
Do you
Probably. That's why I didn't. I backed off. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But I recorded the audio. I published it to Clubhouse to X. Nobody listened to it though. Okay, this live stream is happening. I don't even know. I mean, this Clubhouse fundraiser is happening. Scott has opened the room.
That's a lot of replay.
You want to go to the show, or are you going to keep your room open? Okay, thanks. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Scott, are you there? Yeah, you can. It does. Yeah, I'll invite people. Did you see the article I just sent you? It's really good press, actually. Apparently that guy is incapable of doing an interview.
You're a carpetbagger?
That's what I called myself, unfortunately.